tweets, Shasky.
All right, well, let's get into it.
I saw a lot of people because, like, we're going to talk a lot of Niners-Cowboys. And look, this show today, when you talk about a guest list, John Curley actually made his money today. He earned his paycheck this week.
I haven't heard from him all week.
Well,
this dude's dodging and ducking me.
No, well, you know why? Because he's been behind the scenes doing work. My guy booked Barry Switzer at 6:30. Barry Switzer. Barry Switzer. Wow. Of course, we got the simulcast with 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and they're going to bring it. Sask, I just want to know. You going to be with me, man? We're going to be a lockstep. We're going to be a lockstep here?
Well, here's what I'm thinking. It's really hard once they're going to have their whole, 5-man lineup because they can't do it with 2 men on a show or gals on a show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cede to the background because I'm on Zoom, but you point to me and I'll be ready to go. You know?
Right, you better be
I'm like
ready
a
to go.
hired gun. I'm the mercenary.
You better
of the
be
show.
ready to go. You better be ready to go.
But I'm not Luca Brasi because he goes out quick.
Yeah, he does go out quick.
Yeah.
Don't be Luca Brasi.
I'm more like Cameron and paid in full, right? I'll just snatch a chain and come flying up on a dirt bike, and I might do some work at a red light.
I need you to be more Ace Boogie, all right? I need you to be Ace Boogie, all right?
I'm down with that. Is he one of the best, most underrated characters of all time?
Oh, no. Ace Boogie. He's Davon Barksdale in The Wire.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's so good. And he's in Remember the Titans.
Yep, Remember the Titans. And he's in the Creed movies.
That's right, he is.
Yeah.
So here we go. You know what I'll be? I'll be Scarface after he quits the little fry shack, and I'm the one and I got the yayo. That'll be me on the payphone at the very end, blasting the dude in the face in front of the now current CVS on Ocean Drive in Miami.
All right, there we go. George Teague.
Oh, are you kidding me?
740.
George Teague, the guy who hit T.O. at the 50-yard line?
And he's still proud of it. By way of Alabama. I mean, come on, man. This guy, he's still pissed off at T.O. Still pissed. Did we get... All right, hold on. We got Everson Walls, 8:30.
Can't wait.
Gave up the catch to Dwight Clark. Still has nightmares about it.
Yeah.
Then ended up winning the Super Bowl with the New York Giants.
Good man.
But really, at 8 o'clock, here in the Morning Roast, we're going to have a guy on who's going to make his debut on the Morning Roast. And we've been wondering, does he even want to come on this show? With the way we've been so Jekyll and Hyde with the 49ers.
No, you.
Oh, me.
You.
Oh, me.
Your boys always had faith.
Oh, come on.
I might criticize the quarterback from time to time, but I hand out my flowers. I've always been a John Lynch fan.
In the words of the great Joe Shasky, okay, Pinocchio. 8 o'clock, making his debut. In the word. 8 o'clock, the GM of the 49ers, John Lynch. The GM of the 49ers, John Lynch. The GM of the 49ers, John Lynch is joining us at 8 o'clock.
Oh, God.
8 a.m.
I can't.
Who the hell duped him into coming on this show 2 days before Cowboys and Niners?
You want to know? I'm thinking that we just played nice long enough to where we duped him in.
We played nice long.
Oh, my God.
Hey,
we played nice for 2 weeks.
Spadoni's on the board today. Shout out to Stephen Langford, who's a part of our family. I just want to say we love you. And, his father passed away. He's a really big part of this show in our lives. And my heart goes out to him and his family. They've had a really rough time. I know the people that are part of the audience, they treat us like family. And I get so many messages on different platforms, and I know how every character on the show, people love, and Steven's been out all week, and I just, on behalf of everybody here at the station and as a family, I texted him on the side. I don't know what he's going through right now. I love him, and I miss him, and I hope that he's okay.
Well, yeah, I texted him yesterday, too, told him anything he needed, he would have, and he seemed like he was in better spirits. But he lost his father. We noticed on Instagram, and obviously he's been out for a week. And, I want Langford to take as much time as he wants.
Of course.
Take as much time as he wants. But know that when he does come back, he has a spot here on the Morning Roast and on the pregame show. Langford's a big part of 95.7 The Game. He was an intern, loved this station from growing up, went to college, came back, got a job, and he's worked himself up the ranks, working nights, working graveyards, working afternoons,
putting up
working
with
mornings, put it up. Well, it's not me. I make his life easy. I don't even get the shot. But I mean, seriously, Shasky, I'm being serious here. Like Langford is like a little brother, man. He really is, man. I've seen this guy grow up in my 5+ years here at 95.7 The Game, and he's continued to grind, continue to put in on air work, and he's gotten better and better and better and better and better. So our condolences go out to Ginny, his mother, who's a roaster as well, and Stephen Langford, man. I'm praying for you. We love you here on the roast. Our fans here at 95.7 The Game love you. So get back when you get back, man. You'll have a big hug waiting for you.
It's well said, Bonte, and you're 100% correct. And there's really nobody that does more around this station to get us on air than the people behind the scenes. I think people, Damon and Ratto and Steiny and Guru and Willard and Dibs and Bonte and Butcher. And you don't realize how many people are the blood, sweat, and tears behind the show, behind this station, especially during the pandemic. When everybody's at home, cuddled up, warm at their house, these guys are coming. Curly's one of them, Spadoni, who's on today, Steven. These are the guys that schlep in every single day and are grinding behind the scenes. And you're right, there's really no other person that's a stronger testament to the heart and soul of 95.7 The Game than someone like Steven.
Yeah, nice guy. Get well, nice guy.
Love you, buddy.
Miss you, man. And I know you're going through some things, man. But we got your back, no doubt about it. Anything we can do to help, we will do that. With that said, all right, let's get the Warriors out the way because we're gonna be heavy Niners here for the last 2.5 hours. Barry Switzer will join us, of course, national champion at Oklahoma. Won a Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys. He will talk that talk, no doubt about that.
He's a great guest.
He's a great guest, and he will talk that talk. I'll even throw some shade at his Oklahoma Sooners. They're going to the SEC.
They're going to get waxed.
And look, how is he going to deal with Oklahoma getting their asses kicked every single Saturday by Bama? Night. You're not getting any recruits. Night.
Well,
SEC. Night.
I just don't know how they're going to play defense.
No, they're not. How are they going to play offense? They're going to get smacked.
Well, they've always been able to throw the ball around the yard. It's the defense that I worry about. I mean, they just can't keep up with the recruits.
No, they can't. But I want to get into why you're so worried about the Golden State Warriors.
All right. So, look, the season's long. It's a marathon. There's ebbs and flows, yada, yada, yada. Like, we know all that. Like, I understand all that. I think you'd be lying to yourself if you didn't say that, hey, over the last week or so, right, it just doesn't look right. Now, is this a blip or a minor step in a long journey? Yeah, probably. But right now, it doesn't look good. I think there's a lot of guys trying to find themselves, find their role. I think there's some things that are new and out of whack. Clay returning has kind of changed some of the rotations. Some guys, coincidentally, have hit slumps in the road. I think the absence of Draymond Green looms large over everything, and that's kind of the biggest caveat. But it just doesn't look good right now, Bonte's body language looks a little off, and when you're not playing well, the body language is always going to be critiqued, and that's going to be something that's going to look off when you're not hitting shots. It's going to look lethargic. It's going to look ugly. The defense doesn't look good right now. Obviously, you're missing your best defender. Bonte just doesn't look good right now, and I'm a little worried. I'm not fully worried. This isn't Andre Nicotina situation critical.
Wait, this isn't San Francisco worried?
No, but like the reality is, I'm looking at Steph's body of work. And although he's still on Steph Curry level, like I'm judging on Steph Curry level, I'm not judging him on Chioza level. Like he's still outstanding compared to the rest of the league. But on Steph Curry's level, he's a slight, tiny little, ever so tick down from the level that he was playing at last year. I think that's fair to say out loud. Now, that doesn't mean he's still not awesome. He's incredible. He's just a little less efficient than he was last year. He's a little less efficient. And then I look at Klay Thompson. He's working himself in. Let's throw Klay to the side. He's working himself in. But the other guy who's really important to their offense is Jordan Poole. And right now, I don't know what's going on with Jordan. I think he's a little lost. I think the rotations, him coming off the bench, he's trying to find his groove. He's still a really young player in the league. He hasn't put together a full year or a body of work that I can rely on. Like, he'll regress back to what his average is, or he'll go back to his means. Like, I don't know what his means is right now. I think he's a really good player. I think he's still ascending. I think right now is a tough time for him, and I want to see him bust out of this.
All right, so a lot there to unpack.
And there's more. There's length and issues, and the Bucks are just a bad matchup right now.
Let me get in there. Let's start with Steph Curry, because there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is, if you take away the season where the Warriors won 15 games, was that 2019, 2020? Steph Curry played 5 games that year, so I'm going to throw that out the window.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right now, he's shooting a career low 38.4% from the three-point line and a career low 42% from the floor. So Am I worried about it? Not necessarily, but I do question his shot selection at times. I think he needs to get to the cup more and get some easy buckets. Pull up for the mid-range. Right now, he's averaging 20 field goal attempts a game, Shasky. 13 are from the three-point line. I think that's a couple too many. That's a career high with three-point attempts. So get some easy buckets. Get to the lane. Get to the rack. Get to the foul line. We're
judging on the Curry scale, right?
Yeah,
you agree, right? I'm not judging on like the average NBA player scale. I'm judging on the Steph is one of the top 5 players in the league, top 3 players in the league. That's the scale I'm judging him on.
All right, so yeah, of course, because a lot of players will take 38% from the three-point line and 42% from the field. So Steph Curry's struggling a bit. Klay Thompson trying to find his way back.
Yes,
the one thing I told you I was worried about is how it affects Wiggins' aggressiveness. Now, Wiggins last night was 16 points, 6 of 11, but he's still trying to find his way with Klay Thompson. So he's kind of floating around there as Klay Thompson's kind of shot hunting. Yeah. And Klay looks a little stiff, especially defensively. I saw him get blown by like 3 times yesterday on the defensive end.
The lateral quickness I'm worried about.
He's got a lot of work to do. It may not come back till next season. Heck, it may not come back at all. So they're in a rut right now. But here's the deal. James Wiseman had arthroscopic surgery in December. And so we had Dr. Narad Pandya on the postgame show
he looked
last
sharp.
night. Oh, yeah, he looked really good, really dapper.
Boy, by the way, he made an appearance with us. He had like 1,000 followers. This is about a year ago. This dude is like
got
the
10,000.
Go-to doctor now in the world of sports.
He's got 10,000 followers, and he's got a check mark now.
And Willard and Dibs just straight swooped our guy.
Well, I told him that between commercials. I said, hey, Dr. Narad Pandya, remember that the morning roast put you on. It was us who put you on, doctor. Oh, I know, man. I said, you're cheating on us, man. You're cheating on us with Willard and Dibs.
I know.
You're a roaster, Dr. Narad Pandya. You're not a Willard and Dibs guy.
Well, you got to understand, by Wednesday at about 11:29, they're running out of steam. They need Dr. Narad to come on.
I'm not going to go there. I'm
just teasing them. They know I love them.
I'm not going to go there. But no, but Wiseman, he said that Wiseman had he worried about Wiseman long term.
Why?
Because these knees tend to blow up here and there, and he's a big man. He's already had some major operations here, so I'm not going to freak out about it.
What was, if people weren't watching last night, I was, but explain to the people what the assessment was from Dr. Narad last night when you asked him, like, is he coming back this year? Right. Where is he at right now?
Well, he said he should be fine coming back this year.
Okay.
And even if he gets back, say, 8 weeks away from the playoffs, he should be able to still have an impact on his basketball team. He cited Russell Westbrook, who had the same situation, meniscus injury, had to clean up with the artho by training camp, and Russell Westbrook ended up dropping all those he was still Russell Westbrook with KD and Serge Ibaka. So short term, he said it's no worries here. Short term, he should be fine coming back and fitting in. But yesterday, it proved that if they play Milwaukee, if they play the Brooklyn Nets, that's a bad matchup because interior defense and interior offense is non-existent. Yeah. I told you, Bobby Portis and Giannis is a damn good front court. It's a damn good front court.
Delusionally confident.
Dude, Bobby Portis pucked Bielitsa, pucked Looney. I mean, he was in his bag last night, and Giannis was just doing Giannis things. I mean, he got Looney into foul trouble a minute, 2 seconds into the basketball game. And it was 16-4, and it was like, yeah, this might be a long night.
Well, and let's because the Bucks are a unique matchup. I think they give almost 28 teams an unfair advantage.
They're the defending champs.
Exactly. So let's look at some of the other guys. Like Bielitsa has been kind of rocky for a couple of months now. I mean, quite frankly, Otto Porter Jr. was excellent to start the season. He's hit a rough patch right now, and it's coincided, I think, with the rest of the team's rough patch. He's missing a bunny. He's not shooting the same percentage from 3. I think it's just a little lull in the season.
Right.
Andre Iguodala started off on fire this year. Since returning from the injury, he's been kind of hot and cold, right? And I expect that from Iggy because, let's be real, Iggy is playoff time. Like, that's what we're worried about with Andre Iguodala. I'm not worried about him during the regular season, so let's throw him to the side. Damian Lee has been erratic, I think, since his hot start to start the year. Kevon Looney, there's just certain matchups he's not going to be able to win. And last night is one of them, for example. Although I think Kevon's had a really good year. I mean, anybody that's complaining about Kevon Looney, like, come on, man. Like, you got to understand what his role is on this team. The big one for me, and this is where I think I'm the most worried. Forget Wiseman.
Right.
If they're going to win a championship this year, it all is centered around the big 3 in terms of where can Klay get to at some point, right? Because you're expecting him to be a big importance, but I would throw Jordan Poole into the Clay thing. One of those two has to be red hot. I don't care which one, Poole or Clay. And then Draymond Green's calf. What the heck's going on with the calf?
Well, the calf could be, he could be back by the homestead. But look, Draymond Green, Warriors are now, 3-5 without Draymond Green this season. He's had to help the safety protocols, had some nicks and bruises, and he's an older player
well, that's
than
the thing
his
I'm
age.
worried about. The big three have a lot of mileage, Bonte.
They have a lot of mileage here, and that's something to be concerned with here down the stretch. Now, they want to get back into the playoffs. When you get into a series, they can think their way through a series. There's no doubt about that. But Draymond Green's an older 31. He turns 32, March 4th. So
and he plays hard. There's no other way. He has to play hard.
And he bangs. So, look, let's be honest. 30-11 in the first half of the season.
Sign me up.
They've overachieved. Let's be real. We didn't think they would be 30-11. What can they be in the second half of the season? Can they be 29-15? Can they be? That doesn't even matter. 29-16.
Ponce, they win another 25 games. They're at 55, right? Come on.
Right.
Anything over 55 is come
gravy.
on.
That's gravy.
Come on.
That's gravy.
They're still on target to win 60-plus games. The sky's not falling.
And
I'm just a little concerned. That's all.
And one more thing. Whenever they lose these games, it's the same old Steve Kerr put Steph on the ball.
Don't even start.
Steve Kerr, your rotations. Your rotations are fine. You're not going to have a set rotation until Draymond gets back.
How many losses do they have?
11.
Okay. All 11 losses are Steve Kerr's fault, if you listen to people on Twitter, okay? What about the 30 wins? Who gets credit for that? It's
Steph Curry.
They're overcoming Steve Kerr at every single turn. Okay, lineups, minute allocation, the way they play offense, not every coach is going to have every skill down pat at all times, right? We all agree that Steve Kerr's best skills and best attributes are communication, working on the relationships, how to work with his team. He's not going to be picture perfect on every single rotation, right? He's a great coach. Right now, I think he's coach of the year. Right? Look what this team did last year.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think you're looking at the coach of the year this year. So, anybody that wants to rip Steve Kerr, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to listen to you. I can't listen to you.
I'm out on that. I'm out on that. And the whole Steph on the ball. Well, if he's on the ball, teams are blitzing him. They're doubling him and taking the ball out of his hands. So at the end of the day, you got to give the other team credit. You got to give them. They get paid too. Wesley Matthews was in Steph Curry's grill yesterday. Sometimes you just have those nights.
I'm glad you brought up Wesley Matthews. I think the one thing that I'm not worried, but one thing that I'm kind of noticing is that when you saw the Mikal Bridges matchup against Phoenix, it's okay, a skinny, long defender, a guy who can get up in him and move laterally. That seems to be the thing that throws him off just a little, right? Just a little. We're talking about tiny percentage points to the left, right, whatever. And Matthews, you got to give him credit. I didn't know he could move like that. He moved great last night.
Dude, he didn't let Steph breathe even on dead ball situations.
Thank you.
I mean, he was in his grill. So, look, the Warriors are in the rut right now. They'll get out of it, but they've lost 4 or 5 on the road. No need to panic. They're number 2 in the Western Conference, a game behind the Phoenix Suns. And that concludes probably what will be our Warriors talk of the day. They gave up 77 points in the first half. Oh, my Lord. That's the most points they've given up in the first half. Since 62-63.
Can we just thank God that the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers are playing this weekend, because we would be in full panic mode as a fan base if we didn't have the Niners to distract us right now.
Oh, my God.
Right?
Oh, my God.
You gave up the most points you've ever given up at half, or what was it? The deficit was the largest of all time?
Yeah, well, 62-63 when they moved over from Philadelphia.
Somewhere Gene is pounding the table, Gene in Oakland, I remember that game, and I was worried about that team as well. I miss you, Gene.
Oh, man. What's coming up here on the game? Brought to you by Extra J Corporation. Barry Switzer. Barry Switzer here on the roast.
I'm Trista Crick from BetQL. You want to beat the books? Dak Prescott just finished the regular season by breaking the Cowboys' single-season touchdown.
to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Do not forget, 888-957-9570, the Comcast Business text line is always open here on 95.7 The Game. And we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to Niners and Cowboys. Got some trash talk coming from Dallas, Texas. We got a simulcast coming up with 105.3 The Fan. So that's going to be a lot of fun here as we wait for Barry Switzer to join us. Barry Switzer now 84 years old, Shasky. 84. Did you ever think that when he was a coach of the Dallas Cowboys, he would implement that wishbone offense and try it in the NFL? Everyone was talking about that. Remember that wishbone offense?
So I was listening to an interview, this is a while back, with Mike Silver, and he was explaining that, the whole fad of Brandon Staley going for it, everybody's losing their mind because he's going for it too much. Barry Switzer went for it early on in his tenure with the Dallas Cowboys, and it was like a 4th and 1, all right?
It was on 29-yard line against Philadelphia.
Look at you. And people lost their minds, and he was like, look, I'm trying to win this guy's over. I got one of the greatest offensive lines ever, and I want them to know that I believe in them. And it was really interesting to, you have a 2-time champion in Jimmy Johnson who just walks away from the team, and you got to take over for that guy with that same collective group of dudes. I mean, I don't think we give enough love to Barry Switzer for what he did during his tenure in the NFL.
Well, he did win the Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys, but, that season he avoided the 49ers because of Packers. He got the little Packers in the NFC Championship in Dallas, Texas. He didn't get to see the 49ers that season, but we bring in the great Barry Switzer here to San Francisco here on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Barry, good morning. I had to throw that jab at you, man. That's okay.
I can handle it.
It's Niners-Cowboys week, man. How you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. Jerry's happy that they're this further along than they have been in other years, and it's great to see this, since it's Cowboy country. I'm living in Norman, Oklahoma, but we're only 2 hours from Dallas, so it's Dallas Cowboy country, and they're glad to see them playing as well as they are.
I'm glad you mentioned Norman, Oklahoma, because Oklahoma, we know, is going to the SEC. The great Barry Switzer couldn't be pleased with that one. It's going to be some long Saturdays for you, Barry.
Yep. You know what? We had a lot of good Saturdays around here, too. In my career, we won a lot of damn football games, I promise you. About 84% of them. And we 3 national championships, 12 Big 8 conference championships in 16 years, so we had a great run. But I did go take over for Jerry. Now, Jerry and Jimmy put together a great team at Dallas that traded Herschel Walker to Minnesota back then. They got those 7 or 8 picks, and it's back before free agency, and obviously that was what they built the Dallas Cowboys on. And those guys did a great job with them, and Jerry and Jimmy got a divorce, and Jerry, in fact, coached both Jimmy and Jerry at Arkansas had a great relationship with both of them. Jimmy coached on my staff at Oklahoma. People don't even realize that. Jimmy wouldn't admit it anyway.
That's right.
He was on my staff here at Oklahoma for 4 years, and we were together. I've known both since they're 17-year-old teenagers.
Coach, we're way too cordial. This is Cowboy Week. I mean, come on, man. You're way too cordial. Take me back to when you stepped into the middle of this rivalry. Niners-Cowboys. What did the players in that locker room tell you it meant to them?
Well, let me tell you, when I stepped in this rivalry, it was the best two teams in football, without a doubt. You know, when we played out there my first year in '94, we played in San Francisco for the championship. The team that won that game was really the Super Bowl champion, because whoever plays San Diego's they're going to hang half 100 on them. Both already had during the regular season. So, you know, it was for the championships and Super Bowl, really. And we're down the guys 21-0 the first 5 minutes of that game. I don't know, you guys probably weren't even old enough to even remember it.
Come on.
Barry, I was 12 years old, baby. I hadn't gone through puberty yet, but I was 12. I knew what was going on.
That game in '90. Oh my gosh, we're down. But first pass, Aikman throws is intercepted by Ricky Jackson. He runs it back for a touchdown, about 30 yards. Then Eric Davis pushes the ball out of Michael on the ball.
We'll pot him down in just a second. He's on the roll here, but he's talking about the '94 NFC Championship game. Niners beat the Cowboys twice that season. Barry went on to help the Cowboys win the Super Bowl in '95. When the Cowboys beat the Buffalo Bills again, 30-13. Barry's back on the line. Barry, actually, they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in that Super Bowl. My mistake there. Beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in '95.
Neil O'Donnell
gift wrapped them a couple interceptions there. It must have been great, huh, Barry? Neil O'Donnell basically said, "Hey, here's your Lombardi Trophy."
Now, I'm losing time here. Where you're cutting out. We're in a bad area. I'm driving, and seems to be in a bad area. We can do this again some other time here, guys. We'll get back in it again. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay, you can hear me? I'm going to stay with you as long as you can.
All right, let's do it, Barry.
Who was that 49er you hated? Come on. Who was it?
What? Excuse me, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Who was that 49er that you hated the most? Come on, who was it? Who was the guy chirping?
The 49er, I didn't hate any of them. Hell, I knew all of them. I played against some of them in college, competed against them. The 49ers, I respected them. Gosh almighty, they were a good football team. Steve Young was a hell of a quarterback, and probably the best running quarterback in the league at that time. And the game has changed a hell of a lot since then. It brought the college game into the pros. But Steve was doing a lot of good things with his legs and throw the football. We had a good running game. He had good backs, and the defense was outstanding. So, guys are definitely you were 12-3, I think, going into that. We ended up 13-3, and so it's.
Hey Barry, I'm surprised you didn't implement the wishbone with the Dallas Cowboys.
Can't, guys.
Hey, we're going to let Barry go, man. His phone line's cutting out, man. He tried. He gave it a good rallying cry. Barry Switzer, Oklahoma legend.
And that's the template for Sunday for the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to go in there, they're going to try, and they're going to fall short.
They're going to fall short. Are you feeling more confident today, or are you still a little worried?
Well, once I saw Colin Cowherd try to come over the top, too many of the pundits are picking the San Francisco 49ers, so I'm going to pivot in the other direction. The Cowherd, most people who track your picks throughout the year, your NFL picks, dog, you were hitting at a 33% clip, all right? So maybe why don't you pipe down and have one of your 25 producers who write your script for you on a daily basis.
Damn.
We watch the games, home skills. Niners are coming in. They're working the Cowboys. Bonte, I'm live for this. It's Cowboy Week. I'm telling you, it's going to be physical, and we're going to punch him in the mouth. We get Al Shire back this weekend? Are you kidding me? We get all three of our linebackers finally healthy. For the first time, it feels like all year. I get Greenlaw, Warner, and Al Shire. We're going to shut down the run, and they're going to be one-dimensional, and I'm ready for it.
Damn. Drive-by on Colin Cowherd. That's your guy. You watch that show every day.
I do. I think he's one of the best in the business. But when you got a script every single day, I mean, what do you expect? I can't even get John Curley to call me back for our show.
Damn. That's how it's going on a Friday, huh?
Hell yeah.
Man.
I'm like the old
Spadoni.
49er logo, Bonte. I'm like the old 49er logo today. I feel like a gold miner with the 2-6 shooters. Call me Tim Harris. I'm jumping in the air. I'm fired up. It's Friday. It's Cowboy week.
You know what?
Where Shasky was right and where Shasky was wrong.
Dude, hey, you know what, though? You know what? I'm glad that San Fran Shasky didn't show up today because yesterday he started the show. Just there's too many people just too confident, man.
Yeah,
He's
I
just
beat
too
him
confident.
to that take.
He's just too confident. No, I didn't. That's not my take. I never make that take.
No, I said I beat Colin Cowherd to that take.
Oh, gotcha. That one flew over my head.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's a Frisco Friday for sure here in the Morning Roast. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Got some sound from Irving, Texas. Some sound on how Demarcus Lawrence feels about the quarterback of the 49ers, Jimmy Garoppolo. You don't want to miss that. Coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19.
depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Church's, we're doing 10 pieces of our crave-worthy comfort made spicy or classic. That's 10 legs and thighs packed with bold flavor. That's how we do value. So you can do the Church's 10 starting at $10.99 deal. Church's, bringing the down-home flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
When you look at Garoppolo, what do you see as some of the ways you can exploit the pocket and try and use the defensive line this week?
When I look at Jimmy, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to come into, here and just be talking to media about what we can do or what we about to do. I want to really focus on our game plan, not worry about what those guys have over there, and really just come out on Sunday and attack and play our game.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Demarcus Lawrence, star defensive end for the Dallas Cowboys. When he was asked that question, Shasky, he had a smile on his face. He had a smile on his face, and he totally deflected it. So, kind of let you know how the Cowboys feel about Jimmy Garoppolo. They feel like they can get to him, rattle him, hit him, and dominate him. So, that's how Cowboy fans, that's how the Cowboys are feeling, Niner fans. 888-957-9570. By the way, when we ended the show yesterday, a lot of roasters were hitting us up on Twitter saying how we were bodying Cowboy fans. I don't think we're going to get a Cowboy call today, Shasky. I don't think Cowboy fans want to smoke today on the Friday. I think they're now about to curl up and go back to their caves, come out Sunday at 1:30.
SOFT.
Yeah, they are soft. And they're going to bite their fingernails. From 1:30 to 4:30. Cowboy fans don't want to smoke no more.
I want to know where Niner fans are at. I want to know every nook and cranny in the Bay Area where Niner fans are at, how they're feeling this week. This is Dallas Cowboys, San Francisco 49ers Friday. I can't believe it. We're finally here. And on Demarcus Lawrence. And I know that you say the word star loosely. This is a guy who had 3 sacks this year. I know he's been hurt all year. You got the foot injury, 6.5 last year, 5 in 2019. Yet Nick Bosa had more sacks this year than this guy's had over the last 3 years combined. So, for a guy who wants to puff his chest out at the podium, you better show up on Sunday, bud. You better show up on Sunday, because I know who's lining up opposite you. His name's Trent Williams, the best left tackle in the game.
Trent Williams back, who's at practice yesterday with the elbow sprain. He suffered it, he said, on the 6th play of the game against the Houston Texans and played through it. He's not missing this game. Trent Williams is from East Texas. This is a homecoming for him, man. He's from East Texas. He ain't missing this game against the Cowboys. What y'all thought?
East Texas is kind of like the Arkansas border, correct? The Oklahoma border?
Yeah, I would say like close to Houston, all that stuff. And,
all right.
Oklahoma's north of Texas. It's north of Texas. Arkansas is a little east.
Okay.
We got some calls here. Oh, we got Cowboy fans in the building.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Larry in Dublin. Get us worked up for the simulcast coming up in 10 minutes. We got a simulcast coming up with 105.3 The Fan in Dallas at 7 o'clock. Larry in Dublin. Get us warmed up here. What you got?
I just got something real short. I got lifelong Niner fans in my family.
Oh.
I am the black sheep, and I'm convinced we're hanging 50 on you guys. And that's it. Have a good day.
That's all you got? I mean, I'm convinced we're hanging 50. There's always got to be one in the family, right? One dweeb that has to zag when everyone's zigging.
Well, I'm not going to call him a dweeb. I won't do that. The guy may be a millionaire, maybe smart, maybe a sponsor for us, Shasky.
Well,
but I will say
nowadays, the millionaires are the dweebs. Have you seen the tech industry?
Oh, they still got money. Hey, they ain't that stupid. They got
Have
a
you
big
seen
bank
Jeff
account.
Bezos? I mean, geez Louise.
He may be a dummy, but he's got billions of dollars.
I know.
I would love to be a dummy billionaire, or a billionaire dummy. Anyway, I mean, that's the thing. Larry, in Dublin, we had the Dallas fan in Vallejo yesterday. You guys just come so weak. Like, all right, we're gonna hang half a 50. We're gonna hang 50 on you, half 100 on you. That's it. What? You waited on hold, and you gave us a 10-second take? Cowboy fans can't be that weak.
Lay off.
One of the things that I keep seeing floating around the internet, Diggs versus Debo Samuels. Wait till you see it. Would we all agree Jalen Ramsey's a more complete NFL football player than Diggs?
Probably at this point of his career, yes.
Yeah. And that's the one thing most cornerbacks don't want to do. Tackle. I want to see Debo Samuel truck Diggs early in this game just to lay the wood and enforce it on the edges. And you know they're going to go to it. Even if they have a stacked box, Debo's going to have his opportunity to go one-on-one, and he's going to try to plow Diggs. And that's the first big hit of the game I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, he's a tone setter. You know, I was on a station in Houston driving in, and they were asking me about Debo Samuel. International bots. Hey, man, when the big games are happening in the Bay Area, they know who to call. They call the big dogs, baby. They call the big dogs, right, Spadoni? But I was on the station in Houston, and they asked me about Debo because a host went to South Carolina. I said, Debo Samuel's a tone setter. Every single game he plays, he loves to bull over people. The 2019 NFC Championship game, when he almost broke away on that post route and he trucked the safety, but he couldn't keep his balance. Last week against L.A., he trucks Jalen Ramsey not once but twice. Boom. And looks at him and throws up his muscles like, yo, I'm here. I'm Debo Samuel. Nobody wants to tackle this guy. And yeah, is Diggs going to want to tackle him? Is Anthony Brown going to want to tackle him on the edge? Is Jordan Lewis going to want to tackle him on the edge? This Dallas secondary is in for a long night if they try to tackle Debo Samuel. There's no doubt about it. He is a problem for the Dallas Cowboys. And that's one thing Demarcus Lawrence knows. If it gets physical, that does not suit the Cowboys well, Shasky. It does not.
No, it doesn't. And my favorite was Debo Samuel sending out a tweet yesterday. You could send your best man, and you're going to lose your best hitter. When I saw that, I'm telling you, man.
Dude, he's a problem.
This team is ready. And the Cowboys, they've done some chirping.
Oh, they've done a lot
Michael
of
Parsons
chirping.
talking about that he's a bully. Now you got Demarcus Lawrence talking, kind of basically laughing at Jimmy Garoppolo, essentially. Like, I like where the Niners are at. I like where their headspace is at. I heard Kyle Shanahan explaining to the team what it meant when he was a ball boy for the 94 49ers, talking about this is what Cowboys Niners means. Like, I like the spot where the Niners are at right now. I don't care what the pundits say. All the pundits said that the Rams were going to win. You know what has to happen? You got to go out and execute and out hit a team and win a game. And the Niners have proven that over the last 7-8 weeks, there's no team in football that's better prepared than them.
Yeah, I don't care about the pundits or what they said. It's funny, Shasky, with the kid. And, doing Warriors pre- and post-game live at NBC, I don't really have time to look at the pundits and what they say. You know what? My life is better for it. I get to see with my own two eyes and pick the games how I want to pick them. And here's how I feel. I feel like the Niners have an advantage in this football game. They're the more physical team on both sides of the line. I think Jimmy Garoppolo has shown that he does not get rattled in big-time moments. He may throw a pick. The Jimmy O-No throw may be there, but he really responds in a big-time way. So I don't really worry about what the pundits say anymore, man. Screw the pundits. They don't know. They don't watch every snap like we do out here in the Bay Area. We watch every single snap, every single game. They may watch some highlights. That's about it, Shasky.
I'm looking at the defense for the 49ers, and that front four pressure is just so paramount to what they do. Arden Key having just an unbelievable year by his standards, but Nick Bosa and the amount of pressure and eyeballs that they put on him, that's the thing I'm looking at in the first quarter. Can Nick win some one-on-one battles? I think that they can go one-on-one, Tyron Smith versus Nick Bosa. Tyron's been excellent, but he's been hurt this year, and he's not the same player that he's been throughout the totality of his career. He's been an excellent player. I mean, he's as close to a gold standard as you can get. Do they slide protection over? Do they double up Nick Bosa? Because that's opened things up. Eric Armstead had an outstanding game against the Los Angeles Rams. Can he repeat that against the Dallas Cowboys? Can DJ Jones, who's played excellent football for 10 weeks now, can he repeat what he did last week, getting in that backfield, getting that pressure, get that front four pressure? I think it opens things up for this defense to be creative on the back end, and maybe you can have a little help with Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb over the top. You don't have to worry about stacking that box and sending more guys. So, and then how mobile is Dak going to be, Bonte?
Right. We'll see.
Like,
we'll
week to week, I got no clue.
We'll see. We'll see. By the way, I wanted to slip this in.
Yeah.
You know the whole Rocket Mortgage Pro Football pick. What place was I in? I was in like 12th, right?
Yeah, you were pretty low.
Your boy finished in 4th. Your boy finished in 4th place.
Oh, so now we're handing out lollipops for 4th place?
No, but
in the words of you?
No. I'm not proud of it. But we said, hey, let's see if I can make it to 5th place. Just wanted to let you know, your boy went on a heater in the last 2 months of the season, picking these football games. So to your point about the pundits, screw the pundits. I don't care about the pundits. Hell, we are the pundits. By the way, we'll get to the lines in just a second here. I want to play this soundbite from Kelly Stafford, the wife of Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
Because in Jerry's world, this is a preview of what's going to happen in Jerry's world. This happened at SoFi Stadium
So does she
last
have a
week.
podcast?
I don't know.
Too many
I'm not going
podcasts.
to lie. I've never seen so many of the opposing team's fans at a game. And we came from Detroit, and there are a lot of good traveling teams there, but that was wild. Like, Matthew is on a silent count. And for those of you who don't know what that is, like, he can't call, it's like when he hikes the ball, it's either a loud count where you can hear him, and that's what usually quarterbacks are on when they're at home, or a silent count. Matthew is on a silent count. Jimmy Garoppolo was not, who's the opposing quarterback. It was crazy. I mean, I've never seen anything like that, but it made it very hard for us because I guess, we weren't expecting to be on silent count.
And you know what? The same thing is going to happen on Sunday. As of yesterday, 17% of the ticket sales were coming from California. And there's a lot of Niner fans down in Texas. There's going to be a sea of red. You better believe that, Shasky. Better believe it. Let's go to Don and Concord real quick. Let's get these calls before we get to simulcast with 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. What's up, Don? How you doing?
Hey, this phone call is all about my buddy Stephen Langford. You know that guy? I've been following him since, like you guys said, he was an intern. He's the best. He's a real guy. I know he's a Raider fan, but I just feel bad about that, and I want to just shout out. Stephen, if you're out there listening to us on the line, you are the number one guy. Go, Stephen. As
we love you,
49ers,
Stephen.
Garoppolo's going to go out there and whoop somebody's ass. All right, you guys, have a good night.
All right, you too.
Hey, thank you for giving Stephen some love.
Words,
we love the Langford family, and we love Stephen, and we're praying for him and his family.
Let's go to Tamir in Oakley real quick. We'll get to Tamir, and then we'll get to Paul. Tamir, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up, guys? You know me, I'm a Raider fan, so I wish y'all best of luck. But I'm just here to put some information for you and Joe, Bonte, because you guys are 0-1 in a bet against Darrell. So I don't think you should have made a bet with him in the playoffs, because Darrell looks like he's on a hot streak against you guys. That could be 0-2, and then you lose, and you got to put on I guess it's cool because it's a TO jersey, but it's still a Cowboy jersey. Inside the Chase Arena. I don't think that was a good look. So
Tamir,
I'm just saying, I love the Cowboys, but I'm just saying anything can happen in the football.
Yeah, and you know what, Tamir? My girl said the same thing last night when I got home. She said, I don't think you should have made that bet with Darrell. She goes, you don't have good luck with these bets. I said, yes, I do. She goes, Aaron Donald, Patrick Mahomes. I said, oh, boy. I said, then why are you going to the game? Why do you go to the game if you think we're going to lose? Why don't you just stay home? No, I want to go there to see you lose. I said, so wait, you're a Niner fan, but you're rooting against me at the same time? That's the love-hate relationship I have with Anna. Paul, real quick, in San Jose. Paul, real quick, and then we'll get to the simulcast. Well, we got to dominate these jabronis, dude. Come on, Chatsky. You ready to go? It's Frisco Friday. Paul, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, y'all. I wanted to ask you guys a question. Don't these two teams look like each other? I mean, they're inconsistent talent. One week they could look like a Super Bowl contender. Another week they can look like a first-round exit. All I'm trying to say is, can the Niners win this game? Absolutely. Will they? I don't know. It depends on the team that shows up. I'm going to root for them. I think we can win. I hope we can win, but I'm done with the absolutes on this team. Thank you, guys.
I think that's the NFL as a whole. I mean, who had the Jaguars beating the Colts? Who had the Jaguars having one of the biggest, most impressive wins of the season against the Buffalo Bills?
I tell you who had the Jaguars beating the Colts. Colts owner Rob Irsay. Did you hear him the week of the Jags game? You know, we got to face the devil. We're going to stay at the same hotel. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Hey, Shasky, it's time to tag team. It's time to tag team like the Legion of Doom and dominate some guys from Dallas.
Little Frisco Friday?
Let's go.
What are we doing?
We got it? We're good?
What's up, guys?
Oh, what's up? What's up, Sean and RJ? What's happening?
You got his name right. How you doing?
Oh, yes. Man, I mean, you know, we're out here in Silicon Valley, man. They teach us how to read out here. So, you know what I'm saying? We're ready to roll, man. How are you guys sleeping right now?
Comfortably.
Really?
Yeah, why wouldn't we be? I mean, you guys barely snuck in. You've never been a great team all year long. You're still playing, 1980s football with your big, powerful run game. You got a quarterback who is going to get replaced as soon as the season is over with, and a general manager who likes tweets, insulting him. So why wouldn't we sleep well?
I mean, you got
plus, I take Valerian route. So
yeah, I mean, look here, Sean and RJ. Hey, that's all cute. That all sounds good. I mean, power of football. I mean, the bullies are going to come down and bully you guys. You guys are a finesse team. And look, I'm looking at the schedule, and you want to talk about inconsistencies and not being a great football team. You guys realize you're 6-5 outside of the division. You beat up on the Washington football team, the New York Giants, and the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, they're basically the G League of the NFL. That is a joke. That is a joke of a division. So you play the big boys out of conference, and we just saw how the Cardinals beat you up. We saw the Cardinals beat you up. You struggle with Mac Jones and the Patriots. You struggle with Taysom Hill in New Orleans. I mean, come on. You guys need to get back to 1980s football, and you guys would play 1980s football. However, you can't because Ezekiel Elliott is washed. The guy eats too much. He loves tequila in Mexico. So the guy's about 260 pounds.
Who doesn't?
I mean, come on.
Everybody loves that. What's the problem? I just don't know what the problem is.
Guys, these guys are coming at us hard. You would think we were the ones dating a porn star. Wow, this is insane right now.
Porn star.
Oh, yeah.
What, you guys using material from 2018, man? Come on.
Absolutely. What the hell was that?
What percentage of y'all's audience, seriously, like what percentage
has already moved here?
What percentage thinks that y'all are going to win this game?
100%. I mean, homie, I don't know if you know this. Operation Takeover happens again. Remember in 2015 when Colin Kaepernick went down there with Vernon Davis and it was just a sea of red? I mean, come on. You guys can't even. You're out here begging your fans, don't sell to Niner fans, please.
You guys are reporting what? There's like 17% Niner fans that are going to come to the stadium. Is that what y'all were saying?
That's just what's reported. I mean, it's probably going to be 50-50. We all know.
I mean, come on.
50-50.
Hey,
Sean and RJ. We know Jerry's World's a neutral site stadium, man.
Come on, man.
It's a neutral site,
it's like a bowl game.
Yeah, exactly. We're going down to the Cotton Bowl. That's what we're doing.
One big party.
We're going to the Cotton
Bowl. Can anybody there afford to come here and go to a game?
Well, I'll be down there. Even though I work in radio, we know how radio pays us, man. We're all broke, but I'll find my way at Jerry's World on Sunday. You better believe that.
Wait, your station is paying for you to come?
Oh, no. Hell no. It's radio money. Hey, Sean RJ, we can agree on this one. We broke, baby. We work in more than radio, man. We ain't getting no dollars.
All right, so tell us what the deal is with Garoppolo in terms of the hand injury, and if you guys don't run the football down our throats, are you definitely going to lose the game in all seriousness?
Well, I mean, if you look at what Jimmy Garoppolo's done over the totality of his career, the guy is the comeback kid. He done it time and time again. The defense has let him down a couple of times this year when it comes to, closing out games, but fourth quarter drives, the guy is nails. Now, he'll float one up, 3 flies up, and throw a knuckleball into the middle of the field in the second quarter, and the whole place is ready to strangle him. But the guy, I got to give it to him. I mean, he's got the balls at the end of games, and he delivers every time for this team. Now, I know he didn't do it in the Super Bowl when push came to shove. You lost to Patrick Mahomes. He outplayed him for 3.5 quarters. Jimmy Garoppolo's coming off the best win of his entire career against the Los Angeles Rams down in L.A. Push comes to shove. They're down 17-0, and he threw them back.
Is this Butcher Boy talking?
Yeah.
Okay, what?
Get a Butch.
Why?
Get a Butch.
Why
What's
are
your favorite cut?
Why are you butcher? Why are you butcher boy?
Because I actually was a butcher, and I used to call into sports talk radio at 14 years old, cleaning sawdust off the floor. You know, I'm a real San Franciscan, fifth generation, unlike you guys. Where are you guys from? Oklahoma? Tennessee? When did you move there? I actually grew up rooting for this team.
What butchers have sawdust in their store?
Well, this is going back to the 90s, homie. I mean, I don't know if you've ever actually, had a real man's job, but your boy didn't. So, when I was actually in the back cutting up meat, doing real things.
There's no such thing as that, real men's jobs.
I did have to work on a farm for a week.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Tipping cows.
He may need to go back to a farm. Hell,
I didn't have to milk a cow, but
let me tell you, Jerry Jones needs to go back to milking cows because your boy ain't won nothing since '95.
I mean, come on.
Hey, look, I know the Niners have lost 2 Super Bowls in the last 10 years, and they've got the NFC Championships 3 straight with Harbaugh. They went to one a couple years ago, embodied the Green Bay Packers. But you guys haven't felt what the third round feels like. I mean, were you guys bored the last time the Cowboys? Were you guys literally bored when the Cowboys won the Super Bowl? You guys don't know what the NFC Championship is like. You don't know what the NFC title game is like. You get close and close, but you guys are still probably losing sleep over Dez Bryant and that fraudulent catch up in Lambeau Field, right?
Jimmy G got more playoff wins in one run than you guys have in the last 27 years.
Damn, that's not good.
Bravo.
You guys are stabbing your own quarterback in the back.
No, they're stabbing their own fans at the game.
Yeah, at the games, and you guys are holding on to this. I mean, you sound like homers, so you guys must do big, major homer radio.
Oh no,
50-50. Everyone believes we're gonna win, and then you're holding on to this because you know you drafted the wrong quarterback. So you're mad about the future, and you're ticked off you didn't draft Mac like your head coach wanted, but your GM wouldn't allow. So that's why you're being homers this morning, right?
All right, we're on the simulcast with Sean and RJ morning show in Dallas on 105.3 The Fan here with the morning roast. We're going back and forth, and they're giving it a good old try. Hey, they're giving it A for effort.
Big hat, no cattle.
But you know what?
Is this Bones? How do you pronounce your first name?
It's Bonte. You know, this is what I tell. Hold on, real quick. Bonte. This is what I tell people. My mom, Becky Tyndall, she's a great mom. She's a great woman. But look, I always tell people. I always tell her.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And you know what?
Damn, dog.
Hey, she does need
Crossing
a voice.
the line.
Hey, whoa. Okay, it's all good. But look, she was drunk off the Hennessy when she named me, right? I thought it was going to be Dante, Vontae. She came up with Bonte, which makes it a very unique name because when you say Bonte in the Bay Area, you eat for free. You get in the clubs for free. So Bonte's just not a name. I mean, it's royalty out here in the Bay Area. But since you want to date with my mom, I don't know if you can afford it because you guys are on that tax system in Texas. You know what I'm saying? You guys are probably, the way I look at Texas people, man, you guys are eating all the time and big old steaks. You guys don't really believe in weight programs out there.
You're doing a show with a butcher boy.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You got red meat artery problems. Bonte, I wasn't making fun of your name or your mom. No. I was just going to say, I think you have bad allergies this morning? You sound stuffed up.
I'm a little stuffy. COVID's going on around here. No, that's fine. Hey, don't worry about that, though. Worry about Sunday, the bludgeoning you guys are getting, because I see how you guys are trying to shit
they're in California.
From the football game. California.
Oh, yeah, legal?
Hey, the best weed in town.
I know.
None of that brown dirt in Texas.
Guys, how far do you think that San Francisco can go? Like, what's your playoff ceiling after you beat us?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I mean, we got no problem rolling through Green Bay, and then bring on Tom Brady. Let's see it. We've already beaten them. We're undefeated since Jim Harbaugh arrived against Green Bay. We haven't lost to Aaron Rodgers once in the playoffs.
Let's flip it on them. Because we know Cowboy fans are like Laker fans. They're the most delusional fan base in all the sports.
Are you guys also Yankee fans?
Right?
Are you guys also Yankee fans?
Probably Yankee fans, Red Sox fans. They just jump on winners. But what's the ceiling for the Dallas Cowboys? I mean, Amari Cooper, he shows up for 4 games this season. We know that. Ezekiel Elliott is a hamstring away from being out the league. Tony Pollard's a part-time back who doesn't like getting hit. So what's the ceiling for the Dallas Cowgirls?
California.
Yeah, get into California.
L.A., like a nice city. Not where do we stay? Here's
the
wait, Butcher Boy.
We stayed in the loin.
Yeah, we stayed in the loin there for the Super Bowl with a dump of a downtown.
God, y'all's downtown is horrible.
It was like The Walking Dead down there.
That strip club movie theater was kind of cool though.
So we'll go to L.A.
Yeah, that's called Market Street Cinema. Did you get a little happy ending? That sounds pretty sad.
Yeah, I was in there.
I was happy to leave.
It was happy to leave. It was a scary sight in there, but yeah, our ceiling is Los Angeles in the Super Bowl with a straight face.
I mean, as a neutral observer.
No, like as a participant, with like the top offense in the league and the rookie of the year, maybe the defensive player of the year, and the guy who leads the league in all the interceptions and all that.
It's funny. You guys average 40 points a game against the NFC least, and you average like 25 against the rest of the league. Top offense looks a little inflated.
What is the biggest win of the year for the Cowboys?
Right.
What's that?
The biggest win?
What's the biggest win of the year? Dak actually signing a $40 million contract?
That's a good one. That's a good win.
What is it?
It's good. Patriots? Chargers?
The team that didn't make the playoffs?
Wait,
the Chargers?
Did you
really bring up the Chargers?
Do you guys want to bet on the game instead of doing all this talk? Do you guys have Venmo accounts? No, don't send me a Salisbury steak or whatever with the sawdust on the floor.
We are in Silicon Valley. I think we came up with Twitter, Facebook, Google, Venmo, and all that stuff. So do you guys? You guys are probably Cash App guys. You probably Cash App guys.
All right.
You
Cash App.
guys still? Are you guys? Wait a minute.
Hang on a second. When I go to the trap house, I use Cash App all the time.
Is that a Silicon Valley insult that if you have Cash App? Like, is that an insult?
It could be. But I mean, the broke people used to use Cash App.
App's turned in better than Venmo.
But you know what? I'm giving you guys too much credit. You're probably still using Western Union here in 2021. You're coming up with things. I mean, come on, man.
Horsey jokes over here.
Horsey buggy, Monte.
These intelligent jokes. Well, look, let's come up with a money amount.
Yeah.
And then we can use whatever you guys created and you invented, and then let's see how much you talk and how much you're willing to back it up in terms of the Odyssey paychecks, and then we'll just flat out bet on it. We won't send brisket or you guys send us seafood. Let's just straight up bet money on it, and let's see how much you want to talk.
You can send me sourdough if you want to.
Yeah, sourdough.
Or some of that weed.
I know your guys' Texas toast is pretty garbage, to be totally honest.
It's a little overrated. It's a little
dry.
Just a little.
Man, it is straight whack. And your barbecue ain't even that great, to be totally honest. You're like the fourth best barbecue steak.
You cross the line.
What's the prediction? Seriously, each of you, what's the score? What's the prediction?
31-28 49ers. I mean, come on. And Jerry's going to have a heart attack in the post-game presser talking about, I can't believe Dak came up short. Well, Nick Bosa's about to eat alive Tyron Smith. Book it.
I mean, Dallas will find a way to blame Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn. That's what they usually do with Dak Prescott.
Mark that.
They won't blame Jerry Jones, who's never won anything without Jimmy Johnson. And yeah, that was Jimmy Johnson's team you won with Barry Switzer back in 95. So whatever you guys want to do, money, I'm all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. You name your price.
Okay, well, we will see what happens, and let's name it on Twitter and have fun with the different fan bases, and then we'll see what happens. And hit us up. Flonase, when you come here, you hit us up.
When you move here like the rest of everybody over there.
Flonase and Butcher Boy.
We ain't Joe Rogan, homie. Newsflash. Yeah, we ain't Joe Rogan. We're cool. Our real estate's significantly more expensive than yours. So just chill out, man.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the game.
Hey, we'll talk to you on Monday. We'll have them back on Monday. We're going to re-rack this interview here.
I have a feeling they're going to go MIA.
No, they won't be back. They won't be back. Hey, RJ's still trying to get out my mama. Hey, RJ's trying to get out my mama.
1,500 SAT scores. I
don't know what they were saying on half the things they said.
Hey, RJ out there struggling with women in Texas, trying to get at my mama. He's trying to get at my mama. How about that? Wow. They got bodied. Morning roast won.
Was there like 5 guys there, or what was that?
I don't know. They practiced, though. They definitely thought they had material. They didn't have nothing.
I tried to sit back. I didn't want to be too talkative because it just doesn't sound good if you're driving around and 7 people screaming and yelling. All right, I thought you handled your own, though, B. I was pretty happy with you.
Dude, I live for these moments. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risk of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com.
Why do you hate the Cowboys? Hey! Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, don't forget about BetQL. Helps you make smarter bets throughout the football season, and now we're giving you a chance to win cash prizes. That's right, BetQL's Giving Props is a free-to-play contest that starts Wednesday, January 12th, that runs throughout the pro football postseason. It's easy. Each playoff round, BetQL will post 10 props. The person with the most correct picks each week wins $2,000 just by signing up. You'll be automatically entered into a random grand prize drawing for $10,000. Go to BetQL.com/props to sign up. That's BetQL.com/props starting this past Wednesday. So you can win some money here. Some of the props that we have. Joe Mixon, over under 91.5 rushing yards against the Las Vegas Raiders. Stephon Diggs, over under 6.5 receptions. Debo Samuel, over under 36.5 rushing yards. Dak Prescott, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns. Travis Kelce, over under 87.5 receiving yards. That looks juicy. Najee Harris, over under 77.5 rushing yards. Cooper Kupp, over 115.5 receiving yards. That's the over-under on Cooper Kupp. Kyler Murray, over-under 248.5 passing yards. And Rams-Cardinals, a pick 'em. You picked the game. So, you know what? We'll post this maybe on our Twitter page, the props and everything for BetQL that is happening right now. Go win some cash. Shasky, 888-957-9570. Get in here. A lot of Niner fans are rallying with us. Like Toad, our guy Toad, 49er Toad. Man, they were hella weak. Hey, Bonte, let me get your mom's number. That was funny when we were in the third grade. Texas Ravens. I mean, come on. What do you expect from some guys from Texas?
Hey, B, if I hear another, hey, people are moving here. Yeah, dude, people that can't make it out here are moving to Texas. Wow, newsflash. Right. Like, congratulations, you're getting our leftovers.
I don't know if that's an honor. I don't know if that's an honor for people to move there.
That's what I'm saying.
Because it's like, man, how rich is your land? I mean, man, your land may not, I don't know.
The second Joe Rogan moved to Texas, he became a whack job.
Oh, well, he's been a whack job.
I know, but I'm saying, like, it's transparent. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, I don't know, man. Texas is funny. I had family that moved from South City out to San Antonio. And San Antonio is very different from Dallas. A little more, I guess, liberal, progressive. I don't even know how you would describe it. I guess in Texas, it's probably significantly more liberal. But it's a cool town. Don't get me wrong. I'd never want to live there. No. I mean, I'll visit for a couple days. The heat index. I mean, I'm cool. I'm cool off all that. Do you live in the loop or outside the loop? I'm cool off all of that. But I got to say this one, B. We're going to have John Lynch in less than 30 minutes on the show. All right, 8 o'clock, top of the hour. You got to be there. If you are a Niner fan, he is finally going to make his first ever Morning Roast appearance. The GM of the 49ers,
maybe
John Lynch. You know what? I don't care. It's on the eve of one of the biggest games of his tenure. Like, I know the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, those are massive. I'm not trying to discredit it. But, like, B, I feel like this playoff run validates 2019. You know, when I look at Carolina and what they did with Cam Newton, Cam was a great player for a long time. But I think a lot of people do the, they had 2015, but they never really backed it up. You know what I mean? And, like, you get that a lot. And the Niners ended up extinguishing them a couple of years prior to that. The Niners can really validate what happened in 2019 with a deep run again this year. I mean, you hear all the Jimmy Garoppolo knockers. People are going crazy about Jimmy Garoppolo one way or the other. And I think for him in his career, for the Niners, for Shanahan, for John Lynch, like, what you do in this playoff run is only going to further cement how great you were in 2019 and to show that they've got this operation humming.
Let's go to Andy in Lakeview. Andy, what's happening?
Let's go, Lakeview. Stand up.
Bonte, Butch, oh my God, the hurting that y'all just put on these Dallas radio hosts. My goodness, y'all was just bang, bang everywhere with them. They couldn't come back with nothing. They was over here talking about Bonte's mom, all disrespectful. Come on now, let's keep it professional, y'all. Right? We're out here talking about the Niners versus the Cowboys, the oldest rivalry. Oh my God, the best rivalry in the NFL when it comes down to it. And at the end of the day, the Niners about to go in there and straight up make barbecue chicken, as my boy Shaq says, out these Dallas Cowgirls. And I'm straight hyped for this game. The Niners about to win this piece, and I don't give a damn what no one says. I'm tired of knocking on wood. I'm tired of saying I don't want to jinx nothing. I just want to win, and that's what we got to do. Come on, you know what they say, RBO posse? Frisco brothers ain't no punks. Put guts in our way, and they're going to get punked. Thank y'all.
Let's
Thank
go.
y'all so much. Let's go, Niners.
Let's go.
888-957-9570. It's lit right now. It's lit right now. And I dare you little Cowboy fans to call the show and give us what you got. Look at the Cowboy hate line. I want to hear some messages from that. But I dare some of you Cowboy fans at 888-957-9570 to give us a call and let us know what's happening. What is happening with you guys? How worried are you? Now, we just had the simulcast with RJ and Sean, and I know they made the mama joke. And they were saying, oh, we got the best offense in the league. We're going to be in L.A. in the Super Bowl hanging out. I mean,
that was the weakest declaration I've ever heard, too.
The confidence in their voice. There was zero confidence in that take. Zero. Well, we're going to be in a real city in California. We're going to be, it's like, dude, come on, man. Because you hung out in Santa Clara, don't mean in San Francisco.
Yeah, exactly.
Relax, dude.
And
Relax.
by the way, can you imagine being holed up in a Tenderloin hotel the week of the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
what a sad existence.
Dude, what a sad existence.
I mean, all I kept thinking about when they said that, I was like, damn, you're a dummy.
Well, no, not only are they dumb, but they're broke. That's all they could afford. Let's stay in the hole in the wall room in a hotel.
One thing I got to say about people from the Bay Area that I've noticed is we're very quick-witted, right? You listen to the music and the different thing. I'm not just talking about rap. I'm just saying in general. Like, we're very quick-witted, and we adapt to our environment. We're a chameleon. How many times at the lunch table at school, Bonte, we used to call it capping sections, where you just be ripping people back and forth. If you couldn't have a quick comeback, you couldn't sit at the table. You know what I mean? Like, you had to be able to defend yourself at all times. I just feel like we represented for the Bay Area right there.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my freshman year, these guys were the cap. I happened to be in the circle, and they just start getting on me.
So you were hanging out with, like, the book club, right?
No.
All the nerds?
Book club. No. Come on, man. We're hanging out there, and this guy got on me for, like, 20 minutes, dude. And it was just like, oh, my God, this guy won't stop. I'm trying to laugh it off to be like, all right, stop. And finally, I was like, man, I got to learn how to cap. My senior year, your boy was firing on all cylinders. It was just like you had to do it.
Exactly.
I don't know how you guys got down to private schools, but in the public school, it went down all day long. Muni buses, express buses, cafeteria. Well, we didn't even go to the cafeteria. We went to the Esplanade to look at the Golden Gate Bridge in Washington, and it was just cap sessions all day long. All day long.
Well, the Reardon's cafeteria was basically one step up from San Quentin's cafeteria. So, come on. You know what was going down. Come on. Fights over the vending machine happened like daily. Daily. I'm getting that last big Texas cinnamon bun. I mean, come on, man. Shout out to cafeterias.
Let's go to Aaron in Danville. Aaron,
I'm so pumped for this. Cowboys. Let's go.
Gentlemen, excellent show as always. That was a great segment with the Dallas radio show. Bonte, way over the line on your mother. That was too much. It's too much.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You know what? That's all they had. They were desperate. So he went desperado on me. When the guy has to go to mother jokes, you got him. That's when I knew it was done. I was like, oh, I got this guy. He's so jacked up in the brain right now. He was, oh, your mom. Oh, we got the best offense. Oh, our best win is against the Chargers.
That was the best.
He brought up a win against a team that's not even in the NFL playoffs. Oh, my gosh.
Maybe the most disappointing team in the NFL. Continue.
So, I am a lifelong Cowboys fan, and I am concerned. I'm nervous. I got to say, if I were in a pick'em right now, as a person who would want to win the money, I think I'd have to pick the Niners. But I have a game plan for the Cowboys to beat the Niners. The game plan is the exact plan the Cowboys used against the Buccaneers in Week 1. It's a West Coast pop gun offense. I love my boy Zeke, but Zeke is not going to be a featured running back in this game. He is going to be blitz protection because your boy Nick Bosa is coming out. I know how hard he's going to come. So that's the game plan for the offense. You can't let the Niners rather have a bunch of time to rush the passer. Got to get the ball out fast.
That's a good game plan. You better get it out fast.
Zeke is I'll give it this. Like, I know you think he's lost a step, which he probably has. I mean, the guy's body has been through what, car crash after car crash. He is a great pass protector. I mean, the guy does lay his body on the line. I'll give him that. And that's the hallmark of great running backs to me. It's what made Frank Gore so great. When you're a great pass pro guy in the backfield and you can stand up a D end or a linebacker coming full steam, I mean, there's something special about that. But I'm sorry, man. You pay you pay Zeke Elliott to tote the rock.
Right.
Like, that's what he's getting paid to do.
Right.
He ain't in no decoy.
He's not toting it well. Not toting it well. Let's go to Big Dog City. Big Dog City wants to come in. PDC? PDC's on the roast?
What's going on, guys? I'm on the road listening to you guys in the car. I'm back in the Bay.
Let's go.
Fairfield.
What's going on, PDC?
So I was just calling in. You know, Vontae, I lived in Dallas for a while. And those Dallas fans, they stink. I'm a big-time Raiders fan. So I'm just calling in to let you guys know, Niners all day. Niners got this weekend. The Raiders went down there and beat them in Dallas, and you guys going to do the same thing. And let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Can I get a bark? Can I get a bark, BDC? Can I get a bark? BDC chiming in. There he is.
Big Dog City, let's go.
You know it's a big game when Big Dog City calls. He don't call nobody.
And he's barking. I feel like I got a little IMP in me this morning because we're all barking. Hip dogs, let's go.
Dude, BDC's got his Raiders going to Cincinnati. Spinoni, too. Big game for the Raiders, man. That's a juicy game.
I'm kind of fired up for that
these playoff matchups are like... Look, real quick, we got John Lynch coming up in 30 minutes.
I can't
He's
wait
making his morning roast debut. This is the first of many interviews with John Lynch. Believe that, the GM of the 49ers. All right, but just real quick, let's take a step back and we got Raiders and Bengals. You got Bills, Patriots. You got Niners-Cowboys.
Oh, God.
I think Eagles-Bucks is going to be a little closer than what people think for some reason.
I like the Eagles in this game. Why am I the only one that likes the Eagles?
To win?
I do.
Oh,
I don't like the Bucks right now. Ooh. I don't, and I love the ball control of the Philadelphia. Philadelphia runs the ball down teams' throats.
They do.
And I kind of like Jalen in this game.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I'm not picking against Brady in a wild card game. Not going to do that.
Hey,
it's going to be rain.
I'm the Brady guy.
It's going to be rain. It's going to be rain and a lot of wind down there in Tampa Bay. It's going to be nasty at the Big Sombrero. Also, Chiefs Steelers, probably the snoozer of the week if I had to put my money on it. And then you got Rams Cardinals. This slate of wild card games is dynamic.
Wild card. I mean, I'm so fired up for this, Monte. And I think that if you look at it, if you're a TV executive, there are winners across the board. I mean, Cincinnati and Las Vegas, you're talking about one of the most exciting teams in the league in Cincinnati that everybody loves. Everyone loves a good ascending offense. Boom. Sign me up for that. The Vegas Raiders, everything that they've got going on, sign me up for that. Bills Patriots, Bonte? Bills Patriots? I get Bill Belichick and Mac Jones' first ever playoff game against Josh Allen in hopefully the snow.
No, you hear about the weather? The highs are going to be 12 degrees.
I can't wait.
It's going to be low. I heard Spadoni here on the pregame show with Alan Styles. Styles Files doing a great job filling in for Langford.
He is.
Spadoni came in. It's going to be a high of 12 and a low of 4 degrees. I said sign me up for that. At night in the cold in Buffalo, ooh-wee. That 30 for 30 on the Buffalo Bills, they won me over, man. That fan base is rabid. They deserve a Super Bowl. Maybe not this year.
How many times have you physically seen snow?
Oh, I've been to Tahoe many times. Oh, New York City, when I went out to the All-Star game, snow flurries, walking through there. I've seen snow quite a bit.
Okay, so I've only probably maybe 6 or 7 times in my life, been around snow, like real snow, not like Vallejo, go to Marine World and they got the snow machine. You know what I mean? I'm talking about real snow. So I don't know how your boy would do in 4 to 12 degree weather.
You would not do well.
Yeah,
you would not do well.
I'm not sure if I would survive.
You would not do well. Me knowing you would not do well. You would not do well. By the way, the Comcast Business text line is down right now, but still continue your text. 888-957-9570. We're trying to get up on that because I missed the text line today. I want to know what the text line is saying after we bodied those jabronis from Dallas. George Teague coming up in 7 minutes. We know who George Teague is. He's the guy who hit T.O. off the start. George Teague, former Cowboy, will join us in 7 minutes. John Lynch at 8 o'clock. And don't forget, we are carrying the Raiders game on Saturday right here on 95.7 The Game. So you Raider fans can listen to Bengals and Raiders on 95.7 The Game. Starting at, I believe, 1:15 kick or 1:30 kick Saturday?
1:30.
1:30
So,
kick Saturday.
there was a lot of talk like, making the playoffs, you gotta win the Super Bowl, you gotta develop Trey Lance, you gotta do all these things, right? Can we all just soak in the bathwater that is? Thank God we just made the playoffs. Thank God we get the Dallas Cowboys. How great is this? I mean, honest to God, how great is this moment in time right now for the 49ers? I know that this has been a roller coaster of a year. You get the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas, wild card weekend, Jimmy Garoppolo, this team humming. Debo Samuel gets another taste of the playoffs. George Kittle gets another taste of the playoffs. Trent Williams gets a taste of the playoffs for his first time in a Niner uniform. There's so much to love about this.
There is. Here's what Peter King had to say about the Niners and their chances this week against the Dallas Cowboys.
I think the 49ers have a real legitimate chance to win this game. And look, it's hard to judge how great the Cowboys were, scoring 51 on the Eagles. Okay, but here's what I say about the Cowboys. The last 3 weeks, okay, the Dallas Cowboys have averaged 43 points a game. And so that's why when I kind of look at this game, the defense that the 49ers are going to put up is going to be a lot better than the last 3 defenses they faced. But my only point is the 49ers have to score a lot of points to win this game or to make sure they're going to win this game.
I mean, geez. They have to score a lot of points.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks, B.
Oh, man. All right, here's...
King, I give them a good chance of being in the game. Really, in the NFL, you're giving a team that's in the playoffs a good chance to beat another team that made the playoffs. I mean, that's sophisticated, mind-blowing football breakdowns right there.
Let's go to Kyle Shanahan on why he thinks Jimmy Garoppolo responds to adversity.
Honestly, no differences that when he throws an interception. I mean, when you let that ball rip and you're not scared of failing, I mean, it doesn't always go perfect. And you watch a lot of good quarterbacks in this league, and, some do a really good job of never having picks, which is very rare. But you even look at some of the great ones. I mean, they're going to get some interceptions. They're aggressive with it. Sometimes when they're like that, you can keep both teams in the game. Usually they get you over the hump if you keep swinging, and that's how Jimmy's always been. I mean, sometimes it's better than others, but, when you throw the ball like that and you don't sit there and if you're not scared to fail, sometimes that stuff happens.
And here's what Garoppolo, he responded to what Shanahan had to say.
That's where Juwan is special, because there is a fine line between you want to be, hyped up and everything, but in the big moments you want to be locked in, and Juwan does a good job of that. He knows when to separate it. In the locker room, he's the life of the party. He's fun to be around. But then when you're in the huddle, I mean, I look into the guy's eyes and he's as locked in as anyone in that huddle. So he does a great job of towing that line, and those are the guys you want in the huddle with you, someone you could look at and know they're in it with you.
Man. I can't wait for Sunday. Jimmy's finest moment last Sunday. We'll talk to John Lynch about it in 23 minutes. George Teague coming up in 3 minutes. There's so many fascinating matchups, whether it's CeeDee Lamb against the Niners secondary, the whole CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk comparison, the same draft class. You got Amari Cooper. Where's Debo at? And we haven't, who we haven't talked about a lot this week? It's George Kittle. This is when George Kittle stands up tallest. This is when he shines the brightest. Looking at the Cowboys, they've got no matchup for George Kittle.
I've been saying that, yes.
They've got no matchup. This is a game where George Kittle needs to see at least 12 targets, Shasky. I need 12 targets for George Kittle on Sunday.
There's no doubt about it. And I'm just looking at Jimmy Garoppolo being something you said early on in this year, and I think it really resonated with me in the second half of that Rams game. This unit of the 49ers, just the team as a whole, the coaching staff, everybody, they've been in a lot of big games over the last couple of years. I know we don't like they've been in the playoffs every single year, but think of how many big games they can draw from over the last couple of games. Can the Cowboys say that? I'm asking out loud. I don't know the answer to that. Can Dak Prescott say, I've got a lot of big moments I've been in and I can draw from? I feel like George Kittle, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Juszczyk, Debo Samuel, I know Brandon wasn't here, but some of those guys on that offensive line like Laken Tomlinson, they can really draw from some of their experiences against Minnesota, against Green Bay, against Seattle up in Seattle, the game just last week against the Rams. Like, they've been in a playoff atmosphere 2 out of the last 3 years. That's got to help them coming into a game like this. And then I look at that defense. Fred Warner, it feels like he's been competitive every game of his entire career, since he's been there. Same thing with Nick Bosa, so I don't know. I really like where the Niners are at in terms of their seasoning for these big game, big time, prime time moments. Even if they fall down and, let's say they're down 14-0, are they going to panic? No.
Nope.
I don't think they are. They just did it last week, down 17-0 in a hostile environment down in L.A. I love where they're at, and I love their experience. We haven't talked enough about the experience factor for me.
That's something, something I brought up midway through the year is that since 2017, you think about Fred Warner.
Right?
Well, Fred Warner was in 2018, but
yeah,
George
2018,
Kittle,
but that's fine.
George Kittle, DJ Jones, Laken Tomlinson, Jimmy Garoppolo later. They've had a lot of big moments. I look back at 2017 and I say the 5 straight losses by 3 points or less.
Yeah.
That builds warts. That builds war wounds. That was a great experience for this team, a great experience for Kyle Shanahan, a great experience for Mike McDaniels, a great experience for this organization. And then you saw the way they ended that season. We talk all the time about 2019 and all the big games. Think about the last 9 games in 2019. And a lot of these guys are here. Debo, George Kittle, Jimmy Garoppolo, Laken Tomlinson. I know it was Western Richburg, but you had Compton here. And the last 9 games of 2019, we talked about it. Arizona, big game, got to have it. Green Bay, got to have it. Baltimore, got to have it. New Orleans, got to have it. Seattle, got to have it. All those games. And it came out with the number 1 seed in the NFC. So experience for the 49ers, they have a lot of it. They have a lot of experience, so they will not cower in the bright lights down to Jerry's world.
No, I don't think they will either. And I'm just so ready for this one. And I look at Kyle Shanahan being. I've been telling you this for a long time. Like, he sneakily he's got a lot of seasoning. He got 8 openings right now in the NFL. 7-8 openings for head coaches. The door is constantly revolving. You look up and it's like, he's actually got a lot of tenure now, and he's got a lot of big moments that he can draw from and lots of different game plannings and adjustments in second halves and things like that, these big-time moments. I have more faith in Kyle Shanahan now than at any point during the regular season, and I'm saying to myself, I think they've got the coaching advantage, too.
No doubt. I think they got a coaching advantage. Shanahan over McVay, no doubt about it. But George Teague in a moment here because this happened back in the day.
Garcia to Owens, touchdown. Owens again heading for midfield. There he goes. There's going to be a penalty on George Teague because he's going to clock him. Now Teague's going to be kicked out of the game. I got to tell you, I don't blame Teague for doing that. I really don't.
George Teague here on the Morning Roast. Former Cowboy. Of course, he's known for that play right there. Well, not really. He was a great defensive back. I'm not going to slight you like that, George. You won a national championship in Alabama, one of the great Crimson Tide DBs of all time. You had a nice, long NFL career. But that play right there out here in San Francisco, that's how we know you, George. How you doing this morning?
Yes, sir. I'm doing great, man. Appreciate it. And thank you for not slighting me a little bit and just saying, hey, that was a big play. Well, I guess not a play. A big incident.
So when T.O. read to the starter first time, take me through it because, out here I was a kid. Shasky was a kid. We were about 15 years old when that happened. Mm-hmm. And, when he read to the starter first time, I was like, man, what is he doing? And he places the football there and he throws his arms up on the star. When he did it the first time, what went through your mind, George?
I think everybody, including myself, was more just like, exactly what you said. What is going on? Why is he doing this? Who do you think he is? He's a great player, but man, just going out and running to the middle of the field and raise your hands up to the heavens on our logo is not not cool. So I was definitely taken back. Like, man, this guy he's a different cat. So then when you go back out a second time, or I'm watching him to see if he's going to go back out a second time after Emmett, had reclaimed the star by going out and, slamming the ball after his touchdown. I was just watching him to see if he was going to go. And when I saw him going, man, I just kind of lost it, man. I had said, this ain't going to happen, today. So it's a great thing about rivalries, right? The intensity of a football game, man.
What led up to that moment? Because T.O.'s on Twitter right now chirping about how you and him were blocking each other, and he claims that he pancaked you and whatnot. What preceded him running to the Star? Was there smack talk on both sides? I mean, clearly the rivalry had everyone heated just to begin with. So, like, what preceded him running to the Star?
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, he does. He's very good at going to jar and standing behind his Twitter account or whatever it is, because he had the opportunity to do something at the Star with me immediately at that game, and he didn't. So whatever. But so yeah, there was trash talk and things of that nature. He always talks about that in the play, and I think that even drives it home even a little bit more, because you can go watch the play; it's up there. Just rewatch the film. But when he said he pancaked me, it was kind of breaking bro code. It was a kneel down play, a spike play, and it's kind of that thing where you take a spike. Typically, everybody just kind of chill, right?
Right.
I think everybody knows that. Well, that's not what he did. So yeah, he got up under me a little bit. I was like, dude, what the hell is this? And that's when the first scuffle started in the end zone back then. So there was some of that. There's some truth to his words about, yeah, we got into it. But that ain't got nothing to do with me going to the Star. That's a whole different principle. But there was a lot of trash talk. We were losing. We were getting beat. It was hot on the turf. I give you all kind of stuff to say and make you delirious. But,
right.
In the end, he just should not have taken those actions that he did.
So George Teague here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Safety with the Dallas Cowboys. Winning the national championship in Alabama. You guys beat that great Miami Hurricanes team back in the Stricker Bowl. I remember that game. You guys put it on them. So T.O., he gets that second touchdown in the fourth quarter. They go up 41-17. Then he runs to the Star. You clock him. And then Derek Deese, a lineman, did you see him trying to go after you there on the Star?
I actually had an opportunity to talk to Derek for the first time a couple months ago, because I really wanted to know what was going through his mind. And I am so glad that I actually caught him out of the corner of my eye, because if he would have hit me, that might have been the end of my my career as well. But, I was taking taekwondo and some karate, and I had my Mr. Miyagi stuff going on. He missed. Thankfully.
No wonder T.O. didn't want to smoke. I love T.O., man. I'm not messing with a guy who knows Taekwondo. That's for sure.
But it was just, I did not see him. That is probably my funnest part of watching the clip again, is actually catching him at the last minute out the corner of my eye as I was staring down T.O. and actually seeing him about to hit me. Now, thank God, I guess he was a lineman. I guess he probably was running a 5'1" or 5'2". So I got there a little bit faster and had a little bit of time to gather myself. But, hindsight, guys, we're players, we're athletes, we get intense. Typically, we try to make amends, after a heated ball game, but haven't been able to do that with T.O. just yet.
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. And me and B, I think we're being a little soft here. I'm going to be real with you. Respectfully, I had a lot of respect for you guys. I hated the Cowboys, and I still do, and I can't stand your guys' guts. So how did Cowboy fans feel about you laying out T.O.? Were they as happy as Niner fans were seeing T.O. celebrate on the Star? Because it was great for the rivalry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm still talking about this regardless of we're playing this week or not. It's a conversation that I have dang near every day, or probably through Twitter or something else. So it's a pretty big deal, especially out in this part of the world, and definitely among the Cowboy base. We still talk about you guys too. We talk about your coach, who's the football coach, wearing that baseball hat on the sideline, and trying to figure out what the heck is going on there. But so it's going to be a fun game. It's going to be intense. Here in the Metroplex in Dallas. We're reliving all the early '90s, NFC championships and things of those nature. So I'm kind of glad it worked out this way, just for the fun and the intensity of the game. Of course, all the players, it hasn't been that much history the same as before, but this will be a heated thing with the fans in the stadium
This could be the start of something, George. This could be the start of something here. George Teague on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill, reliving the moment where he clocked T.O. on the star. Now, it was named one of the 10 most memorable moments in Texas Stadium history. And when you look at that moment, you'll forever be linked with Terrell Owens. Do you, George? I know we kind of touched on this briefly at the start of this interview, but do you want to make amends with T.O.? Do you want to talk to him at some point to just see what would happen? Because that would be a fun sit-down. You and T.O., Shasky and I can moderate it. You guys can sit down here. We'll meet somewhere, maybe in Phoenix, Arizona, and have you guys sit down, shake hands, and talk about that moment. Do you plan on doing that anytime soon?
No, actually, I'm over it. I'm saying I'm over it. I'm over it is trying to find that NFL camaraderie, I guess, that you'd hope to have. See, here's the deal, and you guys need to know this, and all your listeners need to know this. I actually tried to, after I retired, he was still playing. He came to the Cowboys. Remember that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I was on the sideline with the dude. I'm at the sideline. That was the first time I was like, you know what? I can corner this dude right here. He can talk to me. We can shake hands. We can hug it up. We can do whatever. He wouldn't talk to me at all then, and we've had other opportunities since then. And so now, 22 years later after this, I'm really just kind of, hey, man, he can go on Kevin Hart and do what he wants. He can go in Twitter and your San Francisco 49er chat rooms and all that kind of stuff and talk about, how he perceives it. But I don't care, now, shoot. I'm doing my thing, he's doing his thing, and it can be that way. How about that?
They're totally fair. I mean, I'm not going to tell you otherwise, George. I'm afraid I'm going to get knocked from behind. So who's going to win this weekend, man? I know you're going to try to roll with your Cowboys. You guys haven't beaten anybody of substance all year. Come on, man. You ain't taking the Cowboys this weekend, are you?
Oh, yes, I am. For sure I am. But I'm going to tell you why, to be fair. And, no, you're right. We haven't really played well against the teams that we need to play against. Now, the playoffs are a whole lot different. But here's the deal. You guys, I think we can figure out a way to try to control Debo. He's going to be everywhere. He's a man. I know you guys got a lot of offensive weapons. I'm really worried about him. I think we can figure that part out. What I think is going to happen is I think our offensive weapons, our wide receiver crew is better than you guys' secondary. And I think that's going to be the difference in the game. If we can establish any kind of run game, we can get some shots over the top. I'm picking it that we're going to win by 3 points if Greg Zuerlein can make a kick when he's supposed to. So I'm not going to go, hey, we're going to blow you guys out and all that kind of stuff. I don't. I think it'll be a close game. I think we'll win by 3 points.
Hey, George, you're a great sport, man. It was good to catch up with you.
Yeah, seriously.
That moment lives on forever, whether you like it or not. I know people don't even know that you played on that Bama team that won a national championship. They know you for that play right there, or not even a play, the hit after the play when you knocked T.O. off the star. Iconic moment, whether we want to admit it or not. George, thanks so much for the time today.
Hey, just watch yourself because I know where your radio station is. And when I'm out there, I might be coming through to hit one of y'all in the back of the head since y'all hit me.
Hey, man. I'm not trying to get.
I'm not take an off day.
Hey, I don't need Mr. Miyagi karate chopping me, dog. Come on, all right?
Yeah.
Dog, we don't need no problems. I don't want no smoke with you, George.
Thanks for your candor, for real.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right, George Teague here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That's a lot of fun.
Wow.
That was a lot of fun.
B.
What?
He just unloaded a clip on T.O.
I know.
I mean, let's call it what it is.
Get it out there.
I mean,
at T.O. Let's see if he responds. We gave T.O. a chance to get on the airwaves.
Wow.
We gave T.O. a chance to get on the airwaves. At T.O., George Teague said it. Look, he didn't want that smoke.
He goes, I was on the sideline when he became a Cowboy, and I was like, I was sizing him up. I was ready to go. I'm like, whoa.
Dude.
I mean, that was an unbelievable unveil right there.
And he said it so calmly.
Oh, that guy's serious.
Oh, yeah, he's about that life. He's about that life, dog. If you didn't know, he said I was practicing Taekwondo. He's about that life, man. By the way, people on Twitch and YouTube, they are rolling right now, man. It is hot right now, especially after the simulcast. Look, people were saying, man, Bonte, I'm worried about you in Dallas. Don't worry. I'll have my head on a swivel. It's all good. It's all good.
7 minutes. Go nowhere.
Yeah.
John Lynch, the GM of your San Francisco 49ers, makes his glorious debut on the Morning Roast. Bonte, I'm ear to ear. I am grinning. We're already buds with Bob Myers. I'm gonna, I'm about to get in there with Johnny Lynch. Let's go.
No begging. No begging.
Oh, there ain't no begging. There ain't no begging.
No.
This is a football meat sandwich of a conversation.
Right,
a real football convo.
There we go.
With a real hard-hitting safety.
Don't ask them for sweet tickets at Lambeau Field next week when the Niners stop the Cowboys.
You don't kiss on the first day. You got to wait till the second or third.
Oh, I wish all our other interviews you thought like that. Let's go to Chambry in Arizona. Chambry and then Sean, and we got to get to Lynch. Chambry, got about 30 seconds here. What's up, Chambry?
Niners.
Hey guys, appreciate it. I'll just make it real quick, man. This has the potential to be one of the best weekends ever. I mean, I just got Pizzade yesterday. It's Friday today. Got a 3-day weekend coming up. I agree with you guys about George Kittle, but hey, I think Jennings is going to go off on this game, bro. Because you think about it, they're going to be focusing on Debo, IU. And they're probably going to be expecting Kittle just how we expected. So I think Jennings is going to start becoming the red zone target for us. And I got us 33-27 or 38-27. Let's go, baby.
All right, let's get to Sean real quick in Pittsburgh. Then we got to run. Sean, got about 20 seconds here. What's up?
Them Cowboys, man, they soft as baby is. You know, in the Bay Area, we do a little different. We finna win 27-17. Y'all know what's up. Thanks for putting me on.
Let's go.
Absolutely. All right, coming up here, John Lynch, the GM of the San Francisco 49ers. He makes his debut here on the Morning Roast, and that's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Zoom, how the world connects.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details. Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a week it's been. What a show it's been here on a Friday. Good morning, everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shifts. To everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Roasters, what is happening? Spadoni and Curly. And Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We're here on the Morning Roast, taking you up until 9 o'clock. And for the first time in the history of the Morning Roast, it is John Lynch of the San Francisco 49ers, the GM of the 49ers, of course, a Super Bowl champion with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers by way of Stanford. John, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Bonte. Hey, Joe. How you guys doing?
Oh, man, we're so fired up. It's Cowboy Week. It's Cowboy Week. And you're from and John, you're from San Diego. You went up to Stanford, and you entered the draft in 1993 at the apex of the Niners-Cowboys rivalry. So before we get to the game and Jimmy and all that good stuff, what was it like being a player coming out of Stanford? You go into the NFL draft. You get drafted by the Bucs. You're like, man, the Cowboys and Niners. What did that mean to you when you entered the league?
Yeah.
Well, it was incredible. You know, I was really hoping I had the great fortune of playing with a bunch of Niner connections up at Stanford. Denny Green, who had been part of the Niner organization, was there my first 3 years, recruited me out of San Diego, and then, you know, Denny decides to leave. I'm playing minor league baseball, and some guy named Bill Walsh calls me up and says, "Hey, I'm your new coach, and I want you to come back and play." And you know, along with Bill came Keena Turner and Billy Ring and Mike Wilson and Guy Benjamin. So there were a lot of Niner ties, and anybody who was a fan of football was a fan of Niners at that time. They were known as the organization that was the most first class, that did it the right way, that was winning championships. And so, you know, everyone knew about the Niners. Everyone knew about the Cowboys. And to be honest with you, I was a little bummed because I was going to Tampa. That was the worst organization in all of sport at the time. And, you know, once I got there, I took on the challenge of, hey, you know, let's turn this thing around. And fortunately, a couple years later, a couple guys named Sapp and Brooks came in to help me and the rest of the guys out, and we were able to come full circle. But yeah, it was everyone who was a fan of football was a fan of those kind of rivalries, and that was it. Kind of when I entered the league.
You know how excited I got when you said Mike Wilson and Bill Ring? And I mean, geez, we're getting so fired up. And that's old school San Francisco 49er football. And that game on Sunday, I mean, it's been a roller coaster year for the team, for the organization, for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I get to what he did in that game and the decision for you guys to go to Jimmy Garoppolo in that game. Is that you? Is that Kyle? Are you guys working with Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, how do you even decide that he's going to play in that game? And then you stick with him even though you're down 17-0. Like, take us through how you guys come to that decision.
Yeah, that's ultimately Kyle's decision. Now, I'm always humbled and thankful and grateful that when we decided to do this, we decided to do it together. And I think he likes my perspective. I think he relies on it, and so we're always talking. As I recall, I think Tuesday of that game, we had a lot of discussions, and I was off-site attending to some things, and Kyle just called me, and he said, "Hey, man, I had Jimmy in my office. I told him, I want you to go outside with the trainers and your quarterback coach, Rich Scangarello, and Kyle told me, he said, I told him I wasn't going to go watch, but I eventually gave in and went out there, and I want you to go throw, because we were told by the doctors, our doc and then the specialist, Dr. Shin down in L.A., there's always a guru for every part of the body. Well, he's the guy right now, and he said, listen, it's purely, pain tolerance, number one, and this is a painful thing, and then number two, it's how can he function, and so provided those two things, he's clear in everyone's mind. So we were comfortable with that, but it's a tough deal to throw the ball with. And so, long story short, Kyle told Jimmy, hey, I want you to go out there. I want you to test it. If you're ready, you come back and tell me I'm ready, Kyle, and it's your game. And that's exactly what happened. Jimmy went out and did that. You still want to kind of what is the old saying, trust and verify, and so we trusted Jimmy, but then you want to see it in practice, and it looked really good in practice, and and then I really commend Kyle, I commend our guys for the fortitude to kind of stay with who we are in that game. I think it was so essential that we scored those 3 points before the half, knowing that we had deferred to start the game, so you get the ball coming out of the half, and I really believe that allowed us to stay with who we were and our game plan, and thought it was a masterful job by our coach and staff and our players just to have the strength and belief to overcome down there. And we were buoyed by fans who stuck with us the entire game, man. They had really taken over SoFi Stadium. You could see the red all over, and they never wavered. They were right there with us, and it was ugly at first, and fortunately they stayed with us, our guys stayed with it, and the rest is history.
We're talking to the Hall of Famer John Lynch, the GM of the San Francisco 49ers, as they get ready to play the Cowboys in a wild card game on Sunday. Kickoff at 1:30 down at Jerry's World. The former Buccaneer won a Super Bowl, of course. And, John, you talk about that game. You guys come out of halftime, you score, you get the ball back, you run the ball 10 straight times. Debo throws a touchdown to Jawad Jennings to tie the game. Just, it was crazy. And then, I don't know if you heard Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly. She was saying, I've never seen it before. We had to use a silent count. Is that one thing that has kind of surprised you with this 49ers fan base, that at how well they travel? You came here, you said brick by brick, and 49er fans have bought into that. But have you been surprised at how well Niner fans travel to other cities?
It's unbelievable. It's blown my mind. I was a part of an organization at the end of my career in the Denver Broncos, and the Broncos really had a regional fan base. I think you credit John Elway and some of those their success in the 80s and into the 90s where they were winning Super Bowls. And so I thought that was this kind of, we'd go to San Diego, my hometown, and the Bronco fans would be all over. Man, I was blown away when I got here. The reach of the Niners, and you credit all those legends, the Bill Walshes, the Joe Montanas, the Ronnie Lotts, and Keena Turners, and all the guys building what they build. And I think, back then, I'm 50, so I was growing up then. Everybody watched the same games, and it was usually watching Madden and Summerall, and they were calling the games. And so, when people say, why are there fans all over? I think that's why. It was a team people could identify with. They had a style to them. There was a brotherhood. They were known for doing things the right way. But, man, it is unbelievable. Wherever we go, the Midwest, the East, the Southeast, it's wherever we go, our guys show up, and the faithful shows up, and it's an awesome sight. I love going around and asking these people, like, where are you from and why are you a Niner fan? And they all have a story, and it's fascinating to me.
Shasky brought up the roller coaster of a season, right? And we've been here on the morning radio. We're diehard Niner fans. We grew up here, John, and we've had a roller coaster of a season. We've been on, we've been off, we've been going crazy. And you guys were 3-5 after losing to Arizona at home. 3-5. They come in with Colt McCoy, and I think that's been as down as his fan base has been on you guys. And you guys rolled a 7-9, winning 7 of your last 9. Take us behind the scenes of what this season has been like. You had the Trey, Jimmy aspect. You had Kyle on the sideline trying to manage the quarterback situation. You guys have had injuries. COVID-19 has been a monster this season. Take us behind the scenes, because I feel like a microcosm of the season was watching you in the suite at SoFi Stadium
yes.
watching the Saints-Falcons game while you guys are losing 17-0.
Oh man, that was brutal. I worked with a lot of those people at Fox, and most places we have a TV in front of us, so you can, people will say, "Hey, John, you're on TV. Give me a heads up, so you're not picking your nose, or you're not doing something." Well, this week the TV was behind me, so I had no clue, that the TV was on me the entire time. Otherwise, I would have been a little more composed. But what the heck, I kind of got riding with the faithful. I think they inspired me just to let it go. But this season, you're absolutely right. It was, I think you're exactly right in that last week's game was kind of a microcosm of our season. And, what I'm so proud is that this league is not easy, and we had high hopes, and I think rightly so. We have a very capable roster. We've got star players. We've got role players. But this league is tough, and you're right. 3-5 was the low point. I will say, I think the week before in Chicago, I think we kind of found our groove, and that's why it was so surprising coming back and playing Arizona and just laying a massive egg, because I thought we had kind of found who we were. And to get beat by Colt McCoy and all that, by that team that badly in our own home place, and it had been a long time since we'd won a home game, that was low. But I think you just speak to leadership throughout an organization, and I think our players first and foremost deserve the credit. They stuck together. They knew we were getting some people back health-wise, and that was going to help us. They also knew that players and things that weren't working, the emergence of Brandon Ayuk, the selflessness of like an Eric Armstead, who's a defensive end who would go down in nickel situations to go full-time because Javon Kinlaw had been injured. That's a selfless thing to do, and when you have people that are willing to have their teammates' backs and do things that maybe aren't in their best interest or they feel like at the time, but they say, you know what, for the team, I'll do that. I think those are, those were things that were huge to me. There was the issue of a couple quarterbacks, but that's one thing we knew going in. We were going to have a strengthened quarterback room, and we knew that we could win with either guy. We had a ton of belief in Jimmy. Jimmy was hurt early. Trey comes in, and unfortunately, he got nicked in both his starts. But then we found our rhythm, and now it's been kind of an avalanche of momentum, and it hasn't been perfect, but we are capable of playing with and beating anyone when we're on our game, and now it's playoff time. You better be on your game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We got 49er GM John Lynch with us right now on the Morning Roast. You bring up the quarterback room, and Trey, Jimmy, me and Bonte are ready to strangle each other every day talking about Jimmy and Trey for the last almost close to a year now, and I'm sure fan base in general is losing their minds. But Jimmy Garoppolo had, I thought, his finest moment in a 49er uniform down in SoFi Stadium. You've seen a lot of games. You've watched a lot of them. It's been an up and down year for the team, the quarterback, just the oscillating between the two players. How good did that feel for Jimmy on a personal level Samuel, when you've been talking about, I'm going to give you a chance to compete since day one, since you guys made that trade, for him to have that moment in that second half and into overtime to do that, how good did you feel for him on a personal level?
Oh, man, he's so easy to love, and when we got him, that was the thing that we always spoke of, that he's not a typical quarterback. You find him all the time sitting with, we used to be able to sit before COVID with other people and eat, but he would always sit with the practice squad offensive linemen, he's one of, even though he's not, because the quarterback is never just one of the guys in a building, he really is just one of the guys. I think it's like the Midwest values, the way he was raised. His teammates love him. They love him for his grit. I think the fact that he even lined up last week, a lot of people wouldn't have done that at that position. So I thought it was incredibly tough. But Jimmy's clutch, too, in the big moments after, it's not always going to be perfect and you're going to make mistakes, but I think his ability to bounce back, and then I don't think he ever gets the credit. Kyle's talked about it, for how talented of a thrower that he is. And, the coolest thing is to see the belief his teammates have in him, and he's earned that. And so to see him go out there on that, and we don't win that game without him. We're all aware of that, and the cool thing for me is that both things can be true. Trey played excellent and grew up right before our eyes the week before against the Texans. The first half wasn't great. He was kind of finding himself. That second half, that was some big time football, and so we would have been comfortable going for him, but we felt Jimmy had earned the opportunity. That was our best chance, our best situation, and that's the one thing with Kyle. There's never any gray. He makes a decision, and bam, we go. And so, but I couldn't have been more happy for Jimmy and for all of his teammates. And these guys are excited. They're well prepared. We've had a tremendous week of practice, and we'll finish that throughout the weekend. But today, finish a Friday, which is always a fun day around here, kind of wrapping up the details, and then we'll get on a plane and go to Dallas and the calm before the storm.
Oh, we cannot wait. Cowboys Niners this Sunday. Talking to GM John Lynch. John, I'm just looking at the team that you've assembled, right? And you're not going to bat 1,000 in the draft every year, but man, that 2019 draft with Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa, I mean, talk about football players. I mean, you were a football player, could play in any era. These dudes are unbelievable. Bosa, put him to the side for a second. Debo Samuel is such a unique player. You got him at running back. You got him as a ridiculous wideout, catching 18 yards per reception. He's an absolute game changer. Is he better than you had ever anticipated? Because I can't believe the way Kyle's using him, and he's just so explosive and so fresh. No one can tackle him on the outside. He's still making plays downfield. He's just been a monster for you guys this year.
He is, and yes, he is better than we ever could have expected. We had high hopes. We really identified him, and I've talked a lot about it. We had the benefit. I don't recommend it because it means you had a lousy season the year before, but we had the benefit of coaching the Senior Bowl, and Debo Samuel was on our team. And, the cool thing, I remember being in the, you're always, before the Senior Bowl, Jim Nagy is like the president. He runs the Senior Bowl, and you're not really supposed to, but you can kind of make a couple requests. You help Jim throughout the year on identifying guys that should be in his game, and I said, Jim, there's a few players. It was Adam Peters and I in my office, and Jim, there's a couple players we want. Debo Samuel's one. We want the opportunity to coach him. Can you put him on our? And there's always the other GM probably wanted him too, but there's trading going on, and you kind of have to prioritize. And he was at the top of our list. And man, that week just solidified that if we had the opportunity, we'd go get him, because in addition to the skill set, there was this just kind of infectious personality that the guy was always smiling, but yet he was all ball. And then as for the talent, it's funny what makes up genius, and Kyle is because the way, and his staff, for the way they're utilizing him. But I chuckle because we used to say in the draft process, once he gets the ball in his hands, he's like a running back. Well, never did it dawn upon us, put him at running back. It was, but, you start giving him reverses, and then, you kind of morph into this. But it presents legitimate challenges. I think of it from a defensive, if you've got a DB covering him, a nickel covering him, well, and all of a sudden he's in the backfield. Now that nickel's in the box playing linebacker, it's just a ton of challenges. Where is he going to line up? And then that's just before the snap. And then once the ball's snapped, good luck tackling him one-on-one or 2-on-1. I mean, he's a fabulous player. He's in his own way very much a leader of this team, and man, he's dependable. He loves the big moments too. Like that pass on Miller, rushing him, and I'll tell you, in practice, it wasn't real pretty him throwing those last week. I don't know about this play, but you talk about some guys just rise to, when it matters most. They bring out their best, and that was the best throw he threw all week, and he threw it like a fadeaway, getting bum rushed.
And Jawad Jennings, it was such a good pass. Jawad Jennings almost dropped it. He bobbled it around there after you guys read it 10 straight times. So John Lynch, the Hall of Famer here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 A Game. Trey Lance, how would you assess his rookie season?
I think it's been awesome, and a lot of people, I'm sure, think, man, this guy's crazy. What do you mean he hasn't played that much, But we had a plan for Trey, and I think, the plan was to take it week by week, and we just wanted to see constant growth and development. And the thing I'll tell you about Trey, we're more excited about him today than when we drafted him, and that's because the amount of horsepower he has. And when you're trying to find a franchise quarterback, you're looking at everything. You're looking at the competitive greatness that I was talking about when the moment's big, how are they going to respond? You're talking about the physical traits and tools. He's got all of those. The mental capacity, Kyle's going to challenge a quarterback and any player for that matter. Can he handle that? Absolutely. You check that box. And then, a lot of it's just experience. And the best way to get that's on the field, but we also had a team capable, so we were going to make the best decision. So we've been very creative and as to how we try to further that growth without him playing game reps, and I've seen him get better right before our eyes, and he's also got that quality of like Jimmy. He's just a guy that people love and like, and his teammates have that respect for him, and it's been awesome to watch Jimmy and Trey, develop their relationship and be, and I give Jimmy all the credit for that, because it'd been easy to say, hey, get out of my room. Instead, he's done nothing but help the kid, and it's been awesome. And I think that's kind of representative of the feel that this team has for each other. We all have each other's backs, and that's what makes you feel so confident going into this playoff run. We got to go do it, and we got a huge challenge with the Cowboys. They're very talented and then really good team that presents a lot of challenges, so we know we have our work cut out, but we are extremely confident.
John, why do you think Jimmy doesn't get respected around the league? Like, a lot of people look at Jimmy, they look at the build. He doesn't throw the ball deep, and there's all these little complaints about Jimmy Garoppolo. Why do you think that is?
I don't know that. I think even smart football people, and I don't blame them. When we're in the playoff run in 19, and I think versus Green Bay we threw it 9 times, or maybe that was Minnesota. I think people take that as Kyle doesn't trust him. No, we're just imposing our will running the ball, so why wouldn't you? And thing I love about Jimmy is he don't really care about that. He's a former linebacker, and I think some of that mentality stays in there, and he just wants to win. And I truly mean that. Sometimes people say that, and I'm sure he'd love to have 320 yards like he did this last week every game, but Jimmy just does, and I think maybe our style or whatever leads to that. And then I don't know, sometimes people are jealous when you're good looking, when you got the world by the people say, man, this guy's too perfect. I don't know what the reason is, because if people knew him, I mean, he's about as easy a guy to like as you'll ever find.
Yeah.
Even when I screwed up and unknowingly, liked the tweet, I call him. He's like, John, you don't need to call me. I know who you are. I know your heart. That's who the guy is.
John, my wife would have killed me if I was on my phone during church. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. She would have been all over me. She steals my phone for dinner. I mean, for crying out loud.
We're not allowed to use phones at dinner, John.
Let me give you a little context, because I have gotten heat from my parents for that one. It's Christmas Eve Mass, so you got to arrive early to get a seat. So we were there at for a 4 o'clock Mass at 3. And then I'm sitting there, and all right, let's see what's going on in the football world. And that's all I'll say about that. We got other things to worry about, but I digress.
Don't look at your mentions. Mute. That's what we do on this show, man, John. It's all good. Hey, DeMeco Ryans, man, I judge a person on how they act when adversity hits them. I mean, you lose your starting corner, you lose D Ford, you lose Javon Kinlaw. The linebacker situation has been, who's healthy? Like, that's who we're going to play this week, and you just get nothing but unbelievable production. Arden Key, what a great signing this was. Nick Bosa has been a monster, leading the league in double teams, still got 18-some-odd sacks, and Eric Armstead playing at a high level, Jimmy Ward, I'm looking at what you guys have done on the defensive side of the ball and the growth of DeMeco Ryans and the ability to find a guy who's never been a coordinator. I'm just so impressed with the defensive side of the ball. We never talk about it, and here you guys are, top 10 again this year. It's been an unreal year on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and DeMeco has done such a great job, and you talk about all those things. How about losing your number one corner in week one, and then your number two corner, Emmanuel Mosley, hasn't played most of the year, because of various injuries. And so for him to overcome that and the poise, and, DeMeco is one of those demeanors. He was always a captain when he played, and he's not a really loud guy. He's the words he speaks carry a lot of weight, because first of all, there's an intensity, there's a respect that he's earned from everyone, and he's a man of few words, but his words are very poignant, and he just exudes leadership. He's got a little of intimidation because he's a big man. He looks like he could still play. Yeah, I think half the guys are afraid of him, and but they all love him and respect him. And he's one of the I keep saying this, but he really is one of the kindest people you'll ever meet. But he doesn't blink in the face of adversity, and he has just been incredible. Kyle, I think, head coach down in Houston, knew of DeMeco, and so when we put together our first staff, he was the choice at linebacker coach. And early on, we identified, when we started having success, Saleh's not going to be here forever. Who's next in line? And DeMeco was an easy choice because he's just got so much to him and so many great qualities. But you still don't know until he actually has that opportunity. And he's been just tremendous. And as for opportunities in the future, we're going to enjoy them while we have them. Because
I was going to say, John, get the wallet out. Get the wallet out, man. Let's get this guy right now. We don't want to see him leave, man. He's been great for you guys.
Yeah, we'll keep him here as long as we can, but you can't stop a guy if he's got head coaches opportunities, nor would you want to. And
no doubt,
I know that's in his future, and someone would be making a really wise choice. So. But the cool thing about DeMeco, he's just laser focused on the task at hand, and right now that's the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, we can't wait for Sunday, John. This was a lot of fun. We could talk to you until the rest of the show, man. You're a great talker.
Back,
we'll have you back on if you have the time for us, man. I'm flying down to Dallas. I can't wait to go to Jerry's World to see this playoff game. Niners-Cowboys. Shasky's a big-time Niner fan. This was a lot of fun, man, talking about the 49ers. You guys make the playoffs. There was a lot of up and downs, but, man, you guys are playing a wild card weekend. It must feel great.
Yeah, we're in the tournament, and that's where you want to be, and we're just looking forward to a great game on Sunday with a lot of the faithful down there. So safe travels to everybody, and go Niners.
Hey, John, safe travels to you
Niners
as well.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and on behalf of Niner fans, thank you for all these memories these last couple of years. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Anytime.
Awesome.
Anytime, Hall of Famer.
Awesome.
And GM of the 49ers, John Lynch, here on the Morning Roast. We got to run. We got to get to Everson Walls. What a fun 25-minute interview. Download the Odyssey app right now to replay that bad boy. John Lynch making his debut on the Morning Roast. And Shasky, he's officially a roaster. John Lynch is officially a roaster. What's coming up on the game, brought to you by Extragen Corporation. Everson Walls.
Extragen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact thermometers are not
So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider and are only available if the provider determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. You pay just $30 for a month's supply. And right now, get your first online doctor's visit totally free when you go to forhims.com/joy. That's right, free. Zero copay, no expensive appointments, no awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims connects you to doctors online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe your ED medication. And a pharmacy sends it right to your door. Hims makes it affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get 2 great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
What a week it has been here on the Morning Roast. Look, we know the Warriors got blown out in Milwaukee last night. We're just going to ignore that one. We're going to just, you know what, burn the tape, burn the tape. We know the Warriors play the Bulls tonight, but burn the tape from last night. We're 2 days away from Niners and Cowboys.
1986, there ain't no tape. It's all digital, dog.
No, well, burn the digital tape. Delete the digital off the space. Clean up your data. Clean it up.
If you missed John Lynch, we just had John Lynch on. Go on to the Odyssey app right now. Download it onto your phone, Android, whatever you got, right. iPhone. You can go back and listen to it. It started at 8 o'clock today. If not, maybe you missed it, you can go to our YouTube page. It'll be posted up there. You can scroll back live. You can also go to our Twitch page, search 957 The Game. John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, 30 minutes of football gold.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. And in 20 minutes, don't forget, we have the flex moment of the day, the Xfinity flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a flex moment of the Morning Roast today on a Friday. That is coming up in actually 15 minutes. 15 minutes, the Xfinity flex moment of the show. John Lynch. What's the biggest takeaway you have from John Lynch? There's a few here with me, and I'll start it. He thought the team got rolling in Chicago. Remember the night before in Chicago, he gave the pregame speech. Nick Bosa admitted it after the game, like John Lynch talked to us Saturday night. They had a big win in Chicago. Then he said the lowest point was that Arizona game, and he was just shocked at how they laid an egg. But he said nobody flinched. Nobody flinched inside that organization. And I thought that was real interesting. As the jackals, as Guru like to say, like you and I and everybody, oh, man, bitch Jimmy, oh, man, Shanahan this and Shanahan that. They really rectified their season and won 7-9.
Yeah, and then him saying that Trey Lance's season has been a success, that he's got nicked in both games. I was like, oh, did he get hurt in the Texas Houston Texans game? Maybe I didn't see that. The other thing is that talking about the unwavering belief between him and Kyle Shanahan when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think we've all speculated, Kyle and Jimmy, and like there's levels to relationships and things like that. And I think them reacting during the game like, hey, we still got faith in Jimmy, and the fan base is losing their minds, go to Trey Lance, like that was interesting to me. And then DeMeco Ryans, how they identified him 3 years ago.
No doubt. You heard the rumors about DeMeco Ryans a couple of years ago. There's no doubt he was on spot out with that one. And also the whole Green Bay game where they threw the ball 8 times and, hey, we just wanted to impose our will.
Didn't you?
I did, because that's football.
Yeah.
That's football. Let's go to Everson Walls. He knows a lot about football. He won a championship with the New York Giants. I don't want to bring up that NFC Championship game. I don't want to bring up Matt Barr. So instead, we're going to bring up the catch, which happened, 40 years ago last Monday, Everson. We'll start there. We're not going to talk about 1990, the Roger Craig fumble. No. You're in San Francisco. We're talking about the catch, Everson. Good morning.
Hey, I love your honesty, man. I love it.
Hey,
you know, you can be crass. This is your show. You can be crass all you want. I love that, man. You don't want to hear about any good Cowboy stuff, no good Giant stuff. Let's go straight to the heart. Let's go straight to the heart.
You know what, Everson? We could start there with the NFC Championship game when you're a New York Giant. That one, I still watch that game over to this day. I was 8 years old when that game happened, all right? 8 years old. I happened to stumble into it a couple of weeks ago, and I ended up watching the whole game just because I remember crying as a baby when Matt Barr kicked that field goal. I'm thinking, the Niners are supposed to three-peat. How do we let Big Blue come in? And you guys had that iconic regular season game that year where you won 7-3 on Monday night, or the Niners won 7-3 on Monday Night Football, and Phil Simms is barking at Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott's barking at him. So we can start there. That's one of the, honestly, Everson, being a Niner fan, that's one of the most iconic football games I've ever watched. It was an absolute bloodbath.
Craig fumble.
Hey, I tell you what's crazy. You know, I played with the Cowboys, of course, and the Cowboys 49ers. That rivalry started really in 1982. Well, really it started in 81 when they trounced us during the regular season, if you recall.
Yep.
I think that, you guys weren't even born yet. Were you born yet, Seth? Because you said
we were born in 82, but we know all about the history. Okay. You guys lost. You guys got smoked. After running up the score the year before. You ran up the score the year before. You got smoked.
I'm going to take you back to a beautiful day, 1981. Came to San Francisco. You know, we're the big dogs, man. We're the Cowboys coming in. These young pups, man. You had Joe Montana, I think, had been in the league for like 3 years. I think Dwight might have come in maybe a year after that. I'm not sure. But then here comes these young studs from the class of 81. You had Eric and you had Dwight. I'm not Dwight, but you had Eric, Ronnie, and then you had Carlton. Dwight Hicks was already there. Mm-hmm. So, you know, nobody was thinking about these guys. Like, they're young up-and-comers. Let's go out here and spank these young kids right quick as Cowboys, right? Man, they killed us. It was like 45-17. And y'all's number one secret, your secret weapon, was that crappy field that you had.
Candlestick?
Hey, it was crappy.
That's
not gonna lie. That's our crappy. That's our crappy palace. That's our crappy palace you're talking about, Everson.
I ran a 4.7 coming out of college. I ran a 5 flat that day.
How many times did you have to change your cleats?
We didn't change it once. We didn't bring any change of cleats. The equipment manager got trounced during that entire week because it's like, how could you not bring extra cleats? And they didn't bring enough when they did. So then we came back the next day, the next game, championship 1982. Man, our cleats were so long, I think they were like 1.5 inches. I don't think I could even run then because the cleats were too long then. But that was you guys' secret weapon. So, no, you guys really arrived to me during that regular season confrontation because that's when everybody was like, whoa, these kids are good. And like I said, it wasn't just the offense. That secondary, I've always said about the 49ers defense, those were the real studs of that team. Yeah. You know, you got Bill Walsh, you know, genius. You've got Joe and Dwight. You've got Freddie, you know, Roger. But it was that secondary. It was the Tina Turners, those guys. Of course, Fred Dean. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So you just had a team that was built up. How in the streets they say on the slick, right? On the slick, because no one saw it coming, and that to me that was the coming out really not in the '82 championship game, but it was back in October. That's when you guys really to me came on the scene.
Well, I want to get into the catch itself and kind of all the stuff that happened afterwards because Dwight's no longer with us anymore, but you are a great player. And I don't think a lot of the young people understand. They see the iconic still photo, they see the NFL films, and they see Dwight coming up and making that catch. I mean, I've learned a lot about the history of you playing the position. Belichick hypes you up like crazy when you came over to the Giants, but you led the league in interceptions 3 times. You were a first-team All-Pro 3 straight years. Like, it must be difficult for you to be like, hey, man, I was a ball player. I'm not just some scrub that was part of some, iconic play in NFL history. That must be hard to deal with on a daily basis, right, Everson?
Well, I must say this, and it's so funny you bring it up. I made the Pro Bowl that year, of course, and, after the game, man, that was my we were brokenhearted. But, at that time, the Cowboys were going to the Super Bowl a lot.
And I was very naive as a kid because I was a Cowboy fan. I was born in Dallas.
Wow.
I lived right down the street from the practice field, guys.
Wow.
I could wake up at 9:45 and make it there before the meeting started. You understand? I mean, it was home. I was living with my mom, dude. I was living with my mother. Okay?
That's crazy.
Guys were going to strip joints after practice. I was going home to get my lasagna from my mom. So that was my life. So then, here we have everyone after the Pro Bowl. It was just a dream season, except for, of course, that game. It was a dream season for me. I was undrafted, and here I am in the big time and on this stage. And of course, when the lights got bright, everyone saw Dwight jumping over, right? And so I didn't think as much of it. Of course, I was heartbroken. But after I came back from the Pro Bowl, much love at the Pro Bowl. I mean, some of the veterans were like, man, this young kid here, undrafted, go get your money. I had so many mentors at the Pro Bowl after that. It's ridiculous. It had nothing to do with the San Francisco game. Then all of a sudden I get back to Dallas, and, man, the carpet was waiting on me. But it wasn't a red carpet of welcome. It was a carpet of blood.
Wow.
Right? People were out for my blood. They were talking about I lost the game, and no one knew about any of the plays I made. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. I learned back in college, man, if you just play your butt off and you do the best you can and you can show it on video, you can show it on the paperwork, show the numbers, then you're going to get the credit you deserve. You're not going to get blamed for the game. Well, welcome to the NFL and welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, young man, because that's not how they do it in Dallas. No coach falls on his sword in Dallas. Okay, no organization says, hey, we don't regret putting in that undrafted free agent because this guy balled out all year long. No, that was not the Cowboy way at that time. So I had to start speaking up for myself. And, I'm not necessarily humble, but you don't like to go around sticking your chest out when you got your ass kicked, right?
Yeah.
But I had to, guys. I had to. I mean, no one was speaking for me. Everything was just about what I didn't do in that game. And so I'm the one, because you talked about my stats that game, I am the one that had to create that narrative because I got tired of people throwing me to the wolves.
Wow.
So then no one even mentioned my plays during the game. No one even knows. Forget the two. They knew about the two interceptions. They could ignore that. I even had a fumble recovery that game.
Yeah, Niners turned it over 6 times.
6 times. I'm glad you said that. I did not know until 2 days ago. 2 days ago, not 2 decades, okay? Not 2 years, 2 days ago that we actually had 6 turnovers that game. Wow. I thought we had like 4. I didn't know we had 6. So you're telling me that we can go to San Francisco, play this great team, and end up winning the championship, win the Super Bowl. We get 6 turnovers against Joe Montana, Bill Walsh offense, right? And no one mentions the fact that we still lose the game with those 6 turnovers. No. We don't mention that. Let's just throw this picture up here and throw my boy to the wolves. And it was easy for him to do that because I was undrafted free agent. They can say, well, that's what happens with undrafted free agents, right? So that's what I had to deal with. And if it wasn't for me, God, I had to damn near blow a horn to let people realize just, the plays that were made in that game. Yes, the play was my fault. There's no doubt about it. I don't have to throw myself on the sword. It's there. It's iconic. But dang, give a brother a break. I thought it was a great matchup. Right. I thought they were going to go out and say, this young man from Grambling State University, he was able to go tit for tat with Bill Walsh and Joe Montana. No, that was not the case at all.
Wow. You're a 3-time first-team All-Pro in the NFL, 4-time Pro Bowler, and you led the league in interceptions in 1981, 82, and 85. We're talking to Everson Walls, who was on the wrong end of the catch in the 82 NFC Championship game. Look, I know that picture. It sounds like that picture haunts you, but I want to go back to something that you said that, everybody in Dallas basically made you fall on the sword. You had to stick up for yourself. How did that feel going back? How did that feel going back to Dallas and playing? Because you guys ended up going back to the NFC Championship against Washington under Tom Landry. Then there were some dark years there in the mid-'80s for the Cowboys. Did you feel like the organization loved you after that?
Well, I tell you, it's funny you mentioned 1982 going back to the championship game, and I have to create all these narratives here because all of a sudden it's like, well, that catch was the beginning of the end for the Dallas Cowboys' domination in the NFL. And I'm thinking to myself, didn't we go back to the championship again that next year?
Yep.
So the narrative was always written to where it made things overly dramatic. I get it, man. You guys know how to write. You guys are wordsmiths and all of that. And, you're very good at putting words together and making stories sound good. But if it's bullshit, it's bullshit. I mean, that's just all it is. You can't say that that's the end of the dynasty if we're right back that next year in the championship game with a chance to go back to the Super Bowl. So, yeah, things just start to ring so untrue to where it became this. I don't know. It was like whack-a-mole. I had to keep knocking down all of these falsehoods about that play and how it affected my career and even the Dallas Cowboys' eventual reign in the NFL.
Yeah, Everson, I appreciate everything that you're saying today. Well, we love that you're leaning into all this. I'm reading, I read the book years ago, but The Catch. It's a book about the two dynasties, the Cowboys, the 49ers, and all the fallout, throughout the 80s.
Who wrote that?
Gary something or other. I can't remember. But in there, I read this article about you and Dwight Clark and the friendship that emerged from this particular play. And I read a bunch of different things in the local newspapers about, when Dwight was passing away, you guys had a legitimate friendship. Can you just, for our audience that doesn't know the story, explain how you and Dwight became friends and what he meant to you? Because he's no longer with us, and he's an iconic player, and people loved him. I mean, he's the guy you could reach out and party with and hang with, and he was dating Miss Universe. So take us through your guys' relationship.
Man, Dwight was always so cool from the get, really. I tell people about I think it was 1985. I had led the league in interceptions for the third time, and I was at I think it was following the 1982 season. I had led it for the second time, and Dwight went at a Players Association event that celebrated the leaders in each category. So Dwight had led the league in receptions, and I led the league again in interceptions. And I didn't know he was going to be there. I was there with my mom and my girlfriend at the time, who is my wife right now. And so we're just standing there. I think I'm pointing people out because, my mom kind of remembers some of the older guys, and my wife was learning all the younger guys that were coming up with me. And here comes this tall white dude. He kind of almost stumbles into us with a drink in his hand. And he's like, everybody liked him. He's pleasant as hell. And he's a handsome guy. He was just handsome. And so, no one was complaining that he busted into our conversation. And he just goes, "Hey, Everson, hey, did you get your money?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Guys, by the way, this is Dwight Clark." And so my mom's looking at him like, "Oh, okay, this is a name I've been hearing all this time. It's been identifying my son." And so he steps in and he starts telling me about how Kodak has paid him money for this and that. And all he had to do was say, "Hey, Joe threw the pass." And they wrote Joe a $5,000 check on the spot.
Wow.
Like, wait a minute, Kodak throwing out money like that, right? So I'm like, all right, I've been getting vilified for like 9 months here, maybe like 15 months or something like that. All I can see and hear is Barbra Streisand singing "The Way We Were." And I don't know if you guys remember that commercial, but the White Clarks catch the ball in slow motion.
Yes.
And it's all behind Barbra Streisand's "The Way We Were." And that's Kodak's commercial. It was a beautiful commercial, by the way. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I wish I was on the other end of that, And so I'm like, okay, let me call my lawyer. Call my lawyer. He calls them. They they screw over us, and next, that's all an attorney wants to hear is the word no.
Right.
So we just go at them, and but eventually, I appreciated Dwight for all of it. He did not have to come because Joe wasn't going to come up to me and let me know if he got paid for that.
Hell, no, he wasn't.
Dwight, he came up to me. I didn't even know Dwight at the time. Okay, we hadn't even been properly introduced, except for me looking at his ass in my face on that play. So, I mean, that was 1982. We really didn't get to be friends, or at least talk again until we retired, right? Until we retired. And that's when, I didn't know it at the time, but he was starting to feel some things. But it was about 4 years before he had passed on that we had started making a lot of money together on the catch. I mean, we raked it in. So, after a while, I'm kind of warming up to the catch thing, right? It's pretty good for me. Next thing you know, I'm getting checks here, getting checks there, and I'm getting to meet Dwight, and we talk about it, and, we got to sit there, and I always joke with him because all I had to do was sign the picture, right? Dwight had to draw the damn formation, guys. I had to sit here and watch him draw the formation and draw the play action and everything.
Oh,
before
man.
I signed it. So, I had to sit there all that time. I might as well get to know the guy, right? So, that's how we got to know each other, man. We just talked over and over. He got a bead on an appearance. I'd get a bead on an appearance, and we ended up doing about 4 or 5 of them together. And, you just learn about what a good guy he was, man. I just, really enjoyed him. So when things really started to go downhill for him, unfortunately, his people called me. Well, first Keena Turner called me. Keena was always that guy that invited me to his golf tournament, and he would invite me up to the 49ers. I'd come up there and up to the Bay Area, so the 49ers could ridicule me all they wanted while I played golf. And we ended up just having a good time with those guys. And let's be real, I was always friends with Dwight Hicks.
Right.
Extremely good friends with Dwight Hicks. Mm-hmm. Very good friends with Eric Wright. And so I was always part of that 49er deal, whether I wanted to be or not, because the guys just really, they really made me feel like they just really feel part of the class. We were all part of that 1981 class, which was an amazing defensive class.
Hell yeah.
We always celebrated that, man. We always did.
Hey, real quick, Everson. We got about 30 seconds left. That's a hell of a story.
I'm sorry I rambled, guys.
No, it's an awesome story. No,
Everson, you've been great.
It's awesome. I think our audience loves you even more now. Did you feel any vindication when the Giants won that NFC Championship game at the same stadium where that iconic catch play happened about a decade earlier?
Well, yeah, I did eventually, but during that game, if you recall, I gave it up to John Taylor as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. The only touchdown for the 49ers.
That's what they had. They had it on cue. The producers of the show, of the game, were like, okay, as soon as Everson gives up a play, we're going to run the catch again. I'm like, okay.
That's
so they had it set up. 9 years later, they were still haunting me with that catch. So, yes, that even made it feel even more so vindicated simply because of that. But let's be real, guys. That catch motivated me to be the player that I was because during that game, during that Super Bowl game, Bill Belichick put all his trust in me to call the plays for their squad, and he put me in that position during that Super Bowl game. And all of that really, I think, was a way for him to let me understand just how important I was to this team, to the New York Giants team. And during that entire game, guys, all I kept thinking during the Super Bowl was, they are not going to blame this shit on me.
And with that said, that's the perfect mic drop for Everson Walls. You're a great sport, man.
Thank you,
You're a great
Everson.
sport. We'll talk to you soon.
Man. Call me anytime.
Absolutely.
So you got Niners winning, right? Niners winning over the Cowboys?
Yeah. Oh, I meant to say something. Go Cowboys.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Everson Walls. Real quick, our Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Hit it, Spinode.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, he does. He's very good at, going the jar and standing behind his Twitter account. He had the opportunity to do something at the Star with me immediately at that game, and he didn't. So, whatever.
George
Teague
by Xfinity Flex.
George
the 4K
Teague.
streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
George Teague on TO. I didn't realize that bite was long. Xfinity
my
Flex
bad.
moment of the day. We both step over that one.
My bad.
What amateurs we are here on the morning roast,
That was
man.
Spadone's fault.
Yeah, that was we just got to be pro.
B, on the Everson Walls thing, what a great interview, number one. I love that he's leaned into it. Bill Buckner in hiding, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it because people just crushing him forever, but we forget how great Bill Buckner was. Everson Walls, like, you look at the page and you look at his Wikipedia and whatnot,
Right.
and then you hear in the book, the Bill Belichick book that he wrote that I'm reading right now, he's the only DB that he let do an unorthodox fundamental style of play because he was so good at duping quarterbacks into interceptions, and yet most people, you say Everson Walls, dude, they got beat by Dwight Clark. No. He was so much better than that, and I love that he leans into it and the relationship him and Dwight had. How cool was that?
Yeah, he led the league in picks three times, and he let off a couple S-bombs, but it's all good. Willard and Dibs, what's happening? Time for crosstalk here on a Friday.
Man. Yeah, the show just changed. I had no idea we could just say whatever the bleep we wanted. I'm telling you, join us at 9:15. Dibs is going to teach you all kinds of new cuss words, kids and campers.
Yeah, 4 letters at a time, Mark. I'm coming strong with the 4 letters. The idea that he got beat on the play, on the catch, that really kind of bothers me because, and ESPN's got the "you got mossed," which is kind of cool. Yeah, but you're holding up the picture.
Yes.
You're talking about a 6'4" guy with decent to pretty good hops at the absolute full stretch, catching the back of the football. Yeah, you got beat. Go ahead, That's just, that notion to me is ridiculous.
It reminds me of Iggy being immortalized as the guy who gets blocked by LeBron James. These things
Chase
happen.
down block.
An elite play that's super random, that's just unbelievable athleticism and sport at its finest, and you're on the receiving end of this. It's like, Iggy should have dunked it. It's like LeBron, the greatest chase down blocker of all time, did a LeBron thing.
I'm glad you got that out now because 9 to noon there will be no references to Andre Iguodala, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, or any of the other blue and golders. We're going to go and we're going to give them amnesty, Bonte.
Yeah.
And I know you're doing such a great job in your pre and post that you're living high with the highs and you are living low with the lows. And I loved it last night, Mark. Let's go to Bonte with Warriors halftime live. Hey, how you doing, Bonte? And it's like, they're down by 100. So.
I'm glad there was a halftime live. I was going to ask you if there was a post-game show last night, Bonte, because God love you, I was not there for it. That was the first time all year this team was so unwatchable. I'm like, what? I mean, my mom bought me a new wok for Christmas. I'm going to go bake some stir fry and turn the TV off and turn music on. I'm out.
Not to mention you lost the bet yesterday and your bet of the day with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, your boy was listening. I asked Mully, hey, we do our keys to the second half. I start laughing. Hey, Mully, keys to the second half.
Are you door crashing donuts to Dibs today as we speak?
No, it's a 3-week contest, and I'm actually in the cellar right now, but I loved your throw to Mully. You're like, hey, so Mully, second half keys to the game, stay healthy? I mean, can we play 0 guys and get away with it,
Stay thirsty, my friends. I was whining. I was whining in the middle of the game, too, because if you were listening yesterday, Bonte, I got forced into that Warriors pick. I wanted to take Memphis.
You sounded so confident.
I wanted to take Memphis.
No.
I wanted to take Memphis.
It was like, give me the plus 1.5.
Kyle
are winning. And I'm sitting in the car thinking like, oh, boy, does he not know that Bobby Portis and Giannis are going to cook? Like,
so then where do you put that tonight? Now they're on the second half of a back-to-back with no Klay.
You know
and
what?
The Bulls are -4.
I know.
Should be a cupcake, right?
No,
Just lay it in, Bonte. Should be a cupcake.
They moved up the start time, which kind of frustrates me. I was hoping to get an extra 30 minutes of nap time, so your boy's got to hustle to the crib. And then we got to get ready for
Speaking of whining,
I'm just like, when I heard, hey, they scored 39 points in the first half, and the 39-point deficit, they scored 38 in the first half. The 39-point deficit is the worst deficit at halftime for the Warriors since they moved from Philadelphia in 62-63. It's like, well, what are we watching for? And let me say, though, that second half went by fast. Your boy was home by 8 o'clock. It was like a running clock in football, right?
It did go by fast.
Yeah, it flew by.
It went so fast because I wasn't there. I was not there for the second half of this game. That was.
I love that. It's a good reminder. I got my CYO opener tomorrow, and year 35 for your boy with the stripes. I will be donning the stripes at some point today for the Twitch audience. I may even get.
Yeah, this is Marin County.
Yeah, I drew Corder Madera tomorrow. Neil Cummins. Cool. Anybody who wants to come through Neil Cummins. Although I'm being told they're
not allowed. Yeah, do not come through Neil Cummins.
In a lot of the,
only two adults per player. And I was telling Mark yesterday off the air, if number 11 makes a bucket and more than two people go crazy and start taking pictures, I'm stopping the game and someone's got to go.
Dibs, my team's 4-0 right now. San Francisco's been open, but no fans in the gym. No fans in the gym. It's actually refreshing. Honest to God, it's refreshing. The games are going by quicker. Yeah. There's nobody complaining or arguing.
It's for the kids. By the way, you want to know who loves that the most? And I hate to make every parent out there, because I'm one of them, feel like this. You know who loves no fans in the stands the most?
Coaches.
The kids. The kids absolutely love it. We used to do something on the soccer sidelines where one game per year, the whole league would say, we're going to try something. This is a no talking game.
We do the same with that. Silent Saturday.
You are not allowed to speak, parents, and the kids come off after, and you can tell they don't want to look in your eye and tell you, but they're like, that was the best game of the year by far. Dad wasn't telling me all the things he knew. He wasn't yelling at me to work harder. It was just like, shut up and let him play.
Pass it to Logan. Funny. Pass it to Logan. He's open.
Oh, my God.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour. Brought to you by Timeless Coffee. Our great friends at Timeless Coffee. Willard and Dibs. Hey, some breaking news here. Debo Samuel and Trent Williams named first team All-Pro by the Associated Press of the 49ers. Big time, man.
Sam Monson, who is from Pro Football Focus, best Irish accent going in America currently right now. He's advocating for Trent Williams for Offensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
I'm not a huge PFF guy, but I think it gives you a nice thumbnail sketch of. Well, honestly, Mark, and I look at the numbers and I cite the numbers, and sometimes those of us who aren't former pro or college football players, it's like, how did Brunskill play? Unless you watch every snap in the All-22 and just watch him. Yeah. So it's kind of a good shortcut to see, did they run the ball his way and did they do well? Yeah. And Trent Williams is the highest rated player in all of football. Aaron Donald's right there, but Aaron Donald can be DPOY, but Trent Williams can't be OPOY? Whatever.
It's interesting. That's a good way of putting it. All right, so let's get to the game this weekend, Bonte. What do you got? Give them your meat sandwich football breakdown on this game.
31-23. 31-23. 49ers. Yes, they get into the end zone 4 times. They hold Cowboys. They bend but don't break against the Dallas Cowboys. Hold them to a few Greg Zuerlein field goals, and they come out victorious. Yes, I'm a homer. That's my pick. It probably will be tighter.
How much money you're going to be spending with your girl on the flight over there.
I don't even want to think about that.
What the accommodations are looking like.
I heard money, and it just went through one ear. It came out the other. I'm not even looking at the credit card.
Baby Chez flies for free, which is good. So you can bring the baby.
Hey, she's staying home with the grandparents. Baby Chez. And she actually slept till 6 a.m. today. So your boy got a full night of sleep. Thank you, Baby
shout
Chez.
out Baby Chez.
Thank you, Baby Chez. And now she's sitting on the bed watching Cocomelons. You can't tell her anything right now.
MVP, most valuable baby right now. Baby Chez.
Right now. Let's wait a couple hours here.
Small sample. We've all been there, kid. We know. I mean, trust me.
How you guys feeling about this game, though? As you guys ignore the Warriors today, and I get it. We got them out the way in the first block when nobody's listening. First 25 minutes, nobody's listening, so you get them out the way then.
It was the opener.
Yeah, it was
and
the
we yanked
opener.
him right away. 3 batters, boom.
Totally.
They were Liam Hendricks from a few years ago.
Let me long.
I was feeling a lot better, but it's always an emotional journey when you start thinking about a game on Monday. By the time you get to Friday, you go back and forth a bunch of times. I've been super confident all week until you get to the point, and we'll dive into this in a second. It's like, why? What is the nature of our confidence? This team has been good. I looked it up. They've been good 3 out of their last 10 quarters. But the most recent quarter was really, 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 really special. And so that's the nature of our confidence. Colin Cowherd tweeted out yesterday, I was all over the Niners, and everybody is, and now it's become too trendy. The Cowboys have been hearing that all week. I'm now worried about it. And you know what? I actually think there's something there's something to it. I don't mean it because of
here's what
Colin's
it is, Mark.
opinion
It's
or whatever.
the 25 people scripting his show every single day.
I'm not getting into that. I'm talking about the fact that everybody thinks the Niners are going to win. Right. Everybody thinks the Niners are going to win. And man, at a certain point, you're like, if it's that easy, why is the number going the other way? Why is it 3.5? Why are you underdogs if it's that easy?
Well, just stick and stay. And this is a reminder to all of us, to all of you as commentators. Go ahead and make a pick, have an opinion, but stay with it. Exactly. This is like reverse devil tongue and all the other poppycock. I'm not saying you are, but if you are a major voice like that, it's either A, make it about yourself, or B, cover your bases, or C, both. And now he has both covered. So it's either C, I told ya, or I had it right all along. Yeah. Miss me with that.
And don't forget, he did his NFL picks, his Blazing 5 this year. He was like 38%. All right, so I'm not really trying to hear
your boy watches a lot of Cowherd
for this particular year.
My
all right, so
I didn't realize I was picking a scab over here. I was just like referencing a tweet. My God.
Look, when you talk about Rome and Cowherd, they got like 25 people writing scripts for them. They're going to say things that are going to generate the clicks and whatnot. I've watched every snap of the year.
Too, but
hey, look, he's successful. He's great at what he does, but let's call a spade a spade. I mean, Tom Cruise is acting. So is Colin Cowherd. I mean, why do you think he brings up Baker Mayfield every single day? So here's what I got 27-24 49ers. The key matchup early on for me, I'm telling you, it's Tyron Smith versus Nick Bosa. Once they realize Bosa cannot be blocked one-on-one, they're going to have to shift protection. The Niners will be able to get pressure with 4. Dak and the mobility or lack thereof is going to showcase itself. I think the Dallas Cowboys get down 10, fight their way back in. Niners hold on for dear life. I love George Kittle in this game.
There it is. Official predictions of the roast. Willard and Dibs, have a great one, man. Good weekend to you.
And give Guru
two
hell.
fine gentlemen.
Come on, Bonte. Keep the Warriors within 20 tonight, okay?
Hey,
keep them within 20 tonight.
Hey, all I'm looking at, Willard, 3:30 pregame, 4:30 tip, ESPN game. Keep the commercials short. Get me out of there by 7:30. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for tonight.
Fly safe, Bonte. We look forward to getting your live updates from Dallas. Big D.
Absolutely.
Niners.
Have a good one, guys. That's it for us. Have a great weekend, Roasters. Willard and Dibs. Next. Don't go anywhere, folks.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Here we go. Willard and Dibs all stacked up and ready. Brian Baldinger in 20 minutes. Tony Casillas at 10. Ricky Waters at 11. Sam Monson is going to be at 11:30. PFF. I appreciate it. That's nice. It's probably a 2, but you gave it a 3 because we're only 10 seconds in. There you go. It's Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. You're talking about Bonte flying safe. And I was almost going to say, like, hey, man, get out there, wear some red, make some noise, and maybe we'll get something funny from Dak Prescott's wife's podcast on Monday for our show. And then I thought to myself, I don't think Dak's married. Is Dak married?
It was crazy.
Is it going to be crazy in Dallas this weekend because Bonte's going to be there wearing the red?
No, it's going to be mildly infiltrative, I think.
Okay.
You're looking
an
at
infiltration sensation?
That's for you. It's $1. You can go ahead and sip on your nice coffee, Bev, and we'll get into your bobbleheads and your breakfast coming up and song of the day as well. We got so much tertiary content to get to, but I'm predicting it's going to be more of a 75-25 vibe, Cowboys to Niners.
It is a playoff game. The Dallas Cowboys do, unlike the Rams, have a fan base. So I would imagine there's a little bit more self-respect in that building. But I also think that the 49er faithful, as they always do, especially on the road in big games, they're going to show out. I don't think it's going to have that big of an effect on the game. I don't think we're going to be talking about silent counts and how crazy they are on Monday. I just think we're going to get a football game. And I do wonder. We get this every day when you do what we do, especially because the teams in the Bay Area that we follow the most right now, let's just call it, they're good. They're good. The Warriors are one of the best teams in basketball. The Giants had the best record in baseball. And the 49ers, while frustrating and topsy-turvy, are a playoff team. And so what that leads to, if you ever compliment, if you ever believe in your teams, here comes that big H word, homer. So I said, okay, let's go ahead and examine how we all feel, because each and every one of us, we all think the 49ers are going to win. They're on the road, they're the underdog, and we all think they're going to win. So, Dibs, where does that come from? What is it? Is it recency bias? Because if we do go over the last, as I said, I said 10 quarters. So the second half of the Tennessee game, all 4 quarters of the Houston game, which I would argue they were only good in the fourth, and then all 4 quarters of the Rams game, I would argue they were good in the second half. So if I get the fourth quarter in Houston and the second half in L.A., that leaves 7 other quarters where the 49ers stunk in their most recent games. Yet, we all believe the second half Rams team is the team that's going to show up on Sunday.
I think you're being overly simplifying. I think it's a simplification sensation because by they stunk, what you mean is the offense. And by proxy, he, with a capital G that rhymes with he that stands for Garoppolo. Thank you. And shout out to Music Man. I thought the defense has been pretty solid over the last handful of games. There's been spots.
Not on third down against Ryan Tannehill. They were a disaster.
Right, but that's a game where Houston, the offense should have put them in a better position to be able to defend. If you want to talk about units, what happens when my unit's defective? It's been the offensive unit that's been more defective than the defensive unit. Now, the defense on third down has had problems, but by and large, the best of the groups right now is the defensive line, and that's what makes you feel, I think, the best about their chances. Ezekiel Elliott has had a down year. Dak Prescott's been up and down, and this D-line has been eating.
Now, listen, you're not wrong. Let me set that up right away.
I'm right.
You're not wrong. However, they have not been perfect either in the quarters I'm talking about. First quarter against the Rams, this is the worry with the 49ers. If that pass rush, which has been eating, if it doesn't get to Dak Prescott, and we're talking about a veteran, smart, very good quarterback, and if they don't get to Dak, I mean, that receiving core is waiting for you. They are one of the best downfield completion teams in the NFL, and the 49ers are one of the worst downfield completion defensive teams. We know the score. We know the deal. Either get to the quarterback or they're going to throw the ball downfield, and the receiver's either going to be open or he's going to get PI. And that's what the Rams were doing in the first half. The adjustments will get made, but when the 49ers play, whoever gets the lead is such a big deal because of the way the 49ers like to play. It worked out on Sunday, but hell, we don't want it to look like that. We don't want to go through that again. How much hair do we have on our heads, Dibs? We don't want to go through...
The answer's not much. And I'm feeling like you're taking personal shots early today.
I mean, we don't want to go through that again. You don't want to fall down by double digits if you're the 49ers. It takes you out of your game plan.
Yes.
And so that pass rush, you're right, it's the straw that stirs the drink. But man, that's what I'm watching. I hope they got to get to Dak right away.
And you're right about the blueprint for this team. The ideal blueprint is with the lead, with the ball, time of possession, let that defense stay fresh and let them feast up front. It doesn't always work that way. And the fact that you were able to come back and beat the Rams the way you did is more of an outlier than it is the trend for this offense and for this team. But I look at a front that is doing it with more than just Nick Bosa. You know, Armstead is coming off a career game, and you've got Arden Key, who, thanks Raiders, appreciate that one, put on the curb with a free sign. It's a rare scoop and score. We one time got a 3-piece sectional in the marina that turned out to be incredible, with a bed inside the couch piece. It was an unbelievable bear to move that thing in. It cost me a couple of vertebrae, but that was a great scoop and score, like the Arden Key of couches. Shout out Chestnut Street. But we were out for dinner one night, and the ex is like, oh, my God, we got to, let's see if I can get my brother over here with a truck. So I sit there and I wait on the curb just north of Chestnut. At 45 minutes later, here's the truck, and away we go. But this defensive line, has been put together in a unique way, and they are going to be the best group on the field, I think, Sunday.
Arden Key is like something you pick up on Nextdoor now, man. Like you go, right? Like you go, that's all I use Nextdoor for. I don't care what my neighbors are doing. I don't want to go on there and tattletale on somebody whose dog is pooping in the wrong place. I'm going to Nextdoor because it seems like I move every year. And when I need a free dresser, I'm going to go to Nextdoor and type in the search bar, free dresser. Perfect. Next thing you know, I'm going down the street to pick up somebody's free dresser. The 49ers went to Nextdoor and typed in free pass rusher, and Arden Key popped up, and look what happened. I mean, he's the Lamont Wade of this year with the 49ers.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I would Javon Jennings was drafted, so he doesn't really qualify in that way. It would have to be a free agent acquisition that qualifies, and maybe it is late night Lamont, fourth quarter Key. I don't know if that's going to be the way it goes, but as you talk about how they can do it, and I know with so many people saying the Niners, they're the boutique pick to click this weekend. Of the 6 games, they're by far the most likely to pull off the road upset. All 6 teams on the road are underdogs, and so that scares a lot of people. I look at just the matchup, and Nick Bosa, the comments he made recently about how he thinks their tackles are beatable. If Nick Bosa can apply pressure, that's going to change this game for the rest of the D-line.
Well, Nick Bosa is always that, and if he thinks you're beatable, then quite frankly, you probably are, because he's one of the absolute best. We talked about him yesterday, potentially being comeback player of the year, which they should change the name. Player who was hurt last year, who's really good award.
Right.
It's kind of like coach of the year. That's my pet peeve award is coach of the year. Coach of the year is not the coach who did the best job. Coach of the year is whoever's in charge of the team that we thought was going to stink that didn't stink. That's why Gabe Kapler was the manager of the year and really appreciate it. And that's why he won, because everyone thought the Giants were going to win 74 games and they won 107. I don't know if he did the best job. He did a great job, but so did a lot of other managers. Yeah, there's a lot of other managers did a good job. We just saw them coming. We didn't see the Giants coming.
But I think they did so well, and they put a win mark on the board that was a franchise record, that one was one of those cases where the guy who probably did manage the best also won the award. And a lot of times in the NBA, they do a lot of, it's more like, hey, I can't believe this guy's never won it, and their team was pretty good. Let's give it to so-and-so. When you go 73-9 as a Warrior team, pre-KD, you should be coach of the year.
Is Steve Kerr the coach of the year, by the way, right now? I mean, based on the metric of, like, we thought you were going to be the 6 seed and you're trending as the 1 or the 2 seed, maybe Steve Kerr is the coach of the year. I doubt it. I
wish you would ask me that yesterday.
I know. Don't ask today. Holy hell. We got time to get to that. That was tough to watch. That was really, really tough to watch. All right. Brian Baldinger is going to join us shortly. We would love to hear from you all morning long at 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business text line is always open, of course, 888-957-9570. Hello to our Twitch and YouTube audience. You can always check us out there. Dibs is unbelievably good looking, underrated. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game, and you've promised a wardrobe change at some point today for the Twitch and the YouTube audience.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put the stripes on and start getting into the mindset because
Nice.
I got 7 games tomorrow in Corte Madera. Hourly tips, the opener at 9. So you start getting yourself into the mindset of being able to officiate, being able to adjudicate, make real judgments. Today, pick your battles. I'm looking for a 3rd straight victory. I feel like my judgment right now is razor sharp. And I've actually got 3 college hoop locks for you today, one of which I'll pick for PYB. But I'm giving out winners today like Halloween candy, babe. Little dance for you.
That is very exciting, and you know that we're. I mean, my gosh, I can't wait to see you in the stripes. I can't wait to see you in the stripes. So you're going to call the block. Will you give the audience maybe one block and a little hit for us, just to get the whole thing started?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
To make it really authentic, though, I'll have to go to the car and get my electronic whistle, my Fox 40, which is handheld. You don't use a whistle in the mouth during a pandemic. It's a handheld vibe, so maybe I'll showcase that as well.
Dude, do you? By the way, I mean, I get it. I understand indoor events right now, but 7 straight games running up and down with a mask on, does that get tough?
It gets a little bit humid. There'll be acne, which will be a resultant of it. I'm going with the K95, which is the industry standard, the CDC approved mask. I'll probably switch after game 4. Sanitizer at half court for any stoppage where I can swing by. Certainly halftime sanitizer, copious hand washing, and in general, just a complete shutdown.
K95, it makes me think. I had George Kittle. I did a big finish with George Kittle one time. Okay, this was at the other place a couple years ago. Did a big finish with George Kittle, and Kittle, we know his personality. It's not that he wasn't. Thank you. It's not that he wasn't into it. It's that, as I found out later, I think there was a team meeting that was waiting on him, and so when you're done with an interview, and then you're like, all right, let's fight around for 5 minutes, and the team is like, we're waiting for George Kittle, and some idiot is asking him what he likes on his nachos.
I love it.
It was, and I didn't know. Like, you don't know. I didn't know that he was. So I asked him, because this was at the beginning of the pandemic, I asked him, describe your favorite mask, because people have turned these into fashion statements, and they want stuff on their, and he was just like, what do they call it? A K95? I think it's a K95. Like, it was just a complete non-Kittle, non-personality answer. Yeah, it's just like K95. I'm like, all right, okay, we're all done here. That's George Kittle, everybody. Thanks for coming on.
That's hilarious.
That's a wrap.
The one mask that I have a hard time with is the mask that looks like a mouth. Like, you see the females with the lipstick-looking mouth mask. That
very uncomfortable.
With the matching skin tone. Yeah, it's a little too off-putting for me.
People were into at one point. It was like, it's a fashion statement, or I can, advertise for something. I think that was very late 2020. Then we got to 2021. Now it's 2022. People are like, for the love of crap. I mean, just let me get in the grocery store and get the hell out. Like, no one's trying to be, cool with their mask anymore. Everyone's just over it.
It's over. It's absolutely over. It's just, mask up. Don't be a mask hole. So I will be 7 games strapped on with the mask.
Yeah, and then I'm going to ask my son to take some video, because I wanted to come watch you call the block, and I do not have a relative playing in the game, and so I have been rendered ineligible for fandom at Corte Madera tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I think I might be cleaning house anyway. I'm in some kind of mood tomorrow where I'm looking to thin the herd. So and any parents who try to come in maskless, you're going to have to be run.
All right, and if my son's a little slow on the scoreboard, feel free to toss him as well.
No. He will be coached up and trained. We will get to a point in the day where the expectation, the bar will be at a certain level, and at that point, there's really only one thing that he could do that would be a violation sensation, and that's if he's on his phone. Because no phones at the table. Now, I will let him know, Mark. I will at halftime. You start the clock at 3:30. You got 3.5 minutes to TikTok, IG, do whatever you need to do, kiddo.
He's more of a Snapchat guy, but that's good. I would love it. Believe me, he hears me say, put your phone away at least 47 times a day. So another voice, we'll take it. I'm into it. Also this, you talk about where we're setting the bar. We can get to this a little bit after Baldy, because Baldy's coming up here in just a few. I feel like at the beginning of the year, all of us were really coming down hard. If there was one thing we wanted to pick that was frustrating us with the 49ers, it was their drafting. Aaron Banks and Ambry Thomas, and we were frustrated, and for good reason. I think the bar has moved suddenly within the last 2 months. Not so much that they didn't have misses or they've had bad drafts. 2017 was wonky. 2018, wobbly. 2019, elite. I mean, you start to see Colton McKivitz play well. Ambry Thomas becoming something else. I don't really judge 2021 yet because that's just going to come down to Trey Lance anyway. But there have been some things. Juwan Jennings, you mentioned him. There have been some things that have developed in the last 2 months that make the 49ers drafts look better than they did.
Yes, and it makes the Adam Peters and John Lynch congratulatory video much more palatable because you are a playoff team, and these guys are now contributing. And, it makes me think about the future. The fact that you don't have a first-round pick for the next 2 years, that might be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
First-round pickery is not what you're best at. You're good at late-round nabs. First-round pickery has not necessarily been your jam.
We're jailing Peters, Lynch, and Shanahan for the first 4 rounds of the draft this year. You guys can come out of the cage in the 5th round and tell us who you want. It's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs, and Baldy is on deck on 95.7 The Game.
Prime members, put seafood on the dinner menu this week and save at Whole Foods Market. Take $4 off per pound of sustainable.
business this weekend. So, I mean, you can dig up all the ghosts of the past. All that matters is what happens on Saturday or Sunday afternoon right now.
I mean, as somebody who did put the uniform on and deal with this rivalry, we've actually talked to a lot of people. The younger fans may not really see it as a rivalry anymore. It's been a long time since we've had a weekend like this one. What's your view on it? What was your experience with it, and then how it's evolved through the years?
Well, I remember, I think it was my rookie year, but it might have been my second year. We went and played the 49ers at Candlestick in the last game of the season. And I was like, I was a backup guard that year, and our starting left guard got hurt. So going into the stadium, there was no underground place where the buses went. You just got dropped right off, like amongst all the fans, right? So I remember I was getting up off the bus to go into the stadium, and a couple of veterans just grabbed me and pulled me down. And I said, well, what's that all about? He goes, let them throw all the bottles and all the glasses first, all right? Let them hit somebody else. We need you today. So, like, okay, get rid of all that. So then, now you're in the stadium, and I'm coming out to warm up, and the first thing that hits me is somebody throws a hot dog full of mustard at me. It hits my uniform. I got the white Cowboy jersey on, and now I got like a mustard stain on my jersey, right? So now I'm out there and I'm warming up. I'm like, wow, this is intense. So then I go out there, and our left guard gets hurt. I go in there like the first quarter, and who comes over in front of me but Fred Dean? Now, Fred Dean, he didn't play over the guards. He played over the tackles. And, he's a Hall of Fame player. So, but I got the clean uniform on. So he's like, let's go test Baldy, see what he's got. So, next thing I know, like I'm out there at left guard, and here comes Fred Dean over me. And it was just like one thing after another. Like the intensity of the matchup started from the moment the buses pulled up. And then it went like that all game long.
Man, from mustard to Fred Dean in the course of like 90 minutes. That's an indoctrination sensation to be sure. So, Baldy, as we look at like the full breakdowns, and nobody breaks down the game better than you do, when you look at this 49er offense, 21 personnel pounding the rock against a Dallas Cowboy front, do the Niners have the advantage they need to be able to possess the ball and grind this one out in Dallas?
I think they do. I was listening to Micah Parsons talk yesterday, and he was talking about, he's from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's used to being the bully, and the bully's got to bully the bully, and all that stuff. And there was some merit to that. I'm a big fan of Micah's, but really, what the 49ers do, really nobody else does. Nobody else. You got Juice back there, and you got Kittle, and how they attack. Whether it's their zone scheme, power scheme, on the edges, with Mitchell, with Debo, like all the different things that they do. The key is to be able to stay on the field, to be able to convert, if you get to third down, to be able to convert third downs and stay on. The longer they stay on the field, especially early in the game, it's not necessarily having to score touchdowns or jumping out to an early lead, but you've got to get into the game plan. You got to get into a number of reps to get to a rhythm, because we have seen this snowball in playoff games against the Vikings 2 years ago, against the Packers, always against the Rams. The Rams can't figure it out. So the Cowboys haven't seen this. Dan Quinn could talk about it because he knows Kyle. He knows what's coming. But you can walk through it. You can practice it. But when it comes at you, like it did the second half against the Rams last weekend, teams look basically helpless to try to stop it. And that's what the 49ers are capable of doing.
Brian Baldinger with us, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, diving into the matchup and breaking it down like nobody else does. Baldy, I'd love your thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo, because from the fan experience, like what you're talking about with what the offense is trying to do, it also seems like it's just a matter of, dude, don't turn the ball over. And you see him in the first half against the Rams, and he looks like a complete disaster. And then he comes out in the second half and looks as good as any quarterback in the NFL. For you, what's the key? What are you looking for specifically from him when he takes the field?
Just accuracy. When he does miss, he tends to miss high. He tends to sail the ball, or he throws a little bit behind guys. But he's got a snap release. He's as tough as they come. He'll stay in there. He'll take his hits. He did last week. He always does. It's just an accuracy thing. You know, can he put the ball on the spot? When he puts it on the spot and he hits Debo on the move, nobody's going to rip the flag off him if you're playing flag football. He's just going to sail. So that's what I'm looking for. I know he knows where to go with the ball. I know he knows how to go through progressions. I know he knows this offense as well as anybody. He knows where the safety valves are. It's just a question of, can he just deliver the ball accurately? When he does that, this offense jumps. And look, the key is, to stay out of, obviously the long situations, which, penalties can put you in there and they can ruin drives. So if they can play clean up front, and you can convert a couple of third downs and stay on the field, you'll find a rhythm. And when he gets in a rhythm, he can be as hot as anybody.
It seems like they're getting a little bit more comfortable in the 3 wide, the 11 personnel because of Juwan Jennings. Do you see this as an additional wrinkle, especially late in that game last Sunday where, because Jennings is playing so much better, they have a little bit more versatility offensively?
Yeah, I do. And it's funny because I was talking to Jimmy a couple weeks ago before the Atlanta game, and I was asking him about Juwan. And I go, what is he? Like, Jimmy, is he super fast? Has he got quickness? Has he got a burst? He goes, he doesn't have any of that, Baldy. But the freaking guy just keeps getting open for me. So, I go, well, yeah, you hit him on that route, on that sail route last week, 31 yards. He goes, Baldy, the guy just gets open. He goes, but he doesn't have any of those qualities. And so, he's just one of these, and he's a good blocker. So, the touchdown pass from Debo last week, he couldn't have sold the run any better than he did. He went right in there blocking Jordan Fuller, and then and it made it look like it was run to Ramsey and the whole defense, and then he took off. And so you could tell, the guy pays attention to the details. And then the quarterback really does trust him, to be able to, find the openings and to get open. And so I agree. I think he's really becoming that third passing option that most teams love to have.
Baldy, it seems like an odd matchup because the Cowboys are favored. They're at home, and I don't know anybody who seems like they think they're going to win. How does that affect a locker room when they hear that all week? You're home, you've won your division, you're the favorite, and everybody's betting against you.
Well, what it says is the pressure's on you, and people don't think that they're going to respond to the pressure. And the fact is they haven't beaten a team with the winning record since they beat the Patriots in overtime in mid-October. So they've lost to a lot of good teams along the way, and they haven't played great. And so while they have got a winning record and they're the number, they won the East and they get the home playoff game, the pressure's on them. When George Kittle and Trent Williams and Jimmy and Debo, they get on that plane, today or tomorrow to go to Dallas, there's not one guy in that plane that doesn't believe they're going there to win. Not one guy. Doesn't have one, especially after what they did last week. To be down 17-0, division opponent, come back and smoke them in the second half like that. There's not one guy get on that plane that doesn't believe that this game is theirs to win.
Is this one of those games? I know they came back from 17 down to the Rams, but does it feel more like the opponent in Dallas they need to be on top of and they need to keep that possibly potent offense off the field?
Well, that always helps. But look, whatever happens, I always hear, look, all these things are true. Hey, you got to score, you got to jump out to an early lead. You got to do this. Well, that's all great. Sometimes you got to win in the final play of the game. You just got to find a way to win the game. And so, however, yes, Dallas can have a good offense. They can be potent. They do have playmakers. They don't always get the ball to them. It's a mystery to me how you can have Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb knowing what kind of route runners and how tough they are and how good they are and go through a game and throw to them 3 times. It doesn't make any sense to me, So, I think they've got some just how they design their offense issues, to be honest with you.
Baldy, real quick, Nick Bosa's sort of at least insinuated that he finds Tyron Smith and those he'll go up against on the Cowboys offensive line beatable. Do you see that matchup the same way?
Yeah, you just can't let Tyron, if Tyron is out there, he's got the best grips in the whole league. If he grabs you, you're not getting away. I don't care if you're Nick Bosa. Nobody grabs and just stop somebody in the tracks like Tyron. But, he's a little stiff. He's had a lot of injuries. He's missed a lot of time over the last 3 years. You got to move him a little bit. You got to get on his edge. But if he grabs you, it's over. If Terrence Steele is out there, he's been a very capable backup at left tackle, right tackle, but he's beatable. And so, the 49ers are more than just, a four-man pass rushing team. They dressed 10 defensive linemen last week. There's a lot of different looks. They run a lot of stunts. They'll add a fifth rusher a lot to their pass rush, which they do a lot with, whether it's, K'Wan Williams or, whether it's Fred Warner. So the Cowboys, they have a lot to prepare for. I think they've got a major weakness at left guard, and I could see Nick Bosa going over Connor Williams and just, taking him to school, to be honest with you. That's something I would look for.
Baldy, it's always awesome to have your breakdowns, man. Thank you so much for doing it on a big Friday.
Yeah, you bet, guys. I can't wait, man. It's going to be something special on both Saturday and Sunday for everybody in the Bay Area.
Yeah, absolutely. Baldy, thanks, man. Enjoy it.
Okay, take care, guys.
All right, you too. There he goes, the unmatched Brian Baldinger with us right here on 95.7 The Game. And can I, he sort of strikes, I think, an exciting chord, it's going to be a great weekend. Can I throw something in there that I think, when the NFL did this, there's some eye rolls. There always are. I could not be more excited with the fact that there are 6 games instead of 4 this weekend. I am I'm planning food menus in my head. I am not leaving the house this weekend. Just sign me up for all of it. And the fact that it bleeds into Monday, which is going to be crazy. The whole thing. Oh my gosh. I'm really, really excited, and I dig it. I know some people think it waters it down. Give me more. Give me 6 games.
It does water it down, but at the same time, it's that extra slice of pizza where you go out or you get it to take home. It's like, I'm just going to have 3, and then you have the 3, and then as you're putting it away in the kitchen, you have the 4th, and then before you really pop it in the fridge, you pull one more aside and you have that extra slice, even though you probably don't need it. And that's what Monday is going to be like. And Mark, going into this was like, it's going to water it down, and the competitive disadvantage, because the teams that have the bye have a huge advantage over the other 6. But the more I poke through the reality of not only this sport but all sports, competitive advantage is not something that these leagues care about. So why should I care about it?
Well, and then add this in, which is in many ways what the league was trying to do. Let's flash back to Week 18. We all thought that was one of the greatest regular season weeks of football we've seen in a long time. Part of that was because the team we follow had an epic experience. But the Raiders-Chargers later that night was every bit as crazy and compelling. That's not an accident. That's what the NFL was doing. Week 18, what used to be Week 17, used to largely be a bore. You had maybe a couple games where teams were trying to work their way into the playoffs. You had a lot of teams resting guys. There were weird games. There were very few of those. Yes, the Packers were able to do that. Outside of that, everybody had something to play for. There were so many different compelling angles. The Steelers are sitting there freaking out because there's going to be a tie. There were all these angles. That is created by this new playoff structure, and I think the NFL won.
And the NFL is going to continue to push this to where in the near future we're going to have an 18-game schedule, and hopefully it's over 20 weeks. That way each team gets the second bye. I did play-by-play in the Arena League for the San Jose SaberCats, which was an 18-game schedule. Thank you. Each team did have 2 byes, which really it kind of helps a team like the Niners that has injury problems. It helps guys actually get healthy. So you're going to expand it to probably 34 teams, 18 apiece. So this is just not going to stop anytime soon.
Tony Casillas is going to join us here in a little bit over 10 minutes. Thank God Ricky Waters is coming on at 11. We're going to have to counterbalance all these former Cowboys that are coming on to talk to us right now.
Yeah, you need to have balance. And the Everson Walls piece was great. and bombs away from Everson Walls, and just to get some of the old head look. And Ricky Waters playing a pretty significant role in the last time these two teams met in the playoffs in that NFC Championship. So always good to get Ricky's perspective.
Yes, and always good to get people who never wore the Cowboy uniform, which leads us directly to what, in the end, thank you, Kyle, was an obvious and perfect song of the day.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars or drive them old trucks. Let them be doctors and lawyers and such. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Oh, this puts me out on Highway 5 early July every summer. This was on my dad's playlist. He was not a country music guy, but there were a few. You got this song. He loved to run On the Road Again by Willie Nelson.
Nice.
There were a few that he'd sneak into that little cassette mix that he'd put together for the roadie.
Wow.
Yeah, man. And this was on it. And Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys because it'll ruin them. It'll ruin them. Yeah, no, that's right, Who. It's going to ruin you if you ever become a cowboy. It takes, do you know what Brian Baldinger has to do? His breakdowns are so good, and it's the only reason we even allow ourselves to talk to that man, because he was tainted by that uniform.
Yeah, he's family, but unlike Thanksgiving, where some kids have to sit at the kids' table, he's got to sit at the Cowboys' table. And T.O.'s over there with him, because ultimately T.O. went there, and Deion Sanders. He got some good company there among 49er champions and 49er greats. But Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. I like that.
Speaking of Thanksgiving, I get mad at myself if I ever pick the Cowboys that particular week and then they lose on Thanksgiving, and I go, I missed an opportunity to root against the Cowboys on a national holiday. Like, that used to be a tradition. Go back to this year. I had the Cowboys in my pool pretty high that week. Remember, they got upset by the Raiders.
High.
Oh, my God, so high. And then I needed to get so high afterwards because I was down in the dumps based on what the Raiders – no, I didn't. But anyway, what the Raiders did to him that day. I hated myself. I'm like, this was an opportunity to sit down. Not that I like rooting for Raider Nation either. Sorry, Spadone. The Raiders and the Cowboys is a matchup of the two most evil franchises in all of football history. But I will take the Raiders over the Cowboys if given the opportunity. I was mad at myself for picking the Cowboys that week and then watching them go down in flames.
You need to get separation from your picks and your emotions, and that's what when you're doing any of these contests or pools or any sort of gambling, you got to be able to separate the two, which is why last night in the Warrior game, Warriors in Milwaukee, that's one where
that was a mess.
Yeah, that's a tough one, too, because you look at it and you think, Warriors might be in a tough spot here tonight, but you don't want to pick against them because you love the Warriors.
Yeah, by the way, same thing tonight. Like, Vegas is now, they're like trying to acknowledge that the Warriors are in a slump and are missing Clay and trying to figure things out and no Draymond, obviously. But even tonight, like against what is now going to be a wounded, they came off of an embarrassing loss against Brooklyn, a wounded Chicago team that's going to want to come out and smack someone, and the Warriors are on the second end of a back-to-back. They're still only -4. Like, I mean, based on what we saw last night, I'm thinking Bulls by 37 in a hook tonight.
Yeah, I like the first half wagering. First half, I think they're favored by 18 for the first half, but it just feels that way because, and it's the dog days, and Steph is struggling, and Wiggins isn't explosive. I don't know what happened to Jordan Poole. Can we get the November and the December pool back? Maybe the pool is closed for the winter, like most swimming pools. Maybe not until March.
It is not heated in the month of January. Yeah,
no,
it is not heated at all.
That's a great follow-up. I'm not going to say they're a mess because you're still, top 2 seeds in the West, but right now you're not playing great.
They were last night, is all I mean. Look, I was actually impressed with their loss against Memphis. because they battled back. They had a shot in the end. They didn't win. Memphis is really good. They've won 11 in a row. But last night I was like, whoa, dude, like you're not even here. So it'll be interesting tonight. Of course, it's right here as they try to get back on track in Chicago. Tip-off set for 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starting at 3 o'clock and presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. Tony Casillas is coming up in a little bit. We're going to do Mad Props next hour as well, as the Warriors against Minnesota will go side by side with the 49er game. And we can also get into this. Mike McDaniel, who is an underrated, really fun personality in front of a microphone, assistant coach for the 49ers, he made a statement yesterday, and I wonder how it grabs you. He says Jimmy Garoppolo right now is playing his best football. You agree with that?
He's playing pretty well. I mean, aside from a couple of glaring mistakes, if you look at one of the most important metrics, which is yards per attempt, since week 10, he is second in the National Football League. And that's just, pure yards per attempt that he's back there throwing. And that, of course, accounts for interceptions as well. It doesn't affect it as much as it does in quarterback rating, the interception on those attempts. But Jimmy G, minus a few mistakes, a couple of bad mistakes, the red zone pick against Tennessee where you're going in for points and you get nothing. There's different ways to look at it, but certainly the recency bias of the fourth quarter against the Rams in overtime would tell you that he's playing pretty well.
Yeah, you take out the most recent 2 quarters that we saw, and people do not feel this way at all. And if you do a statistical side-by-side of this year and 2019, 2019 does come out ahead in most metrics. Better completion percentage, better touchdown to interception ratio, better quarterback rating overall, all in 2019. But the offensive coordinator says he's seeing the best stuff right now. We can get into it. Tony Casillas is around the corner. Your phone calls and text messages, the Comcast business text line at 888-957-9570, wide open. It's Willard and Dibs on a phenomenal Friday here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable...
important to you. Not just an available 14-inch touchscreen, an interface designed to give you what you need where you need it. Not just an advanced safety system, one that's designed to help you protect others on the road. Not just a driver-centric cockpit, one with intuitive tech that actually gets you. So you can block out all the noise and focus on what matters. That's what you can get with the all-new 2022 Lexus NX. To discover more about this next-level crossover, visit Lexus.com/NX.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tony Casillas is joining us in just a little bit. As we continue, your phone calls and texts are welcome. The text line has been active. Comcast Business text line 888-957-9570. Apparently, I did the last segment with my cursor right over my face on Zoom. So that's exciting. And speaking of Zoom and Twitch and YouTube, here comes Dibs putting on the zebra stripes. Is ready to go. Corte Madera tomorrow, 9 a.m. Be there or be square or don't be there because you're not allowed to be there because of COVID-19.
Exactly. And I come with props, too, just in case we need to
throw the flag.
This is, in case we need to get some calls here. If you, if somebody's pick blocking or whatever, if we want to beg for yellow, we can beg for yellow all we need to.
I got pick blocked hard yesterday, but it's all on me. I take all of the L's because my 2 L's yesterday and the day before were not just L's, they were demolition derbies. I mean, you don't even need to hang around for the second half, just blown off the page. And so, similar to what you said, I've done a deep dive. I have multiple NBA picks that I think are tremendous. I've put my own hard-earned dollars on those games, and I am ready to get back on track and finish up a 7-3 2-week run with a win tonight.
Yeah, I hope so, and I'm looking to climb back to 500 at 5-5 with a third straight win. And I also am putting in the work now in college hoop, where my system yesterday, by the way, was 7-1, 7-1 in tracked games. I'm tracking 8 more today as we continue to try to fine-tune the system in advance of March. And actually, I threw that out to supper earlier this morning over breakfast. I'm like, I'm just trying to crunch my numbers for my trip to Vegas in March. And she said, "You're still going?" Hashtag, because the Omicron has gotten a lot of us, a little bit shaken. So that apparently is now TBD.
Yeah, as everything is always, we found out over the last 2 years. Willard and Dibs is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. What is not TBD is the appearance of Tony Casillas, former Cowboy great and many years in the NFL on the D-line, joining us now on 95.7 The Game. Tony, good day to you. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. Kind of pulled back the curtain. I'm actually here in Dallas playing golf, so kind of in between putts right now. So thanks again, but thanks for having me. It's
feel free.
Dallas, you never know. You can play golf, or then the next day you need firewood. So
feel free to give us play-by-play of the golf. What kind of a putt are you looking at right now? How many feet, right to left? What do you got?
I'm off the fringe. So I'm looking at maybe a 25-footer. Birch probably cup to the right. So
okay.
I'm trying to make it. But
a little bit of a slider, yeah.
Multitask.
I love it. Well, let us know when you need to stand over it because we can filibuster like any of your major political parties that you choose. But much like this putt needs to get to the hole, what do the 49ers need to do, in your opinion, in order to get to Dak Prescott and make him uncomfortable?
Well, it's all been said about the San Francisco's defense. They got so much depth, and they do such a tremendous job of making quarterbacks uncomfortable. And they did that last week against the Rams. It got to Matthew Stafford 28 times. And I think that's the one thing that they do well. And I think if you look at Dak has had some issues with zone coverage. And I think when you have that type of four-man front, that guys can get to the passer and cause disruption, it creates problems. But they are so good up front. I mean, there's a reason why they're ranked number 3 in the National Football League, and because they can bully you. They play physical football. So that's what they're going to continue. It's going to come down to the offensive lines on both sides of the ball, and that's the Cowboys got their hands full.
Tony, I think whenever there's an emotional matchup like the 49ers and Cowboys, we all just sort of pick who we're emotionally tied to. Every former 49er is picking the 49ers. All the former Cowboys are picking the Cowboys. You seem like you're striking a pretty neutral tone there, but what do you think? What do you think is the final score in this one?
Well, I'm not neutral. I guarantee the Cowboys would win, so I don't know how you I think it's going to be a tough football game, but I think Dallas has been kind of obscure a little bit in the last 3 or 4 weeks offensively, and this is certainly going to be a big test for them. But I just think that their offensive line is healthy. As I mentioned, it's going to be a physicality up front. Dak has got to make the throws that some of the ones he's missed on, or the last month and a half. And that's why I like that. I think I like Dallas's opportunity on defense because they are such a good job. They're such a good job defensively of takeaways. And nothing against Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's to me not only is the prettiest man in the league, the guy's one of the toughest guys in the league. So with that said, I think that Dallas is able to use their playmakers, and we can all talk about Debo Samuels and some of the other playmakers you have on offense, the way you like to run the football. But I just think Dallas, they have enough playmakers, and I think Kellen Moore is going to he's going to have to be a key component at dial up the right plays. But I think Dak to kind of turn that corner and be the quarterback that everyone kind of annoyed him to be, and to win in the postseason play, he's going to have to hit those big time plays, and I think that this is going to be his moment.
How tough is it defensively to not only scheme for Debo Samuel, but also a team that runs 21 personnel more than any other team in football, and you know that they're going to stretch you out and run you both ways?
Well, that's a key when you do something like that. It all comes down to the guys up front and being able to. I think Micah Parsons, a guy that we really haven't talked about, Leighton Vander Esch, those guys are going to have to play tough and physical against the run, and that's what Dallas like. That's what San Francisco likes to do to you. And I think that they have enough guys that match up. I think Trayvon Diggs is just an amazing talent, but they've been suspect in some of the big plays. But I mean, look, that's the National Football League. You have playmakers. Each side of the ball has playmakers, especially when you go into postseason play. It's all about not just the playmakers that you expect, the guys that you may not hear about. Those guys are going to have to take advantage of their opportunities, and they're going to have to get home.
Tony Casillas, former Cowboy, with us right in the middle of a golf round here on 95.7 The Game. Tony, I wonder, as a former player with an organization that has had such success through the years, it's been a long time. It's been a long run here. Like, how do you guys view the overall health of the organization?
Well, it's the old joke around here is like, what do you call a Dallas Cowboy with a Super Bowl ring? And they'll tell you it's old, and that's kind of where we're at right now. And the thing that Jerry's done such a great job is created this huge brand, and it's unfortunately, or fortunately for him, he's been a master of it. But it's been on the teams that have played in the past, and So I think now they need to write their new chapter. It's not something you need to continue to talk about the good old days. It's now to talk about the current days and, the Generation X fans. And, to me, that's what they need to do. And I think there's been a point where some of the players that have played on this brand, I call it the brand because it is a huge brand, kind of a little entitlement and really haven't gone out there and do the things that they need to do. And let's face it, COVID has created this turmoil. It's just crazy, the society, football society we live in, and it's right now it's luck. So, for me, for them to write their chapter, this is a huge game for them to at least represent and really play up to that potential that we're talking about in the front end of the season.
One more before we find out about the 25-footer with a slight left to right break.
I'm already got par. One hand. Yeah. So I'm actually I'm sitting out on the par 3. So I'm par right now, fellas.
So you're telling me you went with a one-armed, one-legged lag?
Absolutely. Anytime you can lag for a par, that's a job well done.
Before you cozy it up to 15 feet in less than 2 warm-up swings, Amari Cooper, what do Cowboy fans think of his ability to step up?
Well, the issue is sometimes that there's so many guys that want to get the ball, and Amari to me, and then Michael Gallup. For me, that was kind of a huge loss for them. But they have depth. They have CeeDee Lamb and their tight ends. The one thing about Dallas is something that they can't do that San Francisco will do. They'll line up with a fullback and run smash ball football, as if the tight end can't block. So for me, that's the thing that I look at, and that could be a concern. So to the point of that, it's the emphasis on that is just that they're going to have to continue to really try to dictate. And, when you play a team like San Francisco, in a playoffs atmosphere, it's all about emotion. It's all about, it's not another game. It's that emotional, the tone that you set. And, I go back to 1992 when we played San Francisco. We were a huge underdog on the road, which to me, I think the best team wins. But we found out a lot about ourselves the year before, but it's all about who the best team is. Dallas has been prone on offense to create a lot of penalties and kind of self-destruct. They can't do that against a team like this, but they got CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper is probably the most underrated wide receiver in the National Football League because the guy runs such great routes. But there's been times, Dak, and they've been just a little off, but they definitely got to get him the ball, just like San Francisco tries to get the ball to Debo Samuel. They got to try to get the ball to Amari Cooper. But I think more importantly, a key in this game is to get it to CeeDee Lamb and let him be a playmaker that he's capable of and is very dangerous. And one more thing is that San Francisco does a tremendous job of tackling in open space. And to me, I think that's going to be a big test of these wide receivers because they are so concise on their tackling.
Tony, how many yards on that par 3 and what club are you pulling?
I think it was 165 yards, but since you guys called me, I'd rather talk to you guys and talk smack about the game. So I think they said they were going to give me a par on this hole, so I believe it was 165 yards. I hit it about 10 feet from the hole, and I missed a putt for birdie, so I'm even par.
Just another day in the life of a former pro athlete.
Yep.
My goodness.
Tony, that's an honor, man. Thank you very much. You can talk smack with us anytime.
So my prediction, Cowboys win 24-17. There you go.
My prediction for your next hole, bogey. So there you go.
Hey, man, don't put that out there.
Well, you don't either.
All right, Tony, good luck.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
Thanks, Tony.
All right, thanks for doing it. Tony Casillas, I didn't want to say it directly to him. Bogey. The golf gods are giving that guy at least a double on the next one. You're going to take out a little mini pencil and put a 3 down when you never even swung the club? Oh, dude, that next hole, you're going into the water at least once.
I don't think he's going to be posting it. And, pro athletes are cut from a different cloth where it's like, if there's something really at stake, he's not taking the call to do some slappy show in the Bay Area. So, it's a good life when you can just, put me down for a par, whatever. I don't even care.
Yeah, except for something tells me something is at stake. That former pro athletes out on the course with their boys, there's no way they're just like, oh, I just play well today. I hope you do well and I'll do well and we'll get a chicken sandwich after the round. There's no way that's happening.
Share a basket of fries, maybe.
Right.
And a couple of Arnold Palmers, and we'll see you next Wednesday.
Yeah, something tells me that's not what's happening in Dallas, Texas right now with former Cowboy players.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Hilarious, though, that he describes it that way where, you could be golfing one day and buying firewood the next.
No doubt. Exactly right. All right. Ricky Waters coming up later on at the top of the hour. We're wide open for you at 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line as well at 888-957-9570. And I think what I just said to him is true. Like, it's the emotion of this matchup that completely prevents anybody who is a fan of either team from picking against them. There's not a former Cowboy in the world. Like, Baldy might have been the most neutral party of all. I know that he identifies as more than just a former Cowboy, but he wore that uniform, and it sounded to me like he favors the 49ers in this matchup. But, for everyone right now, text line, calls, Tony Casillas, as the week goes, the trash talk goes higher. Our predictions are totally based on our fandom in this case.
Yeah. And that's why they're not really predictions. They're almost hopes, quiet hopes. And especially in a matchup like this, where you could see this game going either way, to cite the old cliche, you could see Dallas's offense having enough time to have its way with the Niners secondary, keeping the run game out of play, and Dallas winning by a touchdown or more. But you can also see Kyle Shanahan in this run offense with Debo in the Deadpool formation, running it, grinding it, keeping it, and getting enough pressure defensively to keep Dak off his game, and the Niners winning a tight ball game. You can really see this any number of ways, so that's why when you default to your prediction as a fan, you got to side with your own team.
You do, although let me take that a step further, because I also believe if you go back to Halloween, and you remember, the 49ers went to Chicago. It was very much a win or you're going to get benched, Jimmy, sort of a situation. They had lost 4 games in a row. And then they went out and they won the game. They won the game by 11 points. Jimmy was very good, and it started a run that ended up in the playoffs. The reason when you say, I could see this going either way, part of me goes, I really can't, because from the moment they got to Halloween, there's only one time that the 49ers played football where I don't believe they should have won. They got thoroughly outplayed by Colt McCoy the following week at Levi's Stadium on November 7th, and Arizona won that game by 14 going away. Outside of that, their only other 2 losses were at Seattle, choked it away, and at Tennessee, choked it away. I believe that the 49ers, when you look at these high-level matchups, I'm not talking about if they end up at Green Bay or maybe at Tampa Bay, but in these rounds, no, I can't visualize the Cowboys outplaying the 49ers. The 49ers are better. They're a better team. Now, they mess up, so they may lose, but I do not envision watching this game and going, well, you just got to hand it to Dallas. They were better today. I would be shocked if that happens.
Well, there's a difference between they were better and they win the game. You don't always have to be across the board better. A couple of turnovers, a kick 6. Let's talk about the special teams for this 49er club that has been bad for the most part, from a kick coverage standpoint. You've been burned by big plays. You've given up gash yards. You've muffed punts. So that is certainly a factor that could come into play. You've got a quarterback who has a propensity to give it away, Jimmy G. Maybe not thrice or twice, but he's going to give away at least one. You can go ahead and book that, put that on the board, and a secondary that, sure, recency bias. Ambry Thomas, welcome to the 49ers, officially young rook, but this is a unit that has been gashed. Josh Norman got benched. He didn't play a snap last weekend, so they've been inconsistent, to put it gently.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at their record against, it's true for the Cowboys too. Like if there's one thing that I would really want to point to right now, it's their performances against playoff level teams this year. They did beat the Patriots on the road on October 17th in overtime. Outside of that, if you look at what they've done against playoff level teams since then, they lost to Kansas City. They lost on Thanksgiving to the Raiders. They lost to the Arizona Cardinals. They blew out Philly last week in a game where Philadelphia didn't play any of their players. So this is a team that has struggled all year against good teams, and that's what Dallas has got to go do coming up this weekend. So I think it's a very, very difficult assignment for them. Difficult for both. For me, this is harder for the Cowboys than it is for the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to you. How about Jonathan in the city? You're on with Willard and Dibs. And Jonathan, what the hell are you doing?
Just doing the do, delivering good and bad for the people. But I'm so pumped and so psyched about this Sunday, man. Happy Friday before the tournament.
Yes.
I just believe the 49ers are going to make this run very, very special because they got a lot of characteristics that equate to winning. They're physical, they're hungry, they got the play calling on both sides of the ball, and, they're pretty good on the trenches. And more importantly, they got the callous of playoff experience from the 2019 run. And all those experience and mistakes and learning from those mistakes are going to equate to something that they're going to need in this playoff run. And I truly believe if they don't shoot themselves in the foot, Jim is going to make it difficult for the brain trust of the 49ers in this offseason. You know how Julius Caesar built an empire? By sacking one Satan at a time. So let's go, 49ers. Let's go!
Oh, Jonathan has fired himself up. There was one statement in there that, to me, it's the thing. It's the whole thing for the 49ers this year. Jonathan goes, if they don't shoot themselves in the foot. But they shoot themselves in the foot. They do it all the time. There's now been one game this year where you didn't see them at least once shoot themselves in the foot.
Or, shout out 4th of July and JPP shoot himself in the hand. So it's just a question of how many fingers you lose in the fireworks accident. It's not too soon. It might have been a cheap shot, but and that's where when you shoot yourself in the foot, is it you give up a fake punt for a touchdown? Is it when Garoppolo throws a pick in the end zone on a surefire, we're getting points kind of drive? It just depends on how bad the mistake is going to be, because if I put the over-under on turnovers for the Niners, and Kyle's mad props, by the way, coming up in 20 minutes where the real lines get set.
Yeah, boy.
But over-under a turnover and a half, which way you going?
Over under a turnover and a half.
Committed by the 49ers.
By the 49ers, I'll take the under, but again, that's more a hope than an opinion. I mean, how can you predict turnovers?
Yeah,
but they
actually the way you just answered that was perfect. It's more of a hope than an opinion, because the opinion would be, right,
not bad.
Thank you. I'll take a 4 and you get a 4.
I mean, they shouldn't. I don't
have a strong opinion.
I mean, Micah Parsons can wreck a game. He can wreck a game, and Jimmy's the kind of player he can wreck. But I put it this way. Unless there's a fumble, and who the hell can predict that, I'll take Jimmy for under 1.5 interceptions.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give Jimmy the one pick. You give him the token pick.
You get one.
And then does the special teams muff one? Does somebody cough one? Is there another one? And that might be the winner of the loss, quite frankly.
Yep, that's the only. To me, that's the thing that would worry me the most, is if the game goes sideways, and it sometimes does with them. Aaron in Oakland next up on Willard and Dibs. Aaron, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm sitting here with my best friend who's a 49er fan, and I'm a Cowboy fan, arguing the game before it starts.
Yeah. Who's winning the argument, Aaron?
Marquee matchup. Well, it depends. We both got good points. First, I'm objective. I'm not a fan. I'm an objective NFL fan. San Francisco looks good. I'm going to give you this. Kittle scares me. How do you contain Kittle? If he gets hot, we got problems. But Dallas has got the edge on the turnover battle, and when they get turnovers, they score. Jimmy G gets pick 6 to the house, it's over. This ain't going to be a captain comeback, Jimmy come from behind. Dallas is like the Patriots was with Brady. When they get a lead, they hit the gas pedal, man. They're not stopping. So what you guys are saying about turnovers and all that, it's dead on. The other thing that scares me, I think both sides could throw the ball a little bit. Warner in the middle, if he's hot, stops the run and gets a couple picks across the middle, or even just some knockdowns, he's dangerous. I'm not worried about pressure on the quarterback except for Jimmy G. He's still that thumb, man. You got to look at it. But that's a lot, guys. I'm going to be quiet.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. That was a hysterical call. Yeah, you go ahead and rack that guy because Aaron tried to pull this off. Now, listen, I'm objective. No, you're not, Aaron. No, you're not. Let me tell you something about football down in Texas.
Kelly.
I'm objective. No, you're not, Aaron. You're sitting here rocking a Southern accent at us. You ain't objective. You ain't nothing. That's what I got to say to that call right there.
But still, rack that Texan.
But rack that guy, yeah. Rack that guy. Shout out to whoever's arguing with Aaron right now. 888-957-9570. The number more of your calls. Your texts as well on the Comcast Business text line. Ricky Waters at 11. Mad Props coming up next as well. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Spread game is what the Harlem Globetrotters do best. Basketball wizardry, ankle-breaking moves.
punted the ball back to the Rams with 2 minutes to go in that football game. So let's not be delusional about what a thin, razor-sharp margin they had throughout the entirety of the year. This is not goal line stand in Seattle or you're a wild card. This was go ahead and drive down and score a touchdown or else broken quarterback who we want out of town immediately.
Right.
So this is not a juggernaut we're talking about here.
I mean, we've talked about it for a week, and I still think the drive you're talking about has been undersold because of what you just said. Like, we will look back on this, depending on what happens next. You look back on this and go, okay, and I forget how many seconds it was exactly. Was it a minute 27, I want to say? Minute 23? Something like that, on the clock with no timeouts and the ball at your own 11-yard line. And Jimmy is sitting there going, okay, you either score a touchdown right now, or this team's going home. You're no longer a 49er. The offseason for Kyle Shanahan is filled with all kinds of negativity and question marks. I mean, there are so many things that are negative that get kicked into play if they don't go score a touchdown right there. And they did it with time to spare. I mean, like, it really, that really was an unlikely, unbelievable scenario.
So I had 2 words for Jimmy G if he didn't get that done in that spot. U-Haul.
Wow.
Go ahead and go online, reserve your truck, whatever, but pack your things. You got to go, Jimmy G, but,
You gave enough of a pause that I had a prediction. I thought your 2 words were going to be bye.
That also works. Night.
Bye.
And I thought when I set up the U, somebody could have been channeling their inner Steiny with "You stink."
I definitely I thought that's where you were going.
Yeah, I went with U-Haul because that's basically what it comes down to. By the time that plane lands, you go ahead and back the truck up because it's over. But instead, you live to win another day. And to your point, even if it doesn't go his way, their way in Dallas, he'll always have that. We'll always have that.
Well, right, and history looks at you differently when you can say you were a playoff team. I know that that's not the goal this year, and that's not that great. Like, oh wow, you went 10-8 and lost in the first round. But history will look back on you and go, you were a playoff team, and only for the second time in the Jimmy Garoppolo Kyle pairing, and so that was important. It was like we were getting to the point where it was like, look, 2019 is just some sort of weird outlier. Every other year has ended in disaster. So that was, that drive was everything. That drive was everything for the way we look at this guy.
And especially the way we look at Kyle Shanahan, because he made his decision based on the fact that he thought they were a, quote, playoff team. And they are a, quote, playoff team. You can take the quotes away. They're a playoff team, period, on to the next sentence. And because he decided to go this route to make this happen, he's vindicated. It's a bit of a vindication sensation for Kyle Shanahan by the very fact that they punched that ticket.
Mad Props is around the corner. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Do we still have Mike? Mike, what are you doing right now?
Mike is in Oakland drinking a #timeless coffee.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Great new shop. Of course, you guys got to probably check that out.
You bought yourself an extra 30 seconds there, Mike. Go ahead.
That's right, Mike. Yeah, you got some time now.
Ding, ding, count it. One of those things. I'm a veteran of what they call Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. I don't know if you've heard of the school. Went there.
Yeah, Mike.
Landscape architecture.
Man, you just bought yourself another 30 seconds. Look at this guy.
Maybe a segment.
I know. Mike, take over.
Get a couple dings from Sedone. You never know. Long story short, I went there for landscape architecture, and I heard Dibs ficus comments the other day.
Yeah.
You do got to bring those ficus in. Once the sun gets a little bit more intense, you're going to burn them. So is there any analogies we can bring out and kind of compare that to what you were talking about the other day? And I'll take your comments off the air.
Wow. So much.
The only down part about him taking it off the air is that I wanted to know what class Mike was at Cal Poly. And secondly, I needed to run an architecture question by him. When we were at Cal Poly, there were a lot of majors way more academic than mine, broadcast journalism.
Of course.
We were the ones who had free time. Let's put it that way. There were, the electrical engineers and all this at Cal Poly. Like, there's a lot of people who are really deep into academia. The architecture people, though, were the people that you would you're like really good friend, and then you didn't see them for 3.5 weeks. Like, they went into a hole and they didn't sleep. If you did see them, they were wandering loose at the University Union with gunk in their eyes, and they weren't aware of what meal they were supposed to get. Like, they made the architecture majors do so many all-nighters. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know if Mike had experienced that.
Of course he had, and thank you, schools, for making it so rigorous, because all of us spend our whole life inside of what they call buildings. And if these buildings weren't so safe, we would be totally screwed. Imagine going into a building, quote unquote, like, we do about 80 times a day our whole lives, basically. What if they were just structurally unsound because their major was like our major?
Well, except for we're not allowed to go into them anymore. I mean, now, of course, right? Yeah, if your Corte Madera basketball game was outdoors tomorrow, I would be there. But it's not, because it's in a building.
And I'd
some
be wearing
architecture
a parka.
major, right? Some architecture major is to blame for that, damn it. I'm putting the pandemic on all the architecture majors who made buildings that we're now not allowed to go into.
Yes, and mad props up in mere moments, but of course I bring the ficus in the heat of the summer. It's only during the winter where you need to expose your indoor plants occasionally to more light.
What is the plural of ficus, by the way?
Fici.
It's fici? It's not ficuses?
I'm going to go with fici and wait to be proven wrong.
I don't know, but fici? Are you sure?
I knew a
doesn't
fici.
sound right.
I dated a fici at Cal State Northridge. She's pretty hot, I'll tell you.
My sister was a fici at UC Irvine. Yeah, we had some good times, man. When I was just a freshman and she was a senior, it wasn't bad, man. That was a good road trip down there to the fici house.
Incredible foliage at that fici mixer, as I recall. Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. Kyle, do you have something? I hear you breathing.
Yeah, just.
What do you do? Yeah,
the plural of ficus is ficuses.
It is ficuses.
That's a lot. That's fun.
That is nowhere near. There is no sorority called the ficuses. That doesn't. I mean, maybe it's somebody's nickname. I don't know.
It's a lisper's nightmare, quite frankly.
Yeah,
I can't even pretend to say that.
I feel like there's a Division III university somewhere that is the fighting ficuses, and if not, there should be.
Yeah, and I will have some college hoop for you later in the program. Giving out locks. Your boy is scalding hot right now. The system is back. The system is in play. Just a little mid-major teaser for you, Mark. It's not official, but we like Iona at home against Manhattan.
Iona?
Yeah, Iona. I don't even know.
Iona dog. She's sitting right behind me right now, and you know I love a good dog. Give me a good dog tonight with Nemo Dogs.
Iona's laying 15. They're the chalk.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, Manhattan's the dog. We're on Iona minus 15. There you go.
Isn't Manhattan the Jaspers? Isn't that who they are?
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
It's Jaspi.
It's Jaspi.
Nice. Well played.
Oh, gosh. I'll never forget the first time Manhattan, as a Cinderella, does the slipper fit? The first time Manhattan ever made the tournament, there's no way I'll remember who this player was, but it was an interview right after they had won the conference tournament. They're just bedlam all over the court. Sideline reporter goes out there, grabs one of the players, and they're like, "What is a Jasper?" And the guy was so excited. He's like, "Jasper is someone who's going to the damn tournament. That's who it is." Like, he had no clue what a Jasper was. He's just excited to go to the dance, man.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, there's some wild nicknames out there, to be sure, and yet the team in the National Football League can't even come up with a nickname.
No, they cannot. Yeah. So it's the Jaspers against the Fightin' Ficuses of Iona later on this evening, and Dan Dibley will be in attendance, and he will officiate that basketball game. All right, 888-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is also the Comcast Business text line, which is always open. It's kind of like Denny's, and it's been active today, especially. You can feel the excitement of heading into this weekend with the 49er Cowboy game. And, of course, what may be a good thing for the Warriors right now, they are going to be a little bit anonymous on Sunday. They're going to just weave in the end of their road trip against the Minnesota Timberwolves, tucked up against all kinds of football, including a 49er Cowboy game. Maybe that's what the Warriors need. They will not be center stage. However, they will be to a degree on this show because Kyle's about to breathe again. It's time for Mad Props. Here we go. Kyle, take it away.
Oh, thank God I had stopped breathing there for a little bit. I'm back in action, though. Let's get the Mad Props rolling. The bar was set last week. 3 of them, bang on the number. We'll try and do something similar this week. Again, I'm going to give you guys a prop from the Warriors game and a prop from the 49ers game. You guys are picking which number will be greater between the two. Our first one, Stephen Curry's been slumping a little bit, but we're going to go Steph Curry points versus Jimmy Garoppolo pass attempts. Steph Curry points versus Jimmy G pass attempts. Mark, what do you got?
Oh, boy. Steph Curry points, Jimmy G. Let's see. There will be no Draymond. Clay will be back. I'm going to go, Minnesota is not a great defensive team. I'm going to give the Warriors a lot of points in this one. I'll take Steph.
All right, Dibs.
Curry down to 26.4 a game. You figure you give him 30 against a softer Minnesota team, but will the Niners throw it more than 30 times? I think they will. Dink and or dunk as the Niners and Cowboys play a little bit more of an up and down affair. I'm going to take the Niners and Jimmy G pass attempts.
All right, moving on. You guys discussed this a little bit earlier. We're going to go Steph Curry steals. Steals by Stephen Curry. He averages 1.4 a game. Versus Jimmy Garoppolo interceptions. Steph Curry steals versus Jimmy G INTs. Dibs.
Stolen by Steph. I got 3. Give myself 4 for Johnny Most, my impromptu Johnny Most. I love to give myself a 4 on a Friday. It's going to be Jimmy G turnovers. Unfortunately, I set the over-under at 1.5, and I'm going over. There'll be 2 of those. I don't know if Steph gets more than that in steals. Give me the Jimmy G TOs.
I want to, real quick, Dibs, in case this, I got Jimmy G INTs, not turnovers, so fumbles will not count for the total.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
It was a fine. He's pot committed.
Or Jimmy INT.
Go ahead, Mark.
He's pot committed. And listen, if there's one thing that I have worked very, very hard at developing during my Bay Area radio career, it is an unreasonable faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know why. I don't know where it's from. Give me the Steph steals. I think he can get to 2, and I'm giving Jimmy only 1 in the INT category.
That sounds like the take of a person that ate a fried egg on top of a hamburger for breakfast.
You damn right I did.
Our next one, Klay Thompson 3-point attempts or Debo Samuel carries, Mark.
Ooh, Klay off of a day off is going to be gunning, so I'm not even going to think about that one. I'm going Klay Thompson.
All right, Dibs.
I just don't see Klay shooting 8 threes in the game, and I see Debo Samuel getting that many carries, so I'm going to go with Debo Samuel.
So far through 3, it's Mark, all Warriors, Dibs, all 49ers. Don't know if you guys planned it that way, but I like it.
Definitely
Our next
didn't.
prop, Kevon Looney. We went points last week. We're going to go rebounds this week for Kevon. Kevon Looney rebounds or Fred Warner tackles, Dibs.
Fred Warner, I think Dallas is going to have a lot of underneath activity. Fred Warner is going to be involved in the run game and the pass game. I'm going to go Fred Warner.
I will buck the trend, and I will join Dibs on this. I have a visual of a very big game from Fred Warner in this one. Ezekiel Elliott is maybe the one thing that does not scare me in this game. Give me Fred Warner for the win there.
The last time out against Minnesota, Kevon Looney, 11 points, 17 boards in the last time these two teams met. Jordan Poole, we've seen his minutes cut down a little bit with Klay Thompson's return. So we're going to talk about Jordan Poole's minutes, and we're going to put those up against 49ers points scored, Mark.
With Klay back, I'll go 49ers points scored. I'm a big believer that they can move the ball against this Dallas D. I've got the 49ers north of 27 points in this game. Give me the Niners.
Dibs?
Jordan Poole, I mean, this is an easy one. I'd like to liquidate all assets if we can harken back to shows gone by where you get double points for it. I know in the new iteration we don't, but young player on the last game of a roadie, Jordan Poole, you're going to have to play extra minutes. Go ahead and do your best. This team is in the dog days. Let the young guns run. Jordan Poole over 35 minutes.
I love that. Andrew Wiggins' three-point attempts are a guy we talked about with Baldy. Juwan Jennings targets. 3-point attempts for Andrew Wiggins. Targets for Juwan Jennings. Dibs.
Well, K-Wig is back in the building. 5 of 12, 3 of 6 from 3 in the last regular non-blowout scenario. So go ahead and pen those in. Does Jennings get 6 targets? You know what, Kyle? I'm going to say you go bang! This is the Mike Breen line of the week. I'm not going over or under.
Call a push?
I'm calling a push. Bang. Kyle goes bang, bang. Kyle gang. Bang on the numbers, my official pick.
Right. First of all,
on the three-way line. I love it.
Yeah, 4 for your bang, bang, Kyle gang, number one.
I hope that's clean.
Number two, I will give you this matchup outright no matter what the right answers are if you nail that. If the number is the same, Wiggins versus Jennings, I think the smart answer is Wiggins. Jennings is on our brain a little bit more now than he has been at any point in the season. So give me Wiggins on this one.
All right, the last one, we're going to go Andre Iguodala. Made field goals versus Robbie Gould made field goals, Mark.
Wow!
I like Iguodala.
Oh gosh. Okay, Iguodala made field goals against Rob. I'm going to give Robbie Gould 2. I'll give him 2. And I think Iguodala can beat that. Give me Andre.
I want Iguodala.
I want Iguodala.
I don't want Iguodala. This is a Robbie Gould.
You hate Iguodala.
He doesn't score. It's not about hatred. It's not even about sports hate. It's about when he goes to rise and fire, it's cover your eyes television and
cover your head.
Basically, Robbie Gould's going to get, I like 1 or 2. I don't think Iguodala gets one from the floor, so give me Gould on this one.
Andre Iguodala averaging 1.7 made field goals per game this season. Yep. Mad Props is locked in, guys.
I think he gets 3. I think he gets 3. I think on Sunday he's going to get a dunk. I really do. I think Andre Iguodala for a dunk
in his last
Sunday.
4 games, he has 5 made field goals.
Okay.
I was just looking at the game log. Going back, it's 1-0-2-2. Wow.
But then you get the stray 5 in there.
Yeah.
There's nothing more exciting in Warrior basketball than when Iguodala starts to line up and fire a 3. It could hit the bottom of the net. It could hit a fan. There's no telling what could happen.
Also, Mark, you've set yourself up to be watching this game on Sunday, this Warriors game.
I know.
Every time Andre gets the ball, you're going to be like, you got to pull it.
Pull it. Fire.
Shoot it, Andre.
Oh, my gosh. Completely. By the way, I haven't even thought for a second about what time that game is. What time the Warriors play Minnesota at 5 o'clock. Okay, so we could watch this. It's after the 49er game. We go back and forth between Pittsburgh and Kansas City and the Warrior game. And of course, Kansas City will be up 21-0 at the end of one quarter. And so I changed my mind. I'm going to watch more of this than I thought I would.
Well, especially if they're continuing on this slide. And, you've got Chicago up first and not an easy matchup by any stretch, especially when this team is in as much disarray as it's been in a year right now with the injuries and the flat spot and also some troubling news. I don't know if it's disturbing. I don't even know if it's troubling. It's concerning about James Wiseman. The fact that he had recent surgery to help the swelling. It was an alleviation sensation from a surgical standpoint. I don't know if that's the words Dr. Pandya would use in Cleared to Play, but I look forward to getting his professional opinion as to exactly what this means.
Well, and he did go on NBC Sports Bay Area last night with Bonte and Mully, and he did share a little bit. And there are things, obviously, because he hasn't examined Wiseman, he doesn't know, we don't know yet. And the two sort of scenarios he laid out, one of them was concerning. Like, one of them, he's like, if there was loss of cartilage in this particular second injury, if you will, that doesn't grow back. And so there is a scenario, we don't know if this is the case, but there's a scenario where the good doc felt like this could make his knee weaker down the road. Like, it doesn't mean he can't play, but it could mean he becomes more prone to issues down the road, and that always scares the hell out of me when you're talking about people who are 7 feet tall.
Yeah, knee issues, foot issues, those are the ones that really can end your career, but especially when you talk about what he represents from a vertical spacing and an athleticism standpoint at 7 feet, because that right now is his difference maker. It's not his ability off the dribble or his ability to shoot from distance. It's his physicality and his verticality, and if he loses some of that due to early knee issues, that would be a shame.
All sponsored by Whole Foods Market, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Also, by the way, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. Ricky Waters joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
Save on whole chicken for winter dinners at Whole Foods Market. Get animal welfare certified air-chilled whole chicken for $1.99 a pound.
Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. For example, the Fremont Bank Foundation has donated over $1 million to relief efforts in our community. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
Get ready to kick off football season with a winning tailgate party. Chef's Toys is the #1 kitchen and restaurant supply store in California, and it's open to the public. Shop commercial-grade product for your kitchen, home, or restaurant. Be the champion of your backyard grill or tailgate this season with all the barbecue and cooking accessories from Chef's Toys. With years of food service experience, their team is ready to elevate your game day parties. Visit one of 3 Northern California stores, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento, or shop online at chefstoys.com with free shipping available.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, brother, here we go. Final hour of the week. Yeah,
the most
brother.
valuable finger, Mark. For the Twitch audience, I hope they got a piece of watching you text during the break. But the furious finger, the one finger to approach.
I didn't get to the end of it. It was going fast and hard because I was trying to get it done before the end of the break. Yes, I am not a two-handed texter. It just doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. The opposable thumbs, I've got them, but it doesn't work for me. So, yes, I text the same way a 5-year-old types. Boop, 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 boop. And I did not get to the end. I was trying to text Abe's golf coach. Daniel, if you're listening, you're amazing. Fantastic coach out at McKinnis Golf Center.
Nice.
And we're working on some scheduling stuff right now.
Good.
And I was trying to fire that sucker off before I had to rally back and talk to you for another hour, and we only got about 80% of the way done.
Yeah, just the one-fingered accuracy, though. I didn't see a lot of backspace in your game, and I was mimicking you for a good 90 seconds, but you were so locked in that it was unbeknownst.
Well, the only time I've got to go backward is when I have to type my son's name, which is Abe. And the iPhone likes to autocorrect Abe to the abbreviation for Avenue. So very often I'm trying to text something about Abe, and it changes it to Av. And
nice.
I'm not okay with that. His name is not Av. It's not Ave. It's Abe. And so sometimes we got to backtrack a little bit in that moment.
I'm with you. Yeah, the moral of the story is to name your kids after a noun, and then it will just show up.
That's a good point. I mean, there are all kinds of names that have been ruined because of technology. I feel terrible. One of my daughter's best friends, her name is Alexa, and half the homes that she goes into, yeah, people are like, "Hey, Alexa," and people's smart speakers start talking to you. They want to know what's going on. It's like, oh my gosh, this is hell. And her name has been ruined forever.
Yeah. Quest autocorrects to Quest, which is kind of nice.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I should have named Keon, Journey or maybe Prospect or something else, more of a noun-based. But, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to name my kid Duck.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, thanks.
And, there you go. Yeah.
And if you accidentally spell it with an F, it'll still autocorrect.
It'll just
with
autocorrect right to
exactly.
it. Yeah.
I want to invent privacy simplified.
I would like the thank you for that. That's a 2. I mean, come on. It's not on Spadone to take care of the reads for crying out loud. But thank you, Spadone. Now I'm not doing that during the crossover later. Exactly. So I would like to invent the iPhone that doesn't autocorrect the cussing. Look, we all cuss. Just deal with it. Why does the iPhone assume? Why does it judge me? Why do I have to be clean just because you're my phone? I didn't sign up for that.
It's part of the cultish nature of the device that you have chosen to endorse and utilize. And they should honestly come out with an F phone, which would be perfect. Completely uncensored. The new iPhone F phone.
I was talking to a friend about this. It's an old Saturday Night Live skit. and they called it the Iraq. And it was just this little box that you could, like put in the living room, and you put stuff on it. And it was a little rack. And They called it the Iraq. But, of course, the whole thing then, as you put stuff on it, it starts to fall apart. And everything is now, like, falling all over the place. And bedlam ensues in the living room. And it's also that they can give the joke of, like, oh, gosh, do we have an exit strategy for Iraq? And they're like, no, we have no exit strategy for Iraq. And it's just this whole
That's funny.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So anyway, Ricky Waters is going to join us in about 7 minutes. And whenever I think of Ricky Waters, I just think of the throwbacks. I think of those uniforms that everybody wants them to wear this weekend. I don't know if they are. I don't think they're allowed to, are they?
Not usually. I think playoff games, you wear your regular road kit, so to speak, and the throwbacks are always great. You and Guru sometime in a crossover should get into uniforms and all the different iterations, because he loves uniform talk.
Yeah, well, he wears the Cowboy uniform way too often for me to talk to him about it 48 hours before a game. It's way too emotional. So I don't even know if I'm going to talk to him at all today, to be honest with you.
You just completely ignore it. Because we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, where
we are. After
we get off the air today, of course, enjoying Damon and Ratto, and then Kolsky at night, and then one more sleep, and you wake up, and the playoffs are here. And for me, as much as we're all dying for this Niner-Cowboy game, I'm also really into all 6 of the games. Oh. So when that first game hits tomorrow at about 1:30 or whatever, 1:30. I'll be checking my phone while your son keeps the clock running for me between games.
There you go.
As I'm refereeing, I'll be keeping an eye on that game online.
Absolutely. And if you do allow him to look at his phone, he can give you updates on Derek Carr moving up and down the field.
I love it. As long as he does it in the same pipes that his father has. If when I meet your kid, he's like, we as a Willard family. If he hits me with, or maybe he hits me with some Harry Kalish, second generation.
He's only a certain part of the way through puberty right now, so this might be 1 year early for his.
I love it.
for his Gabe Kapler impersonation sensation.
Yeah.
But we're working on it. He loves drama. He's in drama, so we'll get him there. But he is good for a football update.
Okay, perfect.
I love it. I love it when I'm driving, because I try to stay off the phone when I'm driving. And if we're driving somewhere in a game, I'm like, buddy, let's go. Get your phone. Tell me what's going on. How's that game going?
Right.
And by the way, I'm with you. Like, I'm into this thing at 1:30 tomorrow. I think second most likely upset of the weekend, Raiders at Cincinnati.
And something about the changes that they've gone through makes me root for this Raider team more than I otherwise would have. And forget the Vegas move and all that, but the fact that John Gruden did what he did and they moved off of him, they've gone to an interim, and he's found a way to make this team unified and play well. And Derek Carr, a guy who, we always talk about how run Jimmy G out the door. Derek Carr has been run off of the Raiders a million times more than Jimmy Garoppolo has by the 49ers. And so to see him actually make his playoff debut just reminds me of the fateful trip that I made with Guru and Lowe through the snow to do a live remote in Reno the last time the Raiders were in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's a trip that will live in infamy. Guru with a critical, we had a huge side trip that needed to be made. He navigated us. Lowe slept through the whole thing. I drove through a blizzard. The Raiders got run with Connor Cook, but it's going to be cool to see Derek Carr actually get to start a playoff game.
Well, look, at the risk of sounding like I'm sucking up to Spadonuts as he makes his triumphant return to this show, the Las Vegas Raiders right now in this moment, this might be the most sympathetic moment in the history of their organization. The Raiders are a team that other NFL fans love to hate. They're the silver and black attack. They've got the one eye patch. They're Al Davis. They're vertical. They're all of the things that, like the Cowboys. They're one of the 2 teams in the NFL that a lot of other fans love to hate. But everything you just detailed about this particular team, the way they clawed their way into the playoffs, dealt with all of the coaching stuff this year with John Gruden. I don't like relocating teams, but that's not the players' faults. They've had to deal with that over the last couple of years. And at no point this year did it look like they were going to go to the playoffs. playoffs.
Right.
Until there was a minute left to go in overtime. And so here they are. And you're right. Like, this is the most little engine that could feeling the Raiders organization has ever had.
And for Derek Carr, a guy who he's been a good quarterback. He's struggled in spots. The Raiders just haven't seemed to ever get over that hump. And the one time they did was because he was great, and then he gets hurt and can't start the playoff game. So just for Derek Carr in of himself, it'll be neat to see him start this game. And, I give him a puncher's chance, and at the very least, that should shape up to be a good, 35-34 kind of a fun ball game.
Although I hope for the Raiders' sake it's not, because if you let Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and I know Higgins is dealing with a little bit of an injury, if you let them really get going, I don't like the Raiders' chances in a score fest. The Bengals are very, very dynamic. But as we watched the Niners do to them just a few weeks ago, you can bottle them up. Like, this isn't going to be the Chiefs game. I like the Raiders' chances if the score of this game is in the low 20s. If this gets into the 30s, that's going to be advantage Bengals.
I do like the Raiders in the 5.5 in this one. And for me, as much as I'm looking forward to that first game, the second game for me is going to be a perfect ice bowl because I'm coming off refereeing 7 games. So by the time that game kicks, I'll be home with ice on the knees, under the blanket, ready to dial up 3 hours of watching grown men shiver their butts off, one of whom will win and one of whom will lose.
Yeah, and by the way, though, we found out, at least in our most recent weather report, I should update it. Let me go to the weather app and check out Buffalo, New York. I think
this is Willard Scott, not Mark Willard Scott, with a weather update.
I think it's going to be freezing, but I don't think it's going to snow. Let's take a look. Tomorrow, you're looking at 10% chance of precipitation. The high has moved. The high has moved from 11 degrees all the way up to...
Clay Bellinger?
Yes, it has. It's gone so high, all the way up to 12 degrees now. So it is no longer going to be 11. It's going to be 12. However, we've also seen the low. The low has gone down from 5 to 3.
Okay.
So 3 degrees in this night game, but wind 10 miles an hour, no precipitation. Give me Josh Allen over Mac Jones all day long.
Yeah, and this tells you all you need to know about how much the league office loves its players. This game is kicking off at 8:15 Eastern. You're talking about a game that might end at midnight with temperatures that are going to go down near zero. If you're a league that really loved its players, you would have the Vegas game be the night game. Hello, but they don't care about player safety, player health, whatever. They want you on that cold wall. They need you in that ice storm. So I like the under in this game, but I don't think New England can replicate what they did the last time.
What is the under in this game, by the way? I don't even know where that's at. Let me get a little
16
Bet Rivers
and a
action.
half is what it is.
No, it's not. No, the over-under, as we speak,
44.
Bills, 44. 44, one of my absolute favorite numbers, 44 shooter. 44
Willie
shooter at a
McCovey.
props table. Willie McCovey, may he rest in peace. Absolutely. You like the under in that one. It seems like that's probably a pretty good bet. All right, let's hippity hop on over to Ricky Waters, who now joins us live as we get ready for Cowboys and 49ers on Willard and Dibs. Ricky, great to have you. How are you, man?
Man, I'm doing great. Man, that sounds good. Niners versus Dallas. Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. It only took like 25 years, Ricky, for this to be relevant again. Like that's a hell of a wait. Do you still consider this something different, a rivalry, or is that for you guys who played back in the 90s?
Well, I think it's more for us back in the 90s. It was just two special teams, I should say, and so it was pretty amazing. And obviously, the catch with Dwight Clark, and, there is a rivalry there. But I feel like now it's kind of dissipated a little bit. So let's get it back. Let's get it back going. That's the way I see it. This could start it up again.
Yeah, it's starting it up is one thing which we all want, but to make it back to the peak, obviously the catch in your NFC Championship game against Dallas, take us back to that matchup where there was so much talent on both sides of the field.
Well, it was amazing. And the fact that we played them 3 in a row, it's pretty crazy that would even happen. but they seemed like a team that had our number. So it was really important that we got that proverbial monkey off our back that year. And we had a special team that year too. I mean, we had Dion and guys like that came to play with us. We had so many amazing older players that I took a liking to and helped me even become a better player. So that year was, I would put that team up with any team in any year, in any era, I would put our team up against them. So I think we had the team to win.
Ricky Waters with us on Willard and Dibs, 95-7 the game. Ricky, it's funny because everybody, including the current players, they love the throwbacks from the mid-'90s, and we heard a lot of people saying, man, they should wear them this weekend. I don't know if they can, but whenever those people bring up those uniforms, you're the first player I think of. You're one of those guys. Do you get that a lot? Do people associate you with that?
Yes, they do, and I like it a lot because I really felt good in that uniform, number one. And I remember when we first got those and we saw that they were different, and then we saw the black shadow on it. It was just something about them that we were like, yeah, this is special. And Nike came out with a shoe, too. There was a red and black and white that matched it perfectly, and I just happened to be with Nike, so it was just like a perfect situation for us. I mean, I love that, and I look at that as that's our swag, We're the ones that rocked it that way, and I see young guys now the way they're kind of rocking their uniforms. I like it. I feel like they looked at us. They saw how we played, number one, but how we looked as well, and the style that we had, and they're copying it, and I think it's awesome.
These uniforms don't have that same style, but offensively the style is kind of similar. The way they use Kyle Juszczyk at fullback, maybe not as much of a passing threat as William Floyd was, but what do you see in this Niner team offensively that kind of reminds you of the way you guys used to run the ball?
Oh man, I think they have a great chance. First of all, in this game, it's kind of cool because people were kind of writing them off, and then they were able to get there the way they did in the fashion that they did and beating a team like the Rams, so a lot of people were picking to go the whole way. But, yeah, I love Elijah Mitchell, Trey Sermon. I hear he's going to be back. I'm happy with that and everything. But Debo Samuel, that guy right there, he is exciting. I think Kyle Shanahan was very intelligent for him to use him the way he has been using him. I think he has to get the ball. He has to get the ball, for me, 12 to 15 times, finding ways to get him the ball on the edge, different runs, misdirections, screens, draws, delays, because he's a game breaker. And you just get him with those plays that you think could go the distance, and I think he's going to make some big plays out there.
Ricky, I'm so glad you brought up Debo Samuel because those of us who just sit back and watch football with a beer on the weekend may not understand the intricacies of being able to both be a wide receiver and a running back. We just think, hey, grab the ball, go. Like when you see that, what goes through your mind, and can you share how special that is?
Oh, it's very special because, first of all, that means that he can run routes. But he's more of a wide receiver who's turned running back. So we know he can run routes. We know he can catch the ball. He can take the top off the defense if he has to. But when he is running the ball, he has great vision. That's what I see. The vision first, and then the fact that he is explosive enough and strong enough to run through tackles, to hit the hole fast, and to get up out of there and make a play in the secondary. So, I mean, when I'm watching him and I see the things that he's doing, he obviously has great hands. He's obviously quick and elusive, but he's strong and he's explosive at the same time, and he's a tough player. But all that being said, I wouldn't run him up the middle a bunch. I wouldn't try to get him to do all these things that he could possibly get hurt. A lot of blocking and all that. He's going to block downfield for the other players, obviously, but you don't want him blocking in the backfield, things like that, and picking up the blitz on linebackers who's going to come screaming, at him and try to take him out of the game because they would want to not to hurt him, but they would want to get him afraid or make him afraid to be the player that he can be.
How impressed are you by the way the Niners run the ball, using George Kittle and Charlie Werner, the tight ends, so much, and obviously Trent Williams, and what kind of a road grader is he in the run game?
Man, I love it. I love it. I wish I had that a little bit more. To tell the truth, man, getting those big tight ends in there like that and running the ball the way they do, the way they use them, like I say, misdirection, and they pull those guys. Those guys come around up on the outside players like the safeties or the corners. They can't match up with a guy like Kittle, and so it's just amazing. And Kittle, he is the. I feel like he's the blanket for them. You know, he's the safety blanket. He's the guy that you can throw a 50-50 ball to. You know, if Jimmy G, you know, needs a reception right now, he needs to get a completion going. I think he's a guy that you go to, George Kittle. You definitely know you can get the ball to him. He's going to get the ball, and he's going to make plays after because he gets that yards after catch.
Ricky, you're such a favorite to the 49er faithful. I think everybody would love an update on just you. What are you up to, and what are you working on these days?
Oh, man, I started a health and wellness company. It's called Impact Wellness, and I created a line of products to treat like pain and anxiety naturally. You know, I was living with pain. A lot of us are. You know, we're living with pain, had anxiety, and couldn't sleep, and I had to find something that worked for me. And I wanted to share it now. I just want to share that relief I found with, you know, anyone else who's dealing with the same issue. So that's where I'm at with that. And you can find out more about that at impact-wellness.com, you know, or Ricky Waters and Impact Wellness. It'll pull up too. So,
okay. Yeah, Impact.
Nice.
Yeah, impact-wellness.com. We'll send them your way.
I want to have my name be Googleable with the word wellness at some point. That's got to be pretty
idea.
cool. Yeah.
I love it. It's helping so many people. And I mean, I would love to be known as the health and wellness guy. That's not too bad. You know,
Waters Wellness. I can see that on the side of a building. Let's go. And also, Ricky, in that it's so great to catch up with you. We would love on the way out the door to have a little bit of fun with you, get to know you a little bit better on something we like to call the big finish. You up for it?
Yeah, I think I can do it. I don't know what it is.
Exactly.
Find out.
Yeah, that's all right. Nothing to be worried about, Ricky. You got this. All we're going to do is throw two categories at you. You pick one, and then we'll throw a couple questions at you. Would you like the category mistakes were made or NFL cities?
Whoa. Okay, mistakes were made. I don't know. That just sounds kind of
listen, you're courageous. You're courageous for choosing that. Here we go. Ricky, give me one play in your career you'd like to do over.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The one in Philadelphia, going down the middle. Yeah, I would like to have that back.
Give us a refresher on what happened on that play.
Well, we were playing against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it was like the end of the game, and it wouldn't have won us the game even if I had caught it, scored whatever. But it's just one that I would like to have back because it was what do you call it? It's a seam play down the middle.
Oh, man. As a fan, how did you drop that? I can't imagine how hard that is in real time. Question number 2 for you, Ricky. And, you know, I'm sure you as a young player got a lot of advice, both good and bad, but what was the worst piece of advice that you ever got as a player?
Wow. I can't think of it. Really, I've had good mentors. Good coaches, good players that they taught me good things. Everything was really, really positive as far as that's concerned. I don't really remember anything that somebody told me. I'm like, God, why'd you tell me that? Like, that doesn't, you know?
Last one for you, Ricky. What is one thing now Ricky would tell young Ricky? What would you tell your former self?
I would say to be the best player you can be with your talents. Don't try to be somebody else. Don't, try to live someone else's life or anything like that. Just be the best person you can be and work as hard as you can to be better tomorrow than you were yesterday.
Sounds like good advice to me. Yeah, Ricky, it's so great to catch up with you, man. Thank you for doing it today.
All right, thank you.
All right, there he is. The great Ricky Waters, man, those throwback jerseys, they're just like emblazoned in my mind in getting to talk to that guy. So much fun. You gave a compliment to PFF earlier today, which works out well because off we go to talk to Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus coming up next. And one of the things we need to ask him, how the hell did Max Crosby beat out Nick Bosa for second-team All-Pro as a pass rusher? What does PFF think? We get to that coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
It's a pretty decent unit.
I'm Chelsea Messenger helping you beat the books with BetQL. The forecast in Orchard Park is 8 degrees at kickoff with a wind chill below 0.
restaurant will have the largest wine cellar in the city. She needs a robust sommelier with notes of procurement manager.
3 sections for France? I mean, this is the biggest.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I've got gas.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're getting to the witching hour. And what that means is we're going to have Pick Your Battles. We're going to have to deal with who on the Steiny and Who show. What's he going to be wearing? We'll find out. We're going to have Sam Monson, PFF, in moments. It's we got him right now. Perfect. Then let's get the best accent in sports media in here. He goes by the name of Sam Monson. And Sam, I'm going to ask you right out of the gate your reaction to Max Crosby over Nick Bosa for second team All-Pro at the pass rusher position. What gives?
Yeah, I think it's justified. Max Crosby led the NFL this year in total pressures. He's the third guy we've ever seen top 100 pressures in a single season. The other two guys we've seen do it are Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt, back before all the injuries started to take away, the defensive player of the year kind of J.J. Watt. So, look, Crosby rushed the passer more than most pass rushers. He had a ton of opportunity as well. But he was on an absolute tear this season in terms of pressuring the quarterback, had the highest pass rush win rate of any edge rusher in the NFL. I think it makes sense. Like, he was a genuine breakout superstar on the edge for the Raiders this year.
And a big reason why they are still playing. Trent Williams and Debo Samuel also get that first team accolade. How do you rank Debo Samuel as a wide receiver who's a running back, or in his myriad ways? How does PFF go about trying to compute what a difference maker he is when he runs the ball?
Yeah, it's tough. Like, Debo is one of those players that's starting to break all these kind of award teams at the end of the year, which are, generally speaking, all still with normal positions and guys that just fit into neat slots, receiver, running back, tight end, all these kinds of things. Debo Samuel and Cordero Patterson and Kyle Pitts, and there's all these players that are starting to transcend traditional position designations. On defense, you got the same thing with guys like Micah Parsons. They're playing multiple positions. They're not just playing one spot. And, it's getting tricky to get these guys into teams like that without sort of fudging the rules a little bit, or just sort of shoehorning them in, knowing that they're an all-pro caliber player, but they perhaps belong at a position outside of, the traditional outlet. So Debo Samuel, I think, is a great example of that. The guy is absolutely phenomenal this year, whether he's running the ball, whether he's catching passes. We had him make our PFF All-Pro team in the flex position. We created this sort of flex position on offense to be able to put players like him in there without labeling him as a wide receiver or a running back. But he's one of the most electrifying playmakers and unique players in the NFL.
Sam Monson, PFF, with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, Sam, let's dive directly into Cowboys versus 49ers. When you look at the specific matchups, in the trenches or even in the defensive backfields of these two teams, what are the matchups that fans should really watch out for?
It's fun. The 49ers are such a unique offense. I know that system, is connected to a bunch of other offenses, sort of family tree-wise, coaching tree-wise. But Kyle Shanahan has it running in a different way than anybody else. And you hear them, when you hear the 49ers coaches talk about how they do things, they specifically zig when everybody else is zagging. They go for the unusual to try and steal a tiny edge here and a tiny edge there, knowing that it's like that, the Al Pacino speech from Any Given Sunday. All those inches, you add them up, and that's the difference between winning or losing. That's the 49ers' philosophy on offense, and it's everywhere, including the personnel that they have running it, whether it's Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Brandon Ayuk. These are all unusual skill sets and unusual athletes for the position, and it makes them really difficult for any opposition to match up with, because you just don't see people like that. There's nobody on the practice squad you have that can replicate what Debo Samuel is doing or any of these other guys. So it makes every game they play in fascinating. And in particular, you're facing a team in Dallas who has their own matchup freak on defense. You know, Micah Parsons is legitimately playing two different positions right now, and he's kind of flipping between the two. He's playing true off-the-ball linebacker, where he can be running deep downfield, covering a tight end or a running back, but he also moves down to the line of scrimmage and rushes the passer as a real edge rusher. There's nobody in the NFL that does that right now the way he's doing it, and certainly nobody doing it to the high level that he's doing it. And it's going to be interesting to see if Dallas can, if that's enough for Dallas to kind of offset the mismatches that the 49ers can create against virtually anybody.
Especially when they run out of that 21 personnel, which they do so often with the two running backs and the one tight end. Has Dallas seen this enough throughout the course of its season, and do they have the front to really be able to adjust to the Niners going with two running backs and or two tight ends?
Yeah, I think they are going to struggle a little bit with the physicality that the 49ers can bring. Dallas, Micah Parsons is their most physical defensive player. He plays with a different intensity than the rest of them. They have some guys up there that are good players, good run defenders, but overall as a unit, it isn't as strong relative to what the 49ers are going to bring to the table. The big thing I think that Dallas have lived with this season, lived by, is that they force turnovers at a greater rate than anybody. And Jimmy Garoppolo has a tendency to put the ball in harm's way. The kind of where he does it is not the same place as where Dallas typically gets their turnovers, but I think generally that's what the Cowboys are going to want to try and do to equalize that disadvantage. Yeah, we might give up some success on the ground. We might allow them to establish the run a little bit more than we would like, but we're going to try and get one back with a turnover somewhere.
Sam, take us inside Dak Prescott this year. He was good, but he didn't quite look as dynamic coming off of the injury. Is that just an eye test thing? What did you see with him compared to his former self?
No, you're right. He was not the same player once he came back from that injury, and you could see it in his performances. It was an eye test thing, but you could also see it in the numbers. His turnover-worthy play rate spiked as soon as he came back from injury. He kept putting the ball in harm's way. 4 times in the last sort of 6-7 games, he had multiple turnover-worthy plays. One game he had 4, and he was still making a lot of big throws to offset those, but that's just a different level of efficiency than he had before he got hurt, where he was not making those kinds of mistakes. And then there's also significant kind of splits between home and road games. When he was on the road, he just didn't play as well as he did when he was at home. So that's one thing in Dallas's favor, is that generally this season, Dak Prescott has been significantly better at home almost across the board in his numbers. Doesn't put the ball in harm's way as often, has a higher average depth of target, is more aggressive, is more efficient, all his favor when he's at home in that Cowboy Stadium.
It seems like it's... I'm sorry, just strength versus strength. The Cowboy O-line against the Niner D-line. Does the whole game kind of come down to who wins that battle?
There's a lot of fascinating matchups in this game. That's definitely one of them. I think what we just talked about, whether Dallas can force turnovers, I think is a big potential turning point in this game. I think the same thing is true on the other side. If Dak Prescott has a clean game, there's so much with that Dallas offense to concern any defense with. They have so many weapons. They're so difficult to stop. They can run the ball. They can stop. They can pass the ball as well. They have so many receivers. They finished the season with the number 1 ranked offensive line by PFF's offensive line rankings. The 49ers line was one of the best in the league as well. So I think there's kind of strength versus strength almost all over the field in this matchup.
Sam, great stuff as always as we head into the playoff weekend. We'll talk to you next week, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
All right, take it easy indeed. Sam Monson, PFF. Who am I kidding? We're not going to take it easy. I'm starting to feel stressed already, and we're still 48 hours away.
I love it. A whole clean day worth of watching playoff football tomorrow. Then a little wake and take in that 10 o'clock game on Sunday. You'll take either team, and then it all kind of clears away for the big one on Sunday at 1:30.
Well, speaking of clear the way, we are now all cleared and ready for Pick Your Battles. Also need to tell you how you can win a truckload of cash coming up this weekend. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
49ers GM John Lynch joined the morning roast ahead of Niners-Cowboys.
the gift keeps on giving. But Nostradamus goes back to the days when you were just a young little G eating value packs in Foster City.
How'd you know? Actually, I was more of a Nerds guy. Went to 7-Eleven, get a thing of cherry Nerds, and move on with my day. That's all I needed.
Oh, okay. The old cherry Nerds. Yeah, I was more in the sweet tart generation.
Cherry Nerds, which will be my fantasy team next year. We are the Cherry Nerds.
Nerd alert!
Speaking of fantasy, do you want to win $2,000? Coming up this weekend, all you got to do is go to betql.com/props. Sign up for the Giving Props game. 10 props have been posted for this weekend's action. If you get them all right or more right than everybody else, $2,000. That's it. Simple props. Debo Samuel over under 36.5 rushing yards. Stuff like that. 10 picks, put them all in. You get the most. You win $2,000. And if you don't, just by signing up, which is free, you're automatically entered into the random grand prize drawing where someone is going to win $10,000. BetQL.com/props right now.
I love it, and if you want to see exactly how Guru and I feel about it, go to the Liquidate All Assets podcast at Odyssey.com through your Odyssey app. We went for a full breakdown yesterday of all 9 props on the board.
And also, don't forget, before today's Warriors game, yes, there's a Warriors game, and I know we're all looking wounds, so we haven't talked about it very much, but tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. It's brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, ultimate hub for all things sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. And based on what happened yesterday, you may want to be at the Warrior game for the start of it, because the end of it may not be something that you would like to watch or listen to.
I love the expression lick wounds as we look at your dog Penny in the background, because with our pets, we don't let them lick wounds. Shout out Cliff the cat, who's got a little wound back by his tail and some stitches. He's wearing the cone of shame right now, so he literally cannot lick his wound. So that's one of those expressions that we got to figure out a new way to describe it, because
good point.
We put the cone on now. There's no licking of wounds.
We put the cone on. Yeah. I have a friend whose dog just went through a pretty big leg surgery, and she took the cone off. Somebody gave her a donut. Put the donut on instead. Much more comfortable for the dog. Right. Much more comfortable for the dog, and it makes the dog feel like it just won Pick Your Battles, because that's what you get.
That's a transition.
Pick Your Battles.
That might actually be a 5.
You get donuts, so let's go. And I am not going to be pick block today, because I don't care what any of you pick. I've got a whole host of games I can go to, so I'll just pick the best one that's available. But our live standings, Spadonuts has joined me back at the top. We're both 6-3. You and Kyle are rallying. Don't call it an LL Cool J comeback.
We've been here for years.
You've been there. You're at 4-5, so just 2 games off of the pace. But that still means that you, Dibber Claus, you and Kyle, you have the floor.
No, Kyle gets the floor because I believe he also, though, coming off a win. Is that true, Kyle?
Yeah, but I've lost more recently than you, so I'll be the caboose here. And I'm going to start in the NFL. I'm looking at this 49ers-Cowboys game, guys, but I'm going to hammer the under. The over-under is set at 51. Per sources, the sharpest of the sharps went in on the under early and got it down to 49 at some books. So I will take that under 51 and feel good about it.
You should feel good about it.
Okay.
And there are so many bets to be made this weekend in NFL action. There's head-to-head golf matchups from the Sony Open today, but you got to stay where you feel comfortable. Spadoni, if you would, please. I mean, do I have to beg for it? Let's go. My system, Mark, is on fire. The math is in. We've got 3 5-star specials today. I already gave you my Iona. We love Monmouth, by the way,
3.
giving 4 at St. Peter's, but the pick is in. Buffalo is at Ball State, and with apologies to David Letterman, it's all about the Bison here Buffalo given 7.5 at Ball State. Ball State, one of the worst defenses in all of the country, and they've played nobody. We're taking Buffalo, not the Bills, but the University, given 7.5 tonight at Ball State.
All right, Spadonuts, welcome back to the show. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, I'm going NFL action on Sunday. It's the final game of the weekend, not counting Monday, obviously. But I'm taking the Steelers plus 12.5. I know they got destroyed against the Chiefs a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
I know they looked awful against the Ravens, but man, there's just no one's given them a shot this week. And you know what? I am.
No, yeah, well, you're wrong. But anyway, that's okay.
Wow.
Just mark me down as a dissenting opinion on that one, but that is not the pick that I'm going to give you. I'm going to get intricate. Plus, like a player who just dropped a pass over the middle, you want to go right back to your guy, which means after 2 blowout losses, I want to get to this quickly. I don't want to wait for Saturday. I want to wait for Sunday. I'm coming at you tonight, and a team that has won 11 NBA basketball games in a row. Let me sit here and call it right now. The win streak ends tonight. The Memphis Grizzlies, second end of a back-to-back. They are coming off of an emotional win over the Warriors. They are done. They are spent. This is the night where the winning streak goes down. The Dallas Mavericks are only getting 2 in Memphis. You heard it here. The Mavs win this game outright tonight. Take the Mavericks plus the 2. Luka will be whining and complaining and winning tonight. There it is. That's it.
I love it.
That's all I got.
Wide variety, a menagerie of picks from college hoop to NBA to a couple of NFLs. If you had to give out your one certifiable NFL, this is where I would liquidate all assets weekend pick. You and I both believe the Niners will win. Is that your one? And as I borrow from our co-mentor, Tony Bruno, your one stone-cold lead pipe lock. What is it, Mark?
Lead pipe lock. No, it's not, because I always want to remove emotion from that stone-cold lead pipe. I did already tell you, I do like the Chiefs, but you want to know the pick that I really love, which I think is being almost undersold, and maybe it's because we think weather is an equalizer. I love Buffalo minus the 4.5 tomorrow night. They are a better team. They're at home. I think they're even more equipped for the weather than the Patriots are. I know you're getting the best coach of all time on the other side, but if you low-key look at what Mac Jones has done the last month, it leaves something to be desired. You're going to be able to throw. It's just cold. It's not going to be snowing. Give me Buffalo minus the 4.5 tomorrow night.
Okay, that's a good pick, a good strong pick. Kyle, you were saying?
Yeah, I love that Buffalo pick.
Yep.
I think that's the other one I'm looking at this weekend.
I was just about to ask you.
Oh, okay, thanks, Dibs. I think the Raiders are going to win.
I knew you were going to say the Raiders. Yeah.
They could.
The
Bengals have that riding high. They've passed for 10,000 yards their last 2 games where the starters played. Everyone, they're their trendy Super Bowl pick. Watch out for the Bengals and watch them faceplant against the team that people don't think should even be in the playoffs. Happens every year. I like the Raiders, especially getting the points.
I love it. While we're doing Stone Cold Lead Pipe Lock Roundtable, before we get to Spadoni, let me channel my inner Nahigian and make a pick on his behalf. Look. You talk about Philly. Since I left Philly. They're out. They don't do anything. Philly is nothing without me. I'd go third person, but I don't do that. You talk about Philly, they're out. Take Tampa and lay the 8 and the hook. Spadoni, thank you, Matt. Spadoni, who do you like? Hey, Spadoni, who's your Stone Cold lead pipe lock there, Spadoni?
Just doing any games this weekend? Does that have to be I'm taking the Nuggets over the Lakers tomorrow. Lock it up.
Oh, gosh.
I love it.
Did you just emotional hedge a fake bit?
Yeah. You're like the anger of a Laker fan. It's so predictable. You guys waltz into the room with freaking peacock feathers all over the place. Oh, we're going to be there in the end. We're going to be there in the end. And then you have one or two bad games.
I never said that. I said we were screwed the moment we got Westbrook.
You're all the same. You're all the same. You walk in, you peacock into the place, and then you lose a couple games in a row, and you go the other way. Oh, they can't beat anybody. They stink. They're awful. You know what? I've said it.
You're disrespecting the great streaming service that is Peacock, comparing them to the Lakers.
Well,
man.
By the way, episode 3, Joe Montana, that thing dropped yesterday, and I heard it was really, really good.
If I can pay off my own bit after I gave you a freebie from Nahigian, somewhat of a Nahigian-esque, it's the Rams, guys. See, it was a Nafrigian pick of the day. Wow. Styles make fights. The Rams are better than what we think because we've seen them against the Niners, and the Niners own them. The Rams are going to beat Arizona into a bloody pulp. Take the Rams minus the 4.
Well, I agree with that too, except for we have another show before that one, so that's when I felt like that didn't count for the weekend's games because we're going to get to get to talk again on Monday morning before that one. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. And I think I'm done. I'm leaving. I don't even want to have this conversation.
Is it because of the clothing choice of some of our co-hosts?
The jersey's on again, and just because the ring's been found, now his focus is back on jerseys again, right in my face. I don't even want to talk. I have nothing to say to any of you.
Well, that's kind of strange because I was bearing gifts today. You know, I hooked up Steiny, I told you yesterday, with shout out Brett Barish and the Sovereign brand, and I got some rum, cognac, all for you guys, and I had a couple bottles for Willard, but since he's acting like that, maybe I'll just give him to Dibs. Dibs, you got a couple on deck.
So now I'm like Captain Consolation Prize. I'm like the first runner-up in case Miss America here can't make the pageant. Now I get to get a little.
I got crates. Each of you had bottles on deck.
Nice. Yeah. Thank you, Goo.
You got
sometimes you just ask it for a simple thank you.
Yeah, I got you too, Kyle. Yeah, got some rum, cognac. What up? And I've been good all week. I've been taking the Who, Steiny. I'm sorry. The Holy Ghost coming out. I'm Butch Johnson today. We got a game. I'm fired up, and I'm ready to go. I've been good all week. Yeah.
Dibs.
Let's go.
Shout out the Holy Ghost to the post.
Dibs, how long's Willard been around now?
Willard's been around for more than quietly a minute. He's older than he looks. Okay. That's for sure.
Yeah,
you mean here or do you mean here?
I mean here. I mean, initiation is over.
It's over. He's past his 90 days. We're stuck with him.
It's no longer an initiation sensation.
That's right.
That's a buck.
Right. Yeah. Well, actually, now. My point is, I actually didn't hear the show today. Let me guess. No problem for the Warriors. They're fine. And
no, I didn't say that at all. We pretty much ignored the Warriors.
Niners going to win this week.
Yeah.
Well, we all think the 49ers are going to win this week, but no, I did not gloss over what I called the first non-watchable game for the Warriors all year. That was brutal. And just because you don't think the 49ers are going to win, that's fine. You're allowed to be wrong at least once a day. And so you've already got yours out of the gate, and it's 12:03. Good for you.
You know what? I got to listen to the show next time and pick something out that I know has been said. You're right. I came ill-prepared to start coming down Willard's Road on the crosstalk today.
Kind of like the Warriors last night.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Wow. Hey, guess what? They played the defending champions, all right? They're not in their league. They're not in the Bucks league.
Oh, God.
Bucks are missing a player every bit as important as Draymond Green.
That's not even the point. That was a message. Like that's
they sent a message though.
To remove context to that level and say the Warriors are not on the Bucks plane is disingenuous, and you know it. You know it, Steiny. Don't even go there.
Nobody feasts on a slump like Steiny does. I mean, Steph Curry misses a 3, and Steiny starts to craft that tweet. You know, over the last 17 games, ... He feasts on other people's misery.
Defending champions, they're like Warriors coming into town. They ain't even a playoff team.
Well, Steiny, you're missing you're burying the lead because I know Dibs is the new era Danny Ainge. I've seen you at the Disgrace at Chase. You got heart. What about Bobby Portis dancing at halftime and then getting in Looney's face and no Warrior doing no hard foul? Come on, man. That hurt me, guys. That bothered me.
You didn't have your JYD in the lineup. He's out with a strained calf. If Draymond's on the floor, you're dealing with a different sort of Bobby Portis celebration sensation. And as Steve Kerr told you, we're in the dog days of the season. So, it's unfortunate that you got pushed in Milwaukee. That was a Sir Mix-a-Lot first half. Double up. They had you doubled up at the half. We call that a Mix-a-Lot when you're down by more points than what you have at halftime.
I got
How
you.
dare you?
He was a rapper, Steiny.
Like it will.
How dare the
Sir
two of you
Mix-a-Lot.
walk in here and try to turn this into a Warriors conversation when my man's got a Dak jersey on? I'm not letting you do this, Who.
Okay.
I'm not letting you do it either, Steiny. You're not turning this into a...
Well, it's 12:05. So pretty soon you're not going to have a choice.
Yeah. Well, no,
I
that's
gotta
going to
tell you
leave.
this.
That was my choice 5 minutes ago. I wanted to just leave. I don't even want to have this conversation right now.
I'm doing all three of you a favor. There's Niners-Dallas, but this morning on the roast, it was a simulcast between our sister station and that thing was Herd's Hagler. Mom's, there was some below the belt hitting, Dibs. Oh, whoa.
Wow.
I would have got in trouble, right?
Okay. Ultimately, it's just a bunch of people talking, in our case, in our own homes.
It was great.
Arguing about other grown men playing sports. So if that stuff ever gets to you at that level, then you need a self-examination.
Well, mothers were brought up, though, Dibs. Mothers were brought into it. I didn't like that.
Yeah, but do you think there's some fans in Dallas who are now afraid of Joe Shasky? Like, do you think they're like, oh my God, I thought we had this, but did you hear that Shasky guy?
Great.
I'm terrified of this matchup now.
I mean,
boy.
Yeah. That's boy. I mean,
I got bottles for you guys. Just remember that when we see each other again.
I got bottle envy.
All right. Well, I'm only gonna need a bottle if the 49ers lose. So I'm not worried about it. Who?
All right. Well, you guys have a good weekend.
Steiny, let me know where you're at for the late game tomorrow. I'll be coming off of 7 games refereeing. Let me know where the possible outdoor rendezvous is.
Well, the other thing, too, Dibs, is I got some people here flying the coop again.
Oh, we got action.
Yeah, so I got to.
How many texts does Dibs give during those 7 games? What's the over-under? I'm going 3.
Text?
3 texts at 7 games.
It's always 0.5.
If I give one all year, then I've had a bad day.
No, but I'm taking the over because you're throwing people out. You already
that's easy.
It. You're tossing the third parent out with Aunt Margaret is in
that's
town.
Worse than the tech, Dibs.
No. The beauty is
COVID-19, you're out.
The clock runs during fan ejections. If I got to stop down for a free throw, that's costing me money.
Oh, man.
All right, boys.
All right,
man. Have fun
Enjoy
this weekend, guys.
All right. You too. Steiny and Who next on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru, I gotta be honest. I'm a little taken aback. Because so Monday or Tuesday it was, we talked about, and you were so sincere about why you love the Cowboys, and it harkens back to your father. And you told some just great stories about when you were a young kid and how important your dad was and still is to you. and the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
And I thought for the most part that the Bay Area, our listeners, even though so many of them are hardcore 49er fans, I really thought they reached out and said, you know what, Goo, we respect that. But for you to wear a Dallas Cowboys jersey today,
it's game
when
day
you
Friday.
when you know that we're on YouTube Live and we're on twitch.tv/957 The Game live, like, to me that seems like a little bit of sticking some people in the chest with your finger.
That will be Monday if the Dallas Cowboys actually win, and then I'm wearing the jersey. We're family. We love the Twitch people, YouTube, Steiny. You don't know how nervous and fired up I am. It's like a natural drug, and I really wish you could just, like, study me and do a study on what's going through my mind, and I get to talk about it. Steiny, this is Tom Hanks. It is big. And I'm ready to go. And I ain't my prediction at the end of the show, our prediction, but this is everything, man. There's so many levels.
It's a wild card game. Chill out, first of all.
Oh, my God.
Secondly,
that does bother me.
Is the game tonight?
No.
Well, then settle down. You're a grown man. The other thing is, you're visible today, and you're going to be in front of 49er fans. Why couldn't you just wear a nice collared shirt today, and then tomorrow wear your jersey? But you're doing it today, and I've
been good all week.
Yeah,
it's like the Incredible Hulk, Lou Ferrigno. Clark Kent, and now I'm taking this shirt off. But I thought you know what, Snotty? We bonded yesterday because when you asked me the story about my pops, I'll never forget that show. It did something to me, and I appreciate you listening. Just don't let this affect you. Let's get after it. We got a big game. Let's go. Forget what I'm wearing. All the stuff that's been sent to me from Shasky and Niner fans, and you want to give them the compliment of saying they're civil. I've been seeing guys urinating on blue jerseys, dogs taking dumps on blue jerseys. Don't send that to me. So that's why I had to fight back, Steiny. That's why you see the blue.
All right. I got you. So you play that game before the game. Talk a little crap,
Well, I mean, I'm nervous. I don't think we're going to win. So that's why I'm – oh, no, Steiny, I'm
see, that's
real.
What you can't do. Hey, can you do me a favor? Just put your zoom down a hair like that. There you go. I want to see more of that jersey.
Okay. I got your bottles on deck, Steiny. Go ahead. Let's go.
Here's what I was thinking about this game, and obviously it's a big game. It's a playoff game. But I was just looking at the two quarterbacks, Garoppolo and Prescott. And, Jimmy Garoppolo – he was 9-6 as a starter, 68% completion rate percentage, 3,800 yards, 8.6 yards per attempt, which is pretty good. 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, not great, but we know they're a running team mostly. And I'm looking at Dak Prescott, and I'm hearing you talk about, this is huge, this is monster for Prescott. I'm looking, he's 11-5 as a starter. 69%, almost 4,500 yards. He had 37 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. It's like, you know what? Fans are a joke. Fans are a joke. They're never going to be happy. Because if you're telling me that the Dallas Cowboys can go 12, and don't give me that, well, this is Dallas, because I don't want to hear that either, because they're in a lot of ways similar to the 49ers in that, what have you done for me lately? But you really gonna tell me Prescott, who goes Cowboys go 12-5, he throws almost 40 touchdowns with 10 interceptions? It's like, this is a big game, make or break. Get out of here. He's good, and he's going to be the quarterback there for a while.
Good, Steiny, but he's got paid like he's great. If all numbers you give me the play. That's the problem. Now people want to put the contract, put your money where your mouth's at, Dak. Where not even playoff records, Steiny. They didn't make the offs last year. And you're the talk of the town and the off the wrong way, to the point to where they played the lowly Eagles last week with nothing on the line, and your guy throws 5 touchdowns. That's how nervous they are about this offense, and people are so unlike Jimmy, who did get paid early on, Steiny, he took his team to I'm if Dak loses this game to the Niners, it is over for him in Dallas in the sense of you're not savior. You are just like Tony Romo. We paid you, but nothing manifested. And this will be 1-3 in the offs, plus the years he did make it, Steiny. So that's why I'm telling you on the my enemy lines, what's for Dak. Numbers are fluff. Numbers do lie. Shout out Michael Smith and Jamel Hill. Great show back in the day. But Steiny, I'm telling you, people are concerned in the Big D. Now, this is a form for him to get off to a good start if he can beat this Niner team that's riding high.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, you know, he's probably going to go to the playoffs 4 or 5 more times. He's going to, like, I can't stand. How old is he?
I want to say 26, 27
years old.
I got him older than that. He's younger than that.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? I just can't stand this. You're going to be close to writing him off if he loses this game tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You're close to writing him off at 26 years old. Like, that's what I can't stand sometimes about fans. That's kind of my problem with fans at some point. Like, this guy, yeah, he's got to have to win in the playoffs to be successful or to be looked at as a great quarterback. But is he retiring at the end of this year? I'm sorry.
No, he's not.
He's a young quarterback. He just got paid. He's not going anywhere. He's going to have more chances. Yeah. So it's like if he loses this game, that'll stink, and he'll be 1 and whatever, and there'll be a lot of noise. But it ain't going to be his last time. And because he didn't do it this year, doesn't mean he can't do it next year or in 2 years.
Dak's 28, Steiny. He's 28. But as a quarterback, that's still relatively young. But just like you talked about yesterday, we talked about Jordan, and they tried to put that jacket on, you know, when you're going to cross the bridge, when you're going to cash in those chips, those championship chips. We know that's an evolution of it. Tom Brady, you know, he's the GOAT. Why? He gets it done. John Elway at the end. But, Steiny, I'm just telling you, man, the people in Dallas, they're uneasy, and they want to see this team get to at least the NFC Championship game, which he has not done.
NFC Championship game?
At least. It's
win
been
a playoff
30
game
20-something years. Well, he did that against Russell Wilson a couple years ago.
But, like, that's what I don't – like, I don't understand how fans can be that short-sighted. I really don't. Sometimes you get to the playoffs and you win, then you lose. Then you go the next year and you go around further. Then you get to the Super Bowl. Then you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't all like why can't they why can't they be better next year, the Cowboys?
Well, people aren't patient. I'm not saying that can't be the case, but right now they're locked and loaded. They got everything you need. Everything.
Well, then why do you, seriously, then honestly, why do you think they're going to lose?
Because the last 5 weeks, for whatever reason, the offense has been crap. They cannot run the ball. It's not just Zeke, Steiny, it's the O-line. Amari Cooper's getting 2 targets. They're questioning the offensive coordinator. And people are saying this is one of the highest paid rosters in the NFL at almost every position. But what do we got to show for it? Now, it could be a trip to the bowl. We don't know, but it's getting old, Steiny, and that's why I'm saying that equates to pressure. And if you look around outside of Matt Stafford, it ain't Jimmy G. It's Dak Prescott with the most to lose this weekend.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd say that. I think Josh Allen's got a lot to lose.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, especially if the Bills flame out in the first round. Absolutely, I think. I mean, maybe we can argue about who's got more, who's got less, but I think Josh Allen's got some pressure on. Let's go to Pete in Newark. He's on your side, I think, about the Jersey Goose. So, what's going on? What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what up? Hey, Goo, man, I had some gripes before today with not repping Dallas, but bro. Steinmetz, get off my boy, man. I'm coming down your road. Where's your jersey at, Steinmetz? He's rapping the boys, man. Let him do it. It's Friday.
I got my
It's almost game day. It's been over 20 years.
But more than 20. I love you, Pete.
Yeah.
Over 20 years.
You've just rendered me speechless. You made your point. I'm going to let you make it.
Where is your jersey, Steinmetz? Bro, this is the bait. This is bait gold. Cowboys, Niners. Where's your jersey? That's what I want to know, bro.
Tell you what.
Come on.
I tell you what, Pete. I tell you what. I'll make a deal with you, Pete. 49ers win a playoff game, maybe I'll wear a 49er jersey.
Oh, no, that means you are. There ain't no maybe. I love you, Steiny. There
and
you
I'll
go.
tell you what, and you know
you're going to get a use check. Use check.
You know my feeling about wearing jerseys of teams where you live in the region. I don't really believe in that.
Yeah.
I don't like to wear Warrior, Giants. It's just that.
You Ratto, guys like that.
No.
Code.
No,
I just live my life in the hell with rules. I live by my own.
Yeah,
That's
those
how
are
you
my
feel.
own. Yeah, those are my own rules. Those are the rules that I made for myself. But, for example, let's say I go back east and visit the family. Then I might wear a 49ers hat for sure. Or a Warrior jersey back
Why
east.
not here, though? Just real quick, the breakdown of what's the philosophy behind why can't the locals see you on Bart with a Niner hat?
Nah. No chance. And you know what? I don't wear Philadelphia 76er stuff back east either. I might wear Sixer stuff out here.
The ATL, Cam Reddish in New York. Wow.
Oh, yeah, he's going to turn them around, I think.
I think that's a great pickup.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it all works out. Hawks, they got to do something. I know that. But we can't be talking about the Atlanta Hawks.
I know.
We cannot be talking about the Atlanta Hawks when we got Cowboys 49ers. All right. By the way, did you hear Jerry Jones?
What'd he say?
He said, I'll guarantee you this will be a Cowboys crowd without question. So he's saying already
he's a bum.
Ain't no way that 49er fans are taking over in Jerry world. No chance.
I don't know how you know this, but there's a report out there. Steiny Bonte talked about it too with the guy. There's 17% tickets have been sold to Niner fans. I thought that was kind of hogwash. Like, how would you know? But when did this become a thing? And if this is true and somehow it is the takeover, Steiny, you got to give Niner fans their props. If they're able to pull this and we turn on the tube Sunday and we'll be able to tell, and it's Toronto at the Oracle in 19, I'm going to be like, whoa, Steiny, whoa. Give kudos to Niner fans. And we know one going.
Yeah.
Right.
So then why – but Jerry Jones, you would think, has to know something, right? Saying, I'll guarantee you.
But that what? Okay.
Who does that bother?
I look at that as insecurity. Jerry, for you to have to come out and say that, something's up.
Hold on a sec. The guy doesn't shut up, all right?
Okay.
Let's be honest. So now a writer comes up to him and says, hey, Jerry, I don't know if you noticed this, but the 49er fans kind of took over that game against the Rams last week in L.A. Are you worried that could happen on Sunday against you guys? What's he supposed to say? I'm really worried. No, I'm really worried. I think I could see our fans just bowing at the feet of 40. I mean, of course he got asked about it, and he said, no, it's going to be our home game.
Oh, see, I took it the wrong way. That's 100. What I'm saying to you, Steiny, is he has no control over it, right? When you purchase a ticket online or wherever, there's no way. Hey,
he's got to have some
fill out a
knowledge.
question. What's your ethnic background? You don't do a questionnaire. You just buy the ticket.
I think he's got to know something. Doesn't he?
Wow, this is intriguing, and I don't like it.
I mean, obviously,
what's the crowd going to be like?
Well, obviously, any season ticket holder's name is there, and now if you sell your tickets legally, it's on that secondary market that goes through the team anyway. So they'll find out the name of the person who's using the tickets. I mean,
so they know Bonte's a transplant. Then you think that's however he got his ticket?
It's a good question. That one's out of my.
This is fun.
That one I don't really know about, but I gotta believe that he's got some way of knowing something. But
all right, we'll see.
Hey, here's one thing I was thinking about doing today, but it's got to be off the top of our heads, so that we can just throw some names
organic.
out. Yeah. So I was thinking about the Niners-Cowboys and over the years and how many great players they've had. So I was thinking, if you had to create a list of the top 5 49ers and Cowboys at a certain position.
This is awesome.
So, let's just say, who are the top 5 wide receivers when it comes to the Niners and Cowboys all time?
Okay, we know it's Jerry Rice.
Okay.
We know it's Michael Irvin. We know it's Terrell Owens. Oh, there's no Steiny. He's a Hall of Famer.
Well, let's list them all first.
Okay.
Irvin, Owens,
Terrell Owens.
How about Bob
Jerry
Hayes?
Rice. Oh no, that was going there.
Jerry Rice.
Bob Hayes. Okay, so that's 3. Hayes is 4. And who would the 5th be?
Well,
do I dare say? Oh, go ahead.
I mean, to me, it's John Taylor
or Tony Hill. Number 80 for Dallas.
I would put Drew Pearson.
Drew Pearson. How could I forget?
So we're already
the real
up to
88.
We're already up to 5 or 6. See what I'm saying?
So we got 3 Cowboys and 2 Niners.
Well,
Irvin,
Owens,
Hayes, and Pearson.
Owens would be both.
Well, yeah, Owens the Niner the first though.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'd have Michael Irvin in there.
Oh, there's no doubt, Steiny. He's right underneath Jerry Rice to me, honestly.
Well, you know what? We could talk about this on the other side, but to me, he's one of the all-time most overrated receivers, I think, in history.
Do you believe?
It's overrated. I do.
I'll tell you to hear more.
Yeah, okay. I tell you, and you know what? It's something that I would say to him too, because I believe it. I saw him play a lot against the Eagles.
Wow.
The Warriors need to get back on track. They'll aim to do so tonight in Chicago. Tip-off is set for 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live at 3 o'clock. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
John Lynch joined the morning roast ahead of Niners-Cowboys.
Last week's game was kind of a microcosm of our season. What I'm so proud is that this league is not easy, and we had high hopes, and I think rightly so. We have
and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you. All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Some call him the biggest Dallas Cowboy fan in the Bay Area. Yeah, we were just talking about wide receivers and some of the greatest in 49er history and Dallas history. And no, I think Michael Irvin's overrated. That's all I'm saying.
So he's one of the best leaders that the NFL has ever seen. He has 3 rings.
Hey, you know what? Goo, I'll tell you what. You mind if I just take this call quick? Let me get this guy in here.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, who's this?
This is Mr. Overrated. That's Mr. Overrated.
It's boy, Mike. I'm defending you, Mike.
Wait a minute. You got to be kidding. I didn't say that.
Playmaker.
I didn't say that. That wasn't me.
Man, y'all get on with all of that, man. Talking about, come on, man. The bottom line is, and let's talk about this, because we talk numbers all the time. Numbers are for the regular season. Now letters, wins and losses, that's postseason stuff. And wins and losses, if you get enough W's, you end up with rings. I got the W's in the rings. What part is underrated?
Hey, Mike, listen. I'm in the blue jersey now with the. Listen, Mike, I had you while you were in Miami. But the best thing about the playmaker, Mike, is if stuff wasn't going right, it's on the sideline. You was letting guys know we got the in Premier TV, and that's why I'm in debt to you, man. And new job. Wait, the playmaker. I don't know what's up with my partner, Mike. You a bad boy.
It's all good. You know, we need all of that. We need that opposition, ones that see things one way, to really get a true appreciation for the right way. You know, you see it this way, but no matter what, we get it done. The bottom line is, right now, what we're talking about in San Francisco, what we're talking about Dallas. I don't care about I just want to make sure Sunday, you get it done. Get it done. And that's where you say, that's all. That's the one thing I will be able to say. I got it done.
I tell you what, hey, Michael, real quick, just a little bit. So I grew up outside Philadelphia for 25 years, and I moved out here. I've been out here for 25 years, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. They hate the Cowboys and Michael Irvin in both places about the same amount. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me tell you something, man. That's the one thing. I never understood that, all right? And it's so strong. Now, you guys, listen, I did shows with Steve Young when I first retired. At ESPN, I was working with Steve Young. We were working the Countdown crew. We would go into cities that San Fran killed. I mean, like St. Louis and everything, they killed you guys. And now everybody's booing me. I'm like, Steve, the one killed you here. I didn't kill you here. Now, certainly when we went to Philly or Washington, they were all over me. And, you know, but I kept saying, why don't anybody ever bother Steve? Why is it always me? I wasn't in the air. I was in the NFC West, and even those teams. It's just, I don't know. It must be a Dallas Cowboys thing, or maybe it's just the way I play the game.
Mike, my partner, told me, Dak's numbers are great. Dak's this and that. He's got paid. I ripped that paper up, and I told him, hey, look, Mike, I'm a guy that tapes the game back. In the last weeks, I'm like, is he reaching? And I told my partner, and I mean this, Mike, yeah, there's no replacement waiting, but you got to go win this game this Sunday. He's not a Super Bowl. He's got to win this game.
He's saying it's make or break for Dak this weekend, Michael.
Talk to me, Mike.
Listen. I'm going to say this. I'm with you guys on all of this. And I ain't talking about just Dak. This will make it a break for all these mugs on this mug. All these mugs on this team. It's like, listen, and I'm on record telling them it's a matchup I really didn't want to see you have. You know, because it's going to take a complete team effort to get it done. You know, if you ask me, I believe both sides of the line, San Francisco wins. That's a scary thought going into any game. Going into any game, that's a scary thought. And I'll tell you this. I heard it I heard it, and I love him. You know, I love him. I know, but he knows he's in this world now. And Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa came. Yeah. He talked about it. He said, "Hey, man, both of these tackles, they're beatable. They're beatable. I've seen it. They're beatable." And I believe that may just be enough to awaken that monster down inside of Tyron Smith. He's been doing it so long and so well for so long that maybe sometimes you just, you need a little young whippersnapper like this to wake you up, because he's coming to use you as a stepping stone to get to the top of his mountain. So I can't wait to see that battle.
Michael Irvin joining us, one of the greatest receivers of all time. And, hey, I want to ask you this, Michael. Is there anybody you can compare Debo Samuel to from back in your day? Have you ever seen anybody like him?
Well, it's the question you asked, can I compare him to anybody? The answer I can say is yes, but can I compare his game completely, or do I see anybody that has his complete game? That answer would be no. I see derivatives of guys. He's this guy. He can play. He's like this guy as a wide receiver, but he's this guy kind of as a running back, and this guy as a return. Last week, I saw him do this kind of guy as a passer. He's one of the most phenomenal athletes. One of the most phenomenal athletes we have in the National Football League, and that's why I tell you, man, this dude here is MVP talent. And he's putting up that kind of a year.
Mike, let me go back to that.
Let me tell you, and over here, right, when I do a show here, they don't even know. They don't even know. I'm like, you guys are watching the Cowboys. Right. You got to watch other stuff. You got to watch other stuff. So they want the real thing. I didn't know Debo Samuel had over 1,000 yards. I said, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You didn't know he had over 1,000 yards. Are you joking? He had one of the greatest years at wide receiver. You just hear about him running the football, but he's had one of the greatest years in San Francisco history at wide receiver, talking about doing numbers around Jerry Rice type stuff.
You went up against one of the best cornerbacks, and you played with him in Deion Sanders, and you talk about Debo Samuel. I love Diggs. I love everything about him. But, Mike, outside of the interceptions, he's given up the most pass yardage than any other DB. So this Sunday, when I bring up the name Diggs to you, do you put him on a Debo and say, you take him out the game? Is he that type of cornerback, Mike?
Well, I don't think he can take him out the game, because Cal Shanahan doesn't allow you to do that. And if you set your defense around, hey, you're going to play him no matter where he goes and try to take him out the game, Kyle Shanahan will destroy you with formations, and you'll be unbalanced. And he's moving Debo around so much. Then he puts him in the slot. Do you come in the slot? Then who you got on the outside? You got your third corner on the outside? Let me find another joker to get on your third corner and go deep while we just messing around in this slot. We ain't going to throw. It's too – so no, you can't take him out. And I can dig what you're saying on Diggs.
Right.
He's the famine with Diggs. Obviously, when you got that many interceptions, that means you've taken some calculating risk. Sometimes it works. Every now and then they get the best of you, and you give up a big play. But I truly hope Diggs don't stop playing the game the way he plays the game. The most important part of any defense, when they say defense wins championship, is the turnovers. Defense don't win championship. Turnover defense does. And turn the ball over. So I don't want him to take that out of his game.
Before we let you get out of here, Michael, Guru's the biggest Dallas fan, so I'm gonna let him close out with you. But it was great having you, Guru. Go ahead, talk to one of your favorite players of all time.
Mike, I was at the stick when Alvin Harper made the catch in the NFC Championship game in the rain, the mud. Just talk to myself and the listeners how you get ready for a game like this. I know it's the wild card game, but for a lot of people on that list you just mentioned, it's like a NFC Championship game. From a mental standpoint, how do you galvanize them? Is that on McCarthy? Is that on Dak? Who is that on?
And you're asking me how much yesterday you pull on to raise these guys up today. How much do we talk about that? And I think that's a big part of it. You know, when you think about, remember the Cowboys bust through in the 70s, making plays, and then that was the Cowboys like with going up against the Steelers back there, teams of the 70s, and then San Fran took over and became team of the 80s. We came in and then took over as the team of the 90s. Things vacillated back and forth. This game right here is such a huge game with all of that history. You know, you talk about that game where Alvin went back, and we called that our catch after the Dwight Clark the catch. You know, all of those games, man. I harken back to those games in San Francisco. I remember, I'll never forget it. 396 was the call. 396. That means 896. I got a skinny post. Jay got a deep route, and Alvin got a curl route. We had thrown this route 3 times in the game, and every time he threw it to Alvin Harper. We were down. We were up 4 points. San Fran had just scored. We were up 4 points, and we needed to make a huge drive right here and not give them back the ball because they're taking momentum and we'll lose this game. Man, Troy called. He came in and he said, scat right, 396. Before he got the 6 out, I had to ran out of the huddle and ran the Alvin spot. Then, Troy was like, what are you doing? I said, run the play. Run the play. Troy said, what are you doing? I said, run my route. Man, Troy dropped back, man, and them dudes rotated to me on that curl route. He threw that backside 8 route, and I watched Alvin Harper go 70 yards. And I sat there saying, look at this dude running with my football in this game. That's my football. Troy ran by me. He said, see, that's what you get. That's what you get. I'm like, what are you talking? What just happened here? And then we threw the touchdown to Calvin Martin that put it over the top and got to go. I guess it was Super Bowl 28 that time. It was Super Bowl 28. But man, listen, man, those moments, those memories, I would be on edge watching this game. And I love that the CDs are all playing right. I see Eric Davis. Eric Davis, that big game he had in 94. You remember we had all those fumbles. Every time I see Eric, he brings that up. You know,
they didn't call the flag, Mike. It was pass interference to you. That was Dion. That was a flag.
No. That was a flag. I know you ain't Moose, but you're Moose Darryl Johnson to me. But that was a flag. And get this, guys. Let me tell you, speaking of that, Dion and I, that's why today, last couple of days, we've been shooting this Pepsi commercial, a trash-talking commercial. And you'll see it at Super Bowl time. You know, we rewrote that into the script. We rewrote that pass interference, the 94 championship game. Dion said, let's put it in. In the 94 championship game, that was pass. I said, let's take 94 out because it tells people just how old we are. Let's just stay in that championship game. They don't know what game it was, but let's take 94 out. We don't even know we this old.
Oh, honesty is the best, Steiny. Wow.
Oh, man. Hey, Michael, man, thank you so much for jumping in and giving our guy Daryl a nice surprise. And
man,
good luck with everything, man. You're the best.
Let's go, Mike. Let's go.
I appreciate you saying that, but I know you don't mean it. Not this time. I know every week I'm on. Y'all mean that when you say good luck and all that stuff. But I know this week it's under the breath and you got to say it under the breath and through the tongue. You don't really mean it. You just saying it because it's polite.
You're right. You're right.
Oh,
we'll catch up. They'll catch up to you next week. Thank you so much, man.
All right, guys. Always, guys. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Wow. I need a cigarette, Steiny. I don't need smoke, man.
So just to let people in, Guru didn't know that we were going to have Michael call in and say hello to him and reminisce about the Cowboys.
I feel like we're going to win because that just happened.
So that's why I was saying. That's why I was saying he was overrated because I knew he was going to.
I was like,
hear it.
You shocked the hell out of me with that one. I had to go to my corner do a break, but I heard that voice. Oh man, that made my day, Steiny.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Some great stories.
What about him trying to take the limelight and get the ball? That is great.
It's incredible. It's incredible. You know what? He's just upped my amp meter a little bit for this game. How could he not? How could he not? Man. So, Michael Irvin. Yeah, no, I got him in my top 5.
But he said there's some fallout. I know we're focused on here, but there's some fallout if somehow they don't get it done, Steiny. And I wonder if McCarthy was on that list because you got Dan Quinn. He's linked to a bunch of jobs. People want to interview him. And, would the owner say, hey, you've been a head coach before. We'd rather have – because McCarthy's clock management's the worst. And Kyle is so smart, Steiny. And I wonder if he's going to play chess to McCarthy's checkers, man.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm getting real excited for the game, to tell you the truth. There's just no doubt about it. Because to me, it's just such an interesting game from the Niners' point of view. Because one of the things they've struggled with is consistency, and it just feels like they can't string together, 3 to 5 wins, which they're going to need to do against really, really good teams. I've said this. I get that they're dangerous, and if they keep going, obviously they'll get more and more dangerous. I just can't see them kind of running the table, which is what they'd have to do. But you know what? Can they win this weekend? Yeah, I think they probably can.
Can they stand prosperity too, Steiny? Because we're talking about it right now. Even Michael, appropriate fear. Everybody's, a lot of people are singing the tunes, the highs and the praises to the Niners. So I'm wondering how that will play out, Steiny. The fact that they're coming, they're on the road, 3-point dog. But in reality, a lot of people think they can win this game.
Yeah. By the way, we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. You can see Guru in all his glory with the Dak Prescott jersey on. And remember, the Comcast business text line always open at 888-957-9570. So Michael Irvin. Yeah, I know. You all right?
49ers GM John Lynch joined the morning roast ahead of Niners-Cowboys.
When we're in the playoff run in 19, and I think versus Green Bay, we threw it 9 times. Maybe that was Minnesota. I think people take that as Kyle doesn't trust him. No, we're just imposing our will running the ball, so why wouldn't you?
The biggest names on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7.
All right, this segment sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. Let me get you caught up on what we're looking at, Goo, for the rest of the show. We're going to be here till 3 o'clock. We'll pass it to, will that be Warriors Live, or are we passing to, what time's that Chicago game, 4:30 or 5? I guess I could just look right in front of me.
You got it.
Warriors Live. So we'll take you right up to Warriors Live at 3 o'clock with Ratto and Damon Bruce. So there you go. Michael Irvin.
Wow, man.
Glad it made your day, buddy.
Yeah. I'm glad I don't do a show with a guy that thinks he was, like, our relationship was in trouble and overrated, but you knew you played that perfectly.
Yeah, good idea by the big boss.
Yeah, he hooked that up.
Him on. So at 1:30, we're going to talk to Barry Church, former Cowboy safety, and he does pregame Cowboys Live. So he'll be joining us at 1:30 to get some Cowboys stuff. And then at 2 o'clock, John Lynch was on with the morning show, Morning Roast, and we're going to replay that interview at 2 o'clock with John Lynch. John Lynch at 2 o'clock. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. You wanted to jump into some Warriors. What's on your mind, buddy? They lost last night. I don't even know what the score was, but it was worse than whatever it ended up.
Well, let me tell you why I'm nervous.
All right.
And I understand that they shocked the world jumping out to 18-2. I get that. Nobody expected it. But, Steiny, the news after we talked to Slater yesterday about James Wiseman and us going true detective on why it's been taking so long to find out he's had another surgery, that was a shocker. And then I understand they were without their heart and soul. But the Milwaukee Bucks look like the hood against the Catholic school. When the Catholic school has never seen renegades, play that hard and tough. That's what that TV – I didn't know the Warriors were capable of laying an egg like that. And another concern, you tell me what you think. I'm loving where Klay's at physically. I know he can do it, and the usage will go up. But, Steiny, the way he's playing, it's not why they're losing, but can I dare say it ain't Warrior bad? Like, he's gunning. And I'm wondering, I'm just asking you, could that – and I'm not blaming him, Steiny, but that's not the Warrior way. The ball moves, but if he's going to get his, and I'm here for it, but – That the last couple of games, I don't know if there's a correlation between, even Cleveland was a clunker. They didn't score 100. So now Dre's hurt with the calf. Now glass half full, he'll be right back when they get home. But if this is lingering and everybody is adjusting or readjusting, Steiny, this is not the Warrior team that I thought it was when I said, that team is ready to go into Phoenix and win on Christmas, because now there's so many more questions. And now about James, they may not have that big guy this season. And I know you got to help me. Chris Mullin and Bonte had Dr. and he's our guy, Narav
Panja.
Bonte asked him what this means for a 20-year-old, and he said it could be nothing, or this guy could be facing bone on bone in the near future. And we know how that ends up. So, Steiny, I'm not feeling too good about where the Warriors are. And, the Curry slump continued.
Whew. There's a lot there. So I'll play the role of everything's going to be fine.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, Bobby McFerrin. All right.
Well, the one thing... Happy. It's the halfway point of the season. Exactly. And they're on a 60-win pace. So, but I hear what you're saying. Like, do you want to talk about the Warriors who are 30-11, or do you talk about the Warriors that have lost 4 or 5 and are 12-9 since a great start? So
beautiful.
You gotta put it all in the big. You gotta jam it in there. Look, when Klay was ever going to come back, we knew there was going to be an adjustment period. I mean, we knew it. No matter if it was good right off the bat, things were going to change. He was going to take 20 minutes. They were going to have to come from somebody, and we knew early in the season they had 9 guys contributing on a game-by-game basis. So we knew that he was going to have a ripple effect, if you will. Okay, so let's just say, hypothetically, the ripple effect has affected Jordan Poole, who's now the 6th man. And maybe it's affected Wiggins, because now Wiggins is the 3rd option instead of the 2nd option. All that stuff has got to work itself out, but we knew it was going to have to work itself out. So I think that's what's happening right now. And there are other peripheral issues. Wiseman's one of them. But, to me, Wiseman, listen, you think more highly of Wiseman than I do. Right. You think Wiseman can help more than I do sooner rather than later. So the fact that Wiseman's not coming back till, let's say, the All-Star break, yeah, on the one hand, I'm like, he's going to miss 58, 59 games. Like damn. On the other hand, it's like, I never envisioned him helping out more than anything in spurts anyway. So let's take him off the table, if you will.
And I understand that.
But I do think you kind of see how fragile the Warriors can be or can look at times. The reality right now is, and I know it's only 3 games, but their backcourt of Clay and Steph, just for these 3 games, I mean, they've just been ordinary volume shooters, essentially. And then you bring Jordan Poole in off the bench. He hasn't made any shots. So that's not going to continue. But I think part of the reason is because they're all trying to figure it out. It's going to take a little time.
So I'm going to bring up a couple names. I love Bielitsa, Steiny, but when they play top tier, top athletic, the game's fast-paced, to me, I don't want to say he's in the way, but he ain't Bielitsa when the defense is in his zone and he's comfortable and then he can go to his bag. I just been noticing that. So that's something I'm watching.
What's
and
that?
Then also,
who?
Bielitsa, when the other team is super athletic or his guy is faster than him, and I always talk about how Luka could play at his pace and beat at his own drum. I'm noticing, and I'm not blaming Bielitsa, Steiny, but I'm wondering when it's high leverage and you got athletes out there, active dudes, can he do what he's great at? And then Iguodala, what are we doing, Steiny? Do you say, hey, I'm not questioning Iggy, Steiny, but you're a soldier. You've been through the fire. You had more than enough time off. At what juncture do I sit back with Lil Daryl and say, I expect him to give him more? Would you laugh at me? Would you ball my list of concerns up? Because they're small, but those are the little things that I feel like this team's not getting. And now GP2 is out, with back spasms. He may be out tonight. So everything has changed. And I guess I could say, Steiny, let me just hit that same cigarette and say, relax, it'll get back to what it was. But I don't know if this team can get it back to what it was. It's got to recreate what it is. And that's what scares me a little bit.
888-957-9570. It's the halfway point of the Warriors season. On the one hand, they're 30-11. That's a 60-win pace. Nobody had them winning 60 games. On the other hand, they've lost 4 of 5, and since they started 18-2, they have not looked as good, plain and simple. So 888-957-9570. How are you looking at the Warriors' start so far? I'm asking Warrior fans to give me a little bit of perspective at 888-957-9570. And I mean, I got a few. I just think this is. I think this is natural. Well, first of all, Bielitsa, he plays 10 minutes a game. Who cares?
All right.
He's not going to make or break, I don't think. As far as Iguodala goes, I mean, look, when they signed, when Iguodala came back here, you knew there was a chance that the only thing he could possibly bring would be just playoff experience. So early in the year, Iguodala was playing kind of like, man, I mean, the Warriors would love that if he could play in the postseason like he did at the beginning of the year. I mean, he got hurt. And here's what I think, too, is I know Iguodala, load manages and is, high maintenance when it comes to that. I think now it's gotten to the point where if it says he's got an injury, we just kind of roll our eyes a little or laugh like it's a day off. But I'm starting to think that he is banged up, or he is when they list him on the
compromised.
Injury, yeah, he's hurt. He's not 100%. So Iguodala is a player that I think they need to be at his best 15, 20 minutes a game for them to win a title. I don't know how you feel. Do you think they can win it without Iguodala? If he's basically...
No. They need Iguodala. They need those hands and that defensive IQ. They need that. And the offensive IQ to get whoever the ball, or even him to take the three that I've been accustomed to him hitting in high leverage situations. What I don't like, and I'm going to use the word pacifier, Steiny, on this Warrior season because it's not much to not like. When Curry struggled and I was in denial, we said it's because of the record. Okay? I thought that was still kind of, we're talking about the greatest shooter and baller, one of the top PGs to ever do it. Okay, we got past that, and it's still happening. Now I see another trend developing with the pacifier. Oh, if Jordan Poole is off, it's because of Clay? We got to figure, it's each man for himself in the sense that you got to be ready, and I'm not coming down anybody's road, especially Clay, to say the byproduct of him coming back is Jordan struggling. Like, Jordan's got to figure that out. Yeah. Wiggins has got to figure that out. And Wiggins was, he had some questions yesterday, but I'm like, man, those are a lot of questions that guys got to get right at the same time. And I feel like I'm hearing everybody, it's all gonna gel. Like, okay, we got a few questions.
Well, they got half a season to do it. And they're on a 60-win pace. So, I mean, again, we're lose.
Talking about winning a chip, though, now, Steiny, because that's what the talk has been, And
I think when you start 18-2, you think it's going to be easy. Well, it's not going to be easy. I mean, there's just this, as good as this team is, it's just not going to be easy. I tell you what, the one thing that hit me last night, well, first of all, as it relates to Curry, I don't know what he was last night. Again, it wasn't good. 4 for 11. You can throw all the numbers out last night, though, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway,
yeah.
So the one thing that's becoming apparent to me is he is much less effective, and that disparity is more so than ever in the half court as opposed to in transition. Like, when he's in the half court now, it just feels like everything's crowded. There's two guys hanging around him. So he's not scoring in the half court at even close to the rate he was. And then, I look at a game like last night, and the Bucks, I think they were up 24 points in the first 8 or 9 minutes. Well, guess what? That means they're scoring, so the Warriors have to play in the half court. So they've got to, they got to defend and rebound to get out, to get guys feeling good, as opposed to set. Like, here's the other thing, and I kind of was doing it, but those are the defending champion Milwaukee Bucks. Like, they play defense, they're long, and you look at a game like last night, and Giannis said, "I'm going to put an imprint on this game from the get-go."
He did
from the get-go. I'm
going to interject,
right. And that's where I think sometimes Steph can struggle, is he's not able to do that at times when the defense is so focused on him. Like, it's just like, I think he took 3 shots in the first quarter.
Like, Clay had took 4 before his first one. And I'm not blaming Clay, but I'm like, where's the chef?
Like, it's kind of just he's just dare I say, more guardable than Giannis. Just that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So I just think his shots are difficult. And I think they've been worse the last 5 to 10 games. But here's what I think. Again, you have half a season to figure out that stuff, and you're going to get Clay's going to start making shots, and the floor is going to get more spread.
Right. Okay,
and then the court will just look more open. You would hope, and then Curry starts getting into the creases and makes that decision whether to hit the floater or get into the lane for a bucket. Like, I think we're at a transition point where it's going to start to become more and more like that. But these guys got to, again, they haven't played together.
Well,
here's the other thing.
I hear you.
Here's the other thing. We saw how much Draymond Green means to the Warriors, especially on the offensive end. I remember we had a discussion once, and I was like, you guys realize Draymond really helped Steph in the front court. He doesn't help him that much. Oh, okay. Yes, he does.
And I didn't mention that. You're right.
See, Draymond, the other thing, Kerr, how many backdoor baskets did Steph Curry get last night?
Yeah.
None. Steph Curry gets backdoor baskets for the most point from Draymond Green. Like, just stuff like that. And a backdoor bucket's an easy one that can get you going.
I'll tell you this, Steiny, and it's a concern. When you play the Golden State Warriors, what are they going to do? They're going to shoot the three. And now the guy that I said had a chance to kind of change that up and give him body shots or give him another option, we found out another surgery. So I don't know when he's coming back. But, Steiny, I'll say this. I meet you right there with Draymond, but I think he can help so much that the things we talk about in the continuity and who's going to be able to accept or, excel in their role, those things are concerning moving forward. And like you said, they got more than enough time to figure it out. But from how this season started and how dominant they were and what they did, I feel like that's like a gas tank on E. And they got to fill it back up. But it's hard to fill back up because there's so many variables.
Yeah, here's the other thing. They're a smart team. They saw this coming. They knew that whenever Clay came back, it was going to have a ripple effect and impact a lot of players, to impact Steph. So, let's go to Matt in Oakland. We got some people that want to talk Warriors. Hey, Matt, what's going on, buddy? Matt, what's up? All right, let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco.
Oh, girl.
Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys. Hey, how you guys doing? So a couple of things. My brain's kind of scattered. Pick one out. So here's the first thing, and I think you guys heard me say this before, and I don't mean to be Debbie Downer. I didn't start to believe they were competitive until the Christmas time. I think a lot of the fan base is caught up in what they used to be. This is not a team that what they used to be. They want to relive strength in numbers. But you got to look at where they were 2 years when the run was over to where they're at now. And look at the money, look at the players. For once, I said to you, Steinmetz, I don't know if it was you or on another show, that they were getting their ass kicked in the half court, period. As a team, most of the points the last games, there has been no transition points off transition, okay? And yes, Guru, you are wrong to expect Iggy to be the old Iggy. He's there, to me, for many reasons, but for one, for playmaking. I've said it once, I'll say it again. They don't have enough playmakers. And Dre going down is an indication of that. Jordan Poole can't playmake. They look scattered on offense, and they've been flawed offensively, and it doesn't surprise me that it's caught up with them. But now they're lagging on defense because you have to establish an identity defensively to cover up for those flaws on offense. This does not surprise me at all, and it should not surprise you either, Steiner. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. That's Robin.
Yeah.
Great point. Like I've always kind of thought that about the playmakers. You know, Curry's a playmaker. Draymond's obviously a playmaker, and they're 1 and 1A, whatever they're like. But that's where Iguodala was a playmaker, is a playmaker at his best. You know, but for the most part, Wiggins isn't, Clay's not, and neither's Poole. It doesn't mean they can't make a play.
Yeah.
But that's not really what they do.
Right. I'll say this because you said, you know what, the Warriors are smart, and Steiny, I agree with you 110%. They saw the adjustment coming with Clay, but let me tell you something. Another story started developing, and that was Steph and where he's at. So he's dealing with his own battles, you know, in a sense. So nothing is bigger than the team. But at the end of the day, Steiny, this readjustment with Clay, along with Steph trying to battle through what he's going through, that's a big deal to me.
Yeah, how about this? Maybe this will make you feel better. Look, if the Warriors don't make shots, they ain't going anywhere.
Okay.
And right now, there's something going on that's never gone on before with the Warriors, and that is Curry's not making threes like Curry.
Right.
Small sample size, but Clay is not making threes like Clay. But even if you want to take Clay out of the equation, Jordan Poole becomes the 2. Jordan Poole doesn't make threes and is not shooting the ball well. So at this point, you know, they're outside shooting, which they excelled at. They're not excelling at it. They're just another team as of right now whose backcourt's taking a lot of threes, and they make some, they miss some. So, do you believe they're going to start shooting it better?
I do.
Okay. Well, then I think they'll be all right, and I'm dead serious.
When I left you yesterday, because all we can speak on is the present, when I left you yesterday, Steiny, honestly, would you have told me of all the scenarios? And I know they were without Dre, but that was another national televised game after losing to Memphis. Did you think that was even a possibility? Because, Steiny, I did not. They're losing and then getting blown. That game was over at half. They were down Gertie. It was more than Gertie. I mean, that's when I'm like, hey, okay, we can throw this out, but that's Milwaukee. Without Holiday. And then what about Iggy missing the dunk? We call that getting hung, Steiny. What happened there?
I don't know. Let me see.
I love you, Iggy, but boy, you got to make that.
I'm trying to see when I thought it was. I thought it was in the realm. Well, let's go to Anthony and Benicia.
Okay.
What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man? You want to talk a little Warriors?
Hey, guys.
Talk to us.
I'm not panicking, but I'm kind of cautious, you know, like Guru, because I called a couple of days ago and I asked about, you know, maybe us having like a big man presence in the middle to obviously get an easy bucket. But one thing that I noticed without Draymond being there, remember when we had Andrew Bogut, he would always set good picks and nice screens, and he was a good passer. I feel like our guys, we have a lot of wing players. And wing players are, you know, 2 guards or bigger threes. And, you know, they're just shooting threes right now. Nobody's really going for too many mid-ranges. But also we're not getting a lot of transition buckets. And then with the news of Wiseman, you know, in his recent another surgery or whatnot, you can see that Looney and Bielitsa, like Guru said, like they just don't have the athleticism and even the grit to deal with the bigger guys. I know All-Star break is coming up and everything like that. I really did like the Miles Turner talk. I know that some guys aren't really about that, but, like, I'm starting to notice that if the shots aren't dropping and guys aren't getting back in transition, you know, like these other teams getting out to a big lead, I'm just wondering, like, what you guys really think about possibly putting together a package that would include, you know, not the core guys clearly and maybe not even GP2, but I really think we need a solid big man that can get easy buckets and possibly even stretch the floor like a Brook Lopez or something like that.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. I mean, one thing, I'll just say this. If they go get a guy like that, they got to waive somebody.
Right. I mean,
so you got to be willing. You got to be willing to lose Bielitsa or Damian Lee.
Or what's Chorizo? I mean, he could be.
He's on a 2-way contract, so he's an outlier.
Oh, so he's okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, he's fine.
So I'm the only one that was bothered by the Portis dancing. when you do that and show out that way, and Giannis jumped in
Bobby
on it,
Portis,
you have no fear.
Do you know anything about Bobby Portis?
I do. Yeah, he's
a
I know
lunatic.
Bobby Portis is right.
He's a lunatic.
Draymond is too,
in the greatest sense of the word.
Oh, okay.
I love Bobby Portis. He's a loose cannon.
But they did that because there was no fear. And I know Dre wasn't there, but that wouldn't have went down with Dre, Steiny.
Yeah,
or somebody would have been on their ass in the early third quarter.
And you know what? And I don't mean
it turned to Mardi Gras.
But this is where you have an overinflated opinion of the Warriors as the league thinks.
Damn.
Like you're probably right. It wouldn't have happened to the degree that if Draymond were there. No doubt about it. And who knows what would have happened. But what I'm saying is, like, the Bucks are the defending champions. You haven't made the playoffs in 2 years. Not only that, you're missing Draymond Green, and your other really good player, Klay Thompson, is just getting back from injury. Like, get out of here. You have no chance to beat it. Let me say that again. We're the defending champions, and you guys are a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 2 years, and essentially you're missing one of your top three players, and Klay Thompson. I mean, so... and going to be interesting tonight to see what happens in Chicago. Let's go to Malik.
Klay Thompson. Yeah.
Right. Malik, that might help, quite frankly, this early. What's up, Malik?
I want to talk about that. Steph Curry, how he can do like a little bit of more mid-range, like Kevin Durant. Well, he just keeps shooting threes, man. If he do a couple shots like that, then his game can open up a little bit more.
Well,
what do you think about that?
I think it's a fair point. I mean, the only thing Steph does better than shoot threes is shoot mid-range. It just looks like the court is so compressed right now.
Man, that's compressed.
I mean,
that means tight.
Like he is. Here's the other thing, and we're going to get out soon, but I do think teams are. It's taken a while, but teams are just defending the three a little bit better. I mean, I know Curry got 3 calls the other night, but that's been cut down a little bit with the guys kicking their legs out, although...
Yeah, man, that's interesting, man.
No clue why they give that call to anybody.
I'm not giving up, Steiny, but I'm like, there's a whole new list of to-do lists for the Warriors. And 18-2, I felt like they won the finals. I felt like Steph was MVP. And that's shame on me because we were just at the quarter point of the season. And I overestimated the Klay, getting reestablished in him. Now Dre has this mysterious calf injury. I mean, Wiseman had another surgery. Slap me.
No, now I forgot what I was going to say.
Dude, yeah.
No, it was more.
My bad.
No. It was
RELAS.
It was more bad news, but of course now I can't think of it because I was trying to jump in and thinking more
Niners.
about jumping in.
Yeah, we got Niners.
I know what I wanted to say. And how about this? NBA.com's got a MVP ladder, and Stan Van Gundy, the former coach of all those teams.
Curry, too.
They don't have Steph Curry in their top 5 in the MVP voting in their list. They don't have Curry in the top 5.
How can that be, though? I love Stan.
Well,
I bet if you read me the names, 2 of the guys I could tell you don't have team success, which made Curry not win it last year. That's got to be wrong.
Tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get back to Niners. On the other side, we're going to talk to Barry Church. This guy is really, really good. Former Cowboy safety, now does pregame for the Cowboys. We're going to talk to him on the other side about the big game Sunday, and then we'll get back to that. I thought it was interesting too, but yeah, Steph Curry starting to not be found on MVP lists. Hey, the Warriors, they play Chicago tonight. Tip-off 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live, that starts at 3 with Damon and Ratto. It's all presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let's get right to it. Introduce former Cowboys safety. He now does pregame. Cowboys Live in Dallas. Barry Church. Hey, Barry, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, man, thanks for having me on the show, man. Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, let me just start out here. I'm looking at Dak Prescott's numbers. Cowboys go 12-5. He completes 69% of his passes, 4,500 yards, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. It's like I feel like he gets maligned, and I'm looking at those numbers, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that's a hell of a year. What's the issue? What's the disconnect, if there is one?
Well, I mean, he did have a hell of a year. I mean, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. I mean, any season that's going to be great. He did get 5 of those against the Eagles team with second and third stringers that last game of the season. But still, even with that, he's had a heck of a year. I just think the main thing that everybody focuses on and looking at, and rightfully so, is that as we go through there, he started off the season extremely hot. The offense, number 1 in the league, everything was going great. But as the season went along, it was up and down. It was roller coasters. It wasn't very consistent, and that's what you look for when you look for an elite quarterback. So there's definitely concerns, but going forward, I mean, this is the franchise. This is the quarterback, and we're sticking with him. So hopefully we can go out there in this playoff game, and he has one of his performances like he had last week.
Barry, I'm fighting for my life. We're in San Francisco, and I got a blue jersey with the star on it. I'm gonna refer to you if you don't mind, as number 42. But I'm telling my partner, the Cowboy defense to me has all the pieces, but can Quinn have them in a position to stop the uniqueness of a Kyle Shanahan offense? Because that's what's making me nervous.
Yeah, you and me both, man. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little nervous as well because, as we know, I mean, the strength of this 49ers team and this Kyle Shanahan offense is the run game. They run the game they run the ball extremely well. And, whether it's Elijah Mitchell, whether it's Debo Samuel back there, whoever's back there, they run the football extremely well. And that's something that concerns me with the Dallas defense. I mean, we're number 1 on third down. We take the football away better than anybody, but there's a little chink in our armor, and that's when you can run the football consistently against us. It gives us problems because it doesn't let our, defensive edge rushers like Demarcus Lawrence, Randy Gregory, or Parsons, it doesn't let those guys just pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. So what the 49ers do as their strength is definitely concerning to me, and hopefully Dan Quinn can put Parsons and these guys in the right position to at least slow down that run and, force Jimmy G to try to beat us with his arm. But that's a concerning for me because, it doesn't matter what team this 49ers team has gone against, they've been able to run the football strong. And like I said, no matter who's back there, they've been able to do it. So it's more about the scheme. And then they got their big boy back in Trent Williams. So it's definitely going to be a little nervous for a lot of Cowboys fans out there.
Barry Church joining us, former Cowboy safety, now does work in Dallas. What do you think of Jimmy Garoppolo?
Look, I think Jimmy is a solid quarterback. Do I think he's elite? Do I think he's, the greatest thing since sliced bread? No, I don't think anything like that. But to me, he's a smart quarterback, and he doesn't take a lot of risks when he has a good run game behind him. He's one of those guys that he'll hand the football off. He'll let his running back get 5 to 10 yards a pop, and he'll take what the defense gives him. When he gets in trouble is when he gets off script, and it's just, all right, I got to go back here and I got to sling this football around. That's when I think he gets in a little bit of trouble, and that's where I think Dan Quinn and his defense are going to try to force him to do. They're going to try to take that run game away from him and force him to beat him with their arm. And I don't know if anybody down here in Dallas thinks Jimmy G can do that.
Barry, I told my partner, we're in a pandemic. We've seen nothing like it before, so there is no handbook on how to conduct yourself. But, all of us try to be safe. But with that, I told him, hey, man, a couple of these teams are one COVID positive test away from being at a disadvantage. And the reason I bring that up is not too long ago, CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper at a Maverick game, they were seen without a mask. And I know you got to eat and drink. My question to you, being a former player, would that have pissed you off, or how did you still got to live? When you saw that, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, if I was in that locker room at that time, I would definitely be a little salty about that because, I mean, look, we're at the end of the season. It's time. It's getting down to nut-cutting time, and I know everybody has their lives and everybody's grown men and they can do what they want to do, but at some point you got to put the team first. And, and being in a crowded area like that, unvaccinated, you're at a risk. You're at a risk, and the NFL will crack down on you for that. I'm just glad, it wasn't, during these playoffs or something like that where it happened where, what if he had COVID and an outbreak started and, we're 1 or 2 starters away from being at a disadvantage here. So you got to be careful about it. I know guys are going to do what they want to do, but you got to put the team first in situations like this, especially when it's the playoff time.
Can you put into perspective Micah Parsons' rookie year?
I mean, this guy, to me, I thought when Dez Bryant came, our rookie year, I thought, there's no rookie that's been able to do anything like that. But this guy right now, I mean, he's doing something that I haven't seen in a long time. I mean, the guy didn't even play football last year, and he came into this season playing 2 different positions as a rookie. I mean, defensive end, linebacker, he's flying around the football. I think he had
we lose Barry?
I think so.
All right. Well, yeah, call him back. Micah Parsons.
He's a star, Steiny. We'll see if they can negate him, but that's a big part of it too because he can line up anywhere. And
did you see? We got him back. We got Barry back. Hey, Barry. Yeah, we lost you. You were just talking about Micah. No.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey. You were just talking about Micah.
Oh, okay. You guys got me back on?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But, I was just letting you guys know that basically the impact this guy has had is unprecedented. I mean, he turned one of the worst defenses in the National Football last year in the league last year to one of the best this year in the top 10 defense. So, to me, I mean, this guy, his impact is unprecedented, and hopefully he's able to continue that as these playoffs go on.
Barry, I can't even believe I'm about to pose this question to you, but we saw the Niner fans basically take over the Rams stadium, the facility. And now Jerry Jones has come out because he was posed a question. But as a player, and you cover the team, you work for the team, are you even thinking about how much red you could possibly see in Dallas on Sunday?
I'll tell you right now, if there's no way there could be more red than in that Cowboy stadium. If that's the case, I mean, the fan base, everybody's got to be ashamed of themselves because, I mean, he called for a whiteout. He said he wants everybody in there.
Right, I heard that.
And everything going on. So there's no way there can be more red down there. If there is, man, I'd be embarrassed. But, I mean, 49ers, they do travel. They're one of those elite franchises. So we'll see when it gets down here, but I got to say it's going to be a sea of white down here at the Cowboy Stadium.
Hey, Barry, thank you so much for joining us. Should be a ton of fun, man. We're looking forward to it.
Appreciate it. I'll see y'all later.
All right, absolutely. Barry Church. Well, think about this for a minute. If you're a fan, all right, okay, and you might be like, well, no kidding. But if they're having a whiteout and you're going down there as a 49er fan, I got to believe 95% of the people there are going to be wearing either white or the red. So it's going to be clear as it looks like it's setting up to be. It'll be clear as day what the ratio is or what the percentage is, right? Now I know there'll be some, but I mean, I guess my question would be: are there people that travel to Dallas to watch the? Yeah, well, let me throw that out. Do people travel? Will people travel to Dallas, go to the game, and not wear 49ers gear? Are there people?
Oh, no, I got to believe. If you're a Niner, you're wearing that like a badge of honor, that jersey, Steiny, to let them know we're here. Yeah.
Well, but what if you're just a little more cautious person and you're saying, you know what, I don't need the hassle of going in there with a red. Not that I'm not proud of my team, but go ahead.
Steiny, I hear you loud and clear. I could be wrong, but for you to want the smoke and get that ticket, that type of person is like Mr. Hill. He's going to wear his or her. They know what time they want to represent and wear that jersey. I get what you're saying. That person to me stays at home. They don't go to this. When you get to Crazy Land, because that's what it would take for you to wear the red in another stadium when you know you're going to be outnumbered. I got to believe they got the red on.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What if we got anybody in our audience who's heading down there? So when's Bonte leaving?
Tomorrow at 10. Plane leaves at 10.
So he's going to leave at 10. That means it's 12 o'clock
flight.
in Dallas. He gets there at 5 or 6. So he gets there, goes out. Do you know where he's staying at all?
No, I just know he's going for a steak dinner. He's going for a steak dinner Saturday night.
Well, Dallas is a big, big town, so
yeah.
Is he staying in Dallas or is he staying near the stadium?
I don't know.
We should have figured all that stuff out.
I'll tell you what. I got a theory for you, Steiny. Debo Samuel, him and Ayuk have been getting off the last 3 weeks, and Kittle's been relatively number-wise quiet. I think Quinn takes Debo away to where he's not 100 yards, 50 on the ground, or handoffs or whatnot. I think Kittle, if the Niners win, is the guy. Because, I think highly of him, Steiny, and I'm not talking about blocking. I'm talking about just eating up that aggressive Cowboy defense, and that's what keeps me up at night, Steiny, is 85 from Jimmy, killing him on big third downs.
If I'm the Dallas Cowboys,
tell me.
There's one guy who scares me more than anybody else, and honestly, and to me, it's not even close, and it's Debo Samuel. And the reason is Garoppolo's got to get the ball to Ayuk. He's got to get the ball to Kittle. They can put Debo Samuel in the backfield so they can ensure, like it was kind of like I was just talking about Giannis and Curry. It's like they can get shots for Debo Samuel. Kyle Shanahan can right now say, okay, well, he's going to touch the ball 8 times. 6 as a runner, and then we'll throw, even if it's the easy, but you know what I mean? You can hand it to him. And so, I wonder if there's any way to find out how unique it is that Shanahan is using him this way, or is he the kind of player that you look at and right off the bat you say, well, he could do this, let's use him. You know what I mean? In other words, is Kyle Shanahan the only coach who would be using Debo Samuel this way? I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to give him a compliment, Steiny, and say yes. And I feel like they drafted him with this vision. And how many Debo Samuels do we see around the league? And that's why I keep harping on Cordero Patterson to where he'll get the ball. But other than that, Steiny, this is like he's created this lane. How many more Debos? Debo Samuel in this role, has he opened up a lane for other receivers that maybe people would have, I wanted to draft Steiny, but now they vision him, with the ball in his hands. Like he can be a running back option. I'm curious. And the beautiful thing about football, Steiny, is no matter what happens Sunday, even if the Niners lose, we can watch a game and watch a play, the design of a play, and say, ooh, that was as pretty as all outdoors, and it may not be effective because somebody dropped the ball or a player messed up. So I just want to see if Shanny's going to be in his bag so much to where the play was successful before it was even ran, And it's Quinn. They worked on the same staff, went to the Super Bowl, Steiny.
Yeah,
I don't coach.
I don't know. It's going to be a fun part of watching this game. Absolutely.
So Debo talking on Twitter.
Yeah. What's he saying?
Last night he put a video out. You can send your best hitter at me, but I'm a kind of, it ain't gonna work. And then I sent on the Vine Demarcus Lawrence, defensive lineman, they asked him about Garoppolo, and he smiled like oh, this easy street. So I know it's football, it's play within the lines, but I kind of like that stuff.
Well, Nick Bosa, I guess, said either today or yesterday that the Dallas offensive line is beatable. Like, they're very beatable.
Did he say that?
Yep.
Oh, my, whoa.
So we got
you better get home.
Yeah, we got some we got some action brewing. Oh, by the way, you heard Barry Church as it relates to Prescott.
Yeah.
This is the franchise. This is our quarterback. He's not going anywhere. So he's got a long way to go as a quarterback. If he doesn't get it done this, like he's got a far more certain future, Prescott does, than most other quarterbacks. And you know what? You brought this up about the pressure on the quarterbacks, and I'm gonna.
It's real.
I don't think and I'm being dead serious. I get it. Aaron Rodgers has a ring, but Aaron Rodgers has every bit as much pressure on him as Dak Prescott.
I agree with you. I totally agree with.
I mean, and who else is out there? I think Josh Allen's got Stafford. He's got a ton of
He's number one.
In other words, Dak Prescott, to me, is in the middle of the pack as it relates to if you rank the quarterbacks and how much pressure they have on them.
Real quick about Trey Lance and the Niners getting them Steiny in the number 1 picks. I don't know if you know, but the Rams, they don't got a first, second, or third. They gave the house away to bring Stafford in. So just from that standpoint, you got to get it done. But Steiny, I'm not talking about pressure in this sense of you're going to be removed from your job. I'm talking about Dak when people next year will say, fans, wake me up when the playoffs start. You could go 15-1.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, and what I'm saying is that is in every city in the country. I mean, to me, Joe Burrow. I mean, I get it. It's his first time in the postseason, but
he's new, right? You ain't saying he's got pressure on.
But I think I think what if if Derek Carr, who's been in the league 9 years, goes out and has a horrible game? I mean, Derek Carr, it's like this is the biggest game of his career.
Okay. All right.
By far, it's the biggest game.
Doubt.
So, there's a ton of pressure on Derek Carr.
I thought you were saying Burrow. I'm like, Burrow, the future's bright if you're a Bengal fan. You want to win the game.
No, but this is my point, is in our society, you go 0-1, you're a loser until you win a game. You just are. You're a loser. Yeah, Burrow's 0-1. Win a playoff game. Really? Just threw for 5,000 yards. Yeah, but he lost the playoff game. He stinks. He stinks until further notice.
Yeah,
he stinks until. Well, I tell you what,
he's good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, let's see if he throws 3 interceptions. Yeah, we'll see. When he throws 3 interceptions against the Raiders, we'll see how easy it is just because he's going from his second to third year.
Yeah.
That's the part that's, you look at all these quarterbacks, they all have a lot to play for. By the way, one of the where did this come from? This is from the 925. You know who else had whiteouts, don't you? Penn State.
Yeah.
You know where Micah Parsons went.
Yeah. Where's he from, Steiny? Because I saw the video.
Harrisburg, baby.
Yeah. I don't know why when I've learned he from the hood, he's going to that's going to help him come Sunday. He ain't going to be phased. I don't know why I feel that way. I think he's going to have the best game of his rookie campaign when he said the bullies get – I was like, he on some Lawrence Taylor type stuff. Now, he can have a horrible game, but I'm feeling confident that 11 will be there.
What do you think the percentage of Niner fans will be if you think it's going to be 20%? That seems high.
I'm going 15, Steiny. I'm going 15 at the most.
I'm going
this
10.
Can't happen.
Yeah, 10.
Right.
I'm going 10.
What?
You think it's going to be more than that? I mean, anyway. I'm kind of interested to see, because if it happens again, then it's because
it ain't going to happen in Pittsburgh. It ain't going to happen in Green Bay. It ain't going to happen in Kansas City. So I'm second guessing myself on why am I saying it can happen in Dallas?
Can we say this? Are we sure about that?
Oh, positive,
I'm dead
Steiny.
serious.
There's no takeovers in those places.
What about Seattle?
And those are story franchise. No way. The 12th man, they don't share. Now, there's Niner fans at the game.
Sure.
But no takeovers. That's why this thing is getting so much volume and is so loud, is because it was L.A., and I want to say, well, that's easy, and they're right next to San Francisco. You could drive. But why am I nervous that this could happen to Dallas and be an embarrassment, man?
Wow. I mean, if the 49ers fans take over the Jerry Dome, you are good. This is going to – oh, my gosh.
Oh, it would hurt. Yeah, Barry said you should be embarrassed. The whole Metroplex.
Gosh. And I think the Bay Area would make sure you felt embarrassed about that.
There's –
you better hope for –
because Toronto did come to Oracle, Steiny. We were there a lot. I'll never forget that.
I won't either, to tell you the truth. And what Guru and I are talking about is when the Warriors lost Game 6 to Toronto in 2019, the arena emptied out, and all the Toronto fans stayed, and there were had to be 2,000 to 3,000 people in Raptor purple and whatever the other color is. And they were singing, and I was like, and you could hear them during the game. It's kind of a sad way for Oracle to go out, but I'll tell you what, if that happens in Dallas, man.
I'll tell you this,
because I couldn't see, you know what?
Shut your ass
and I'm sorry. I think you're right, though. I don't think I could see it happening in Philly.
Oh, it wouldn't happen in Philly, Steiny. You would get harmed. It wouldn't happen in New York. My thing to you is, let's say it did happen. Do you think there's a psychological advantage to the Niner players before kickoff? Or hell yeah, Goo, you got people cheering for you. There's no need for a silent count. Dude,
no, I think,
oh my gosh.
I mean, it might mean nothing, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
No doubt. There you go.
You know? Somebody said that when the Raiders played the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, it was like 25% Raiders. Does that sound like a high estimate?
No, the Raiders were there. There were some Raiders.
Uh-oh.
That just went.
Oh, my.
Now, this place is big. It's 100,000. I mean, come on, it's a big
you don't have to tell me. I've been there.
All right. Okay,
in fact, I've been there when there's more people there than a football game, because I was there for a basketball game.
Oh,
and they had 100,000. I don't even know what the number was.
Hey, Stein, I got to sneak one to you. You know, I've been coming down Bobby Portis's road. The 510 said, Guru, the nerve of you when Steph shimmies after a three. Am I looking at it wrong? Like, that's different.
Why?
They were dancing. It didn't, I know it was halftime, but Steiny, they were boogieing. Steph will throw the shoulders in the shimmy, but they were getting down. Anyway.
Maybe times are a changing. Bobby Portis is good,
this team ain't made the offs. And in my mind, I keep forgetting that. Now, I know there's extenuating circumstances, but the Warriors ain't been in. Well, they made the offs last year.
Who?
The Warriors. They made the play.
No, they didn't.
Those stats go in a separate column. We talked about it.
Right, but it's not the playoffs. It's not the playoffs. They don't go into that column. Anyway, I got a question for Warrior fans, and they can give me the answer at 888-957-9570 at the Comcast Business Text line. The Warriors right now are 31-10. 31-10. It's exactly halfway through the season. Will they be better or worse than 62-20? You can hit up the text line with an answer there and give your own prediction at 888-957-9570. John Lynch, the 49ers general manager, on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
49ers GM John Lynch joined the Morning Roast. back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. And earlier today, and by the way, this segment is brought to you by Mimecast.com. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's Mimecast.com. John Lynch, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, joined the morning roast earlier today, and we want to give you a listen. It was a really, really good interview, extremely insightful with Bonte and Shasky, and they started out by asking John Lynch, what was it like as a young player seeing the Cowboys-49ers rivalry?
Well, it was incredible. I was really hoping I had the great fortune of playing with a bunch of Niner connections up at Stanford. Denny Green, who had been part of the Niner organization, was there my first 3 years, recruited me out of San Diego, and then, Denny decides to leave. I'm playing minor league baseball, and some guy named Bill Walsh calls me up and says, "Hey, I'm your new coach, and I want you to come back and play." And along with Bill came Keena Turner and Billy Ring and Mike Wilson and Guy Benjamin. So there were a lot of Niner ties, and anybody who was a fan of football was a fan of Niners at that time. They were known as the organization that was the most first class, that did it the right way, that was winning championships. And so, everyone knew about the Niners. Everyone knew about the Cowboys. And to be honest with you, I was a little bummed because I was going to Tampa. That was the worst organization in all of sport at the time. And, once I got there, I took on the challenge of, hey, let's turn this thing around. And fortunately, a couple years later, a couple guys named Sapp and Brooks came in to help me and the rest of the guys out, and we were able to come full circle. But it was everyone who was a fan of football was a fan of those kind of rivalries, and that was it. Kind of when I entered the league.
You know how excited I got when you said Mike Wilson and Bill Ring? And we're getting so fired up. And that's old school San Francisco 49er football. And that game on Sunday, it's been a roller coaster year for the team, for the organization, for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I get to what he did in that game. And the decision for you guys to go to Jimmy Garoppolo in that game. Is that you? Is that Kyle? Are you guys working with Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, how do you even decide that he's going to play in that game? And then you stick with him even though you're down 17-0. Like, take us through how you guys come to that decision.
Yeah, that's ultimately Kyle's decision. Now, I'm always humbled and thankful and grateful that when we decided to do this, we decided to do it together. And I think he likes my perspective. I think he relies on it, and so we're always talking. As I recall, I think Tuesday of that game, we had a lot of discussions, and I was off-site attending to some things, and Kyle just called me and he said, "Hey, man, I had Jimmy in my office. I told him, I want you to go outside with the trainers and your quarterback coach, Rich Scangarello." And Kyle told me, he said, I told him I wasn't going to go watch, but I eventually gave in and went out there, and I want you to go throw, because we were told by the doctors, our doc and then the specialist, Dr. Shen down in L.A., there's always a guru for every part of the body. Well, he's the guy right now, and he said, listen, it's purely, pain tolerance, number one, and this is a painful thing, and then number two, it's how can he function. And so provided those two things, he's clear in everyone's mind. So we were comfortable with that, but it's a tough deal to throw the ball with. And so long story short, Kyle told Jimmy, hey, I want you to go out there. I want you to test it. If you're ready, you come back and tell me I'm ready, Kyle, and it's your game. And that's exactly what happened. Jimmy went out and did that. You still want to kind of what is the old saying, trust and verify, and so we trusted Jimmy, but then you want to see it in practice, and it looked really good in practice, and and then I really commend Kyle. I commend our guys for the fortitude to kind of stay with who we are in that game. I think it was so essential that we scored those 3 points before the half, knowing that we had deferred to start the game, so you get the ball coming out of the half. And I really believe that allowed us to stay with who we were and our game plan, and thought it was a masterful job by our coaching staff and our players just to have the strength and belief to overcome down there. And we were buoyed by fans who stuck with us the entire game. Man, they had really taken over SoFi Stadium. You could see the red all over, and they never wavered. They were right there with us, and it was ugly at first, and fortunately they stayed with us. Our guys stayed with it, and the rest is history.
We're talking to the Hall of Famer John Lynch, the GM of the San Francisco 49ers, as they get ready to play the Cowboys in a wild card game on Sunday. Kickoff at 1:30 down at Jerry's World. The former Buccaneer won a Super Bowl, of course. And, John, you talk about that game. You guys come out of halftime, you score, you get the ball back, you run the ball 10 straight times. Debo throws the touchdown to Jawad Jennings to tie the game. It was crazy. And then, I don't know if you heard Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly. She was saying, I've never seen it before. We had to use a silent count. Is that one thing that has kind of surprised you with this 49ers fan base, that at how well they travel? You came here, you said brick by brick, and 49er fans have bought into that. But have you been surprised at how well Niner fans travel to other cities?
It's unbelievable. It's blown my mind. I was a part of an organization at the end of my career in the Denver Broncos, and the Broncos really had a regional fan base. I think you credit John Elway and some of those their success in the 80s and into the 90s where they were winning Super Bowls. And so I thought that was this kind of, we'd go to San Diego, my hometown, and the Bronco fans would be all over. Man, I was blown away when I got here. The reach of the Niners, and you credit all those legends, the Bill Walshes, the Joe Montanas, the Ronnie Lotts, and Keena Turners, and all the guys for building what they build. And I think, back then, I'm 50, so I was growing up then. Everybody watched the same games, and it was usually watching Madden and Summerall, and they were calling the games. And so, when people say, why are there fans all over? I think that's why. It was a team people could identify with. They had a style to them. There was a brotherhood. They were known for doing things the right way. But, man, it is unbelievable. Wherever we go, the Midwest, the East, the Southeast, it's wherever we go, our guys show up, and the faithful shows up, and it's an awesome sight. I love going around and asking these people, like, where are you from and why are you a Niner fan? And they all have a story, and it's fascinating to me.
Shasky brought up the roller coaster of a season, right? And we've been here on the morning radio. We're diehard Niner fans. We grew up here, John, and we've had a roller coaster of a season. We've been on, we've been off, we've been going crazy. And you guys were 3-5 after losing to Arizona at home. 3-5. They come in with Colt McCoy, and I think that's been as down as this fan base has been on you guys. And you guys rolled a 7-9, winning 7 of your last 9. Take us behind the scenes of what this season has been like. You had the Trey, Jimmy aspect. You had Kyle on the sideline trying to manage the quarterback situation. You guys have had injuries. COVID-19 has been a monster this season. Take us behind the scenes, because I feel like a microcosm of the season was watching you in the suite at SoFi Stadium watching the Saints-Falcons game while you guys are losing 17-0.
Oh man, that was brutal. I worked with a lot of those people at Fox, and most places we have a TV in front of us, so you can, people will say, "Hey, John, you're on TV. Give me a heads up, so you're not picking your nose, or you're not doing something." Well, this week the TV was behind me, so I had no clue, and had no clue that the TV was on me the entire time. Otherwise, I would have been a little more composed. But what the heck, I kind of got riding with the faithful. I think they inspired me just to let it go. But this season, you're absolutely right. It was, I think you're exactly right in that last week's game was kind of a microcosm of our season. And, what I'm so proud is that this league is not easy, and we had high hopes, and I think rightly so. We have a very capable roster. We've got star players. We've got role players. But this league is tough, and you're right. 3-5 was the low point. I will say, I think the week before in Chicago, I think we kind of found our groove, and that's why it was so surprising coming back and playing Arizona and just laying a massive egg, because I thought we had kind of found who we were. and to get beat by Colt McCoy and all that, by that team that badly in our own home place, and it had been a long time since we'd won a home game. That was low. But I think you just speak to leadership throughout an organization, and I think our players first and foremost deserve the credit. They stuck together. They knew we were getting some people back health-wise, and that was going to help us. They also knew that players and things that weren't working, the emergence of Brandon Ayuk, the selflessness of like an Eric Armstead, who's a defensive end who would go down in nickel situations to go full-time because Javon Kinlaw had been injured. That's a selfless thing to do, and when you have people that are willing to have their teammates' backs and do things that maybe aren't in their best interest or they feel like at the time, but they say, you know what, for the team, I'll do that. I think those are, those were things that were huge to me. There was the issue of a couple quarterbacks, but that's one thing we knew going in. We were going to have a strengthened quarterback room, and we knew that we could win with either guy. We had a ton of belief in Jimmy. Jimmy was hurt early. Trey comes in, and unfortunately, he got nicked in both his starts. But then we found our rhythm, and now it's been kind of an avalanche of momentum, and it hasn't been perfect, but we are capable of playing with and beating anyone when we're on our game, and now it's playoff time. You better be on your game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We got 49er GM John Lynch with us right now on the Morning Roast. You bring up the quarterback room and Trey, Jimmy. I mean, me and Bonte are ready to strangle each other every day talking about Jimmy and Trey for the last almost close to a year now. And I'm sure fan base in general is losing their minds. But Jimmy Garoppolo had, I thought, his finest moment in a 49er uniform down in SoFi Stadium. You've seen a lot of games. You've watched a lot of them. It's been an up and down year for the team, the quarterback, just the oscillating between the two players. How good did that feel for Jimmy on a personal level when you've been talking about, I'm going to give you a chance to compete since day one, since you guys made that trade, for him to have that moment in that second half and into overtime to do that? How good did you feel for him on a personal level?
Oh, man, he's so easy to love. And, when we got him, that was the thing that we always spoke of, that he's not a typical quarterback. You find him all the time sitting with, we used to be able to sit before COVID with other people and eat, but he would always sit with the practice squad offensive linemen, he's one of, even though he's not, because the quarterback is never just one of the guys in a building, he really is just one of the guys. I think it's like the Midwest values, the way he was raised. His teammates love him. They love him for his grit. I think the fact that he even lined up last week, a lot of people wouldn't have done that at that position. So I thought it was incredibly tough. But Jimmy's clutch, too, in the big moments after, it's not always going to be perfect and you're going to make mistakes, but I think his ability to bounce back, and then I don't think he ever gets the credit. Kyle's talked about it, for how talented of a thrower that he is. And, the coolest thing is to see the belief his teammates have in him, and he's earned that. And so to see him go out there on that, and we don't win that game without him. We're all aware of that, and the cool thing for me is that both things can be true. Trey played excellent and grew up right before our eyes the week before against the Texans. The first half wasn't great; he was kind of finding himself. That second half, that was some big time football, and so we would have been comfortable going for him, but we felt Jimmy had earned the opportunity. That was our best chance, our best situation, and. That's the one thing with Kyle. There's never any gray. He makes a decision and bam, we go. And so, but I couldn't have been more happy for Jimmy and for all of his teammates. And these guys are excited. They're well prepared. We've had a tremendous week of practice, and we'll finish that, throughout the weekend. But today, finish a Friday, which is always a fun day around here, kind of wrapping up the details, and then we'll get on a plane and go to Dallas and the calm before the storm.
Oh, we cannot wait. Cowboys Niners this Sunday. Talking to GM John Lynch. John, I'm just looking at the team that you've assembled, right? And you're not going to bat 1,000 in the draft every year, but man, that 2019 draft with Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa. I mean, talk about football players. I mean, you were a football player, could play in any era. These dudes are unbelievable. Bosa put him to the side for a second. Debo Samuel is such a unique player. You got him at running back. You got him as a ridiculous wideout, catching 18 yards per reception. He's an absolute game changer. Is he better than you had ever anticipated? Because I can't believe the way Kyle's using him, and he's just so explosive and so fresh. No one can tackle him on the outside. He's still making plays downfield. He's just been a monster for you guys this year.
He is, and yes, he is better than we ever could have expected. We had high hopes. We really identified him, and I've talked a lot about it. We had the benefit. I don't recommend it because it means you had a lousy season the year before, but we had the benefit of coaching the Senior Bowl, and Debo Samuel was on our team. And, the cool thing, I remember being in you're always, before the Senior Bowl, Jim Nagy is like the president. He runs the Senior Bowl, and you're not really supposed to, but you can kind of make a couple requests. You help Jim throughout the year on identifying guys that should be in his game, and I said, Jim, there's a few players. It was Adam Peters and I in my office, and Jim, there's a couple players we want. Debo Samuel's one. We want the opportunity to coach him. Can you put him on our – and, there's always the other GM probably wanted him too, but there's trading going on, and you kind of have to prioritize. And he was at the top of our list, and, man, that week just solidified that if we had the opportunity, we'd go get him because in addition to the skill set, there was this just kind of infectious personality that the guy was always smiling, but yet he was all ball. And then as for the talent, it's funny what makes up genius, and Kyle is because the way, and his staff, for the way they're utilizing him. But I chuckle because we used to say in the draft process, once he gets the ball in his hands, he's like a running back. Well, never did it dawn upon us, put him at running back. It was, but, you start giving him reverses, and then, you kind of morph into this, but it presents legitimate challenges. I think of it from a defensive, if you've got a DB covering him, a nickel covering him, well, and all of a sudden he's in the backfield. Now that nickel's in the box playing linebacker, it's just a ton of challenges. Where is he going to line up? And then that's just before the snap. And then once the ball's snapped, good luck tackling him one-on-one or two-on-one. I mean, he's a fabulous player. He's in his own way very much a leader of this team, and man, he's dependable. He loves the big moments too. Like that pass on Miller, rushing him, and I'll tell you, in practice, it wasn't real pretty him throwing those last week. I don't know about this play, but you talk about some guys just rise to, when it matters most, they bring out their best, and that was the best throw he threw all week, and he threw it like a fadeaway, getting bum rushed.
And Jawad Jennings, it was such a good pass. Jawad Jennings almost dropped it. He bobbled it around there after you guys read it 10 straight times. So John Lynch, the Hall of Famer here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 A Game. Trey Lance, how would you assess his rookie season?
I think it's been awesome, and a lot of people, I'm sure, think, man, this guy's crazy. What do you mean he hasn't played that much, But we had a plan for Trey, and I think, the plan was to take it week by week, and we just wanted to see constant growth and development. And the thing I'll tell you about Trey, we're more excited about him today than when we drafted him, and that's because the amount of horsepower he has. And when you're trying to find a franchise quarterback, you're looking at everything. You're looking at the competitive greatness that I was talking about when the moment's big, how are they going to respond? You're talking about the physical traits and tools. He's got all of those. The mental capacity, Kyle's going to challenge a quarterback and any player for that matter. Can he handle that? Absolutely. You check that box. And then, a lot of it's just experience and the best way to get that's on the field, but we also had a team capable, so we were going to make the best decision. So we've been very creative and as to how we try to further that growth without him playing game reps, and I've seen him get better right before our eyes, and he's also got that quality of like Jimmy. He's just a guy that people love and like, and his teammates have that respect for him. And it's been awesome to watch Jimmy and Trey, develop their relationship and and I give Jimmy all the credit for that, because it'd been easy to say, hey, get out of my room. Instead, he's done nothing but help the kid, and it's been awesome. And I think that's kind of representative of the feel that this team has for each other. We all have each other's backs, and that's what makes you feel so confident going into this playoff run. We got to go do it, and we got a huge challenge with the Cowboys. They're very talented and then really good team that presents a lot of challenges. So we know we have our work cut out, but we are extremely confident.
John, why do you think Jimmy doesn't get respected around the league? Like, a lot of people look at Jimmy and they look at the build. He doesn't throw the ball deep, and there's all these little complaints about Jimmy Garoppolo. Why do you think that is?
I don't know that. I think even smart football people, and I don't blame them. When we're in the playoff run in 19, and I think versus Green Bay we threw it 9 times, or maybe that was Minnesota. I think people take that as Kyle doesn't trust him. No, we're just imposing our will running the ball. So why wouldn't you? And thing I love about Jimmy is he don't really care about that. He's a former linebacker, and I think some of that mentality stays in there. And he just wants to win, and I truly mean that. Sometimes people say that, and I'm sure he'd love to have 320 yards like he did this last week every game. But Jimmy just does, and I think maybe that our style or whatever leads to that. And then I don't know. Sometimes people are jealous when you're good looking, when you got the world by the people say, man, this guy's too perfect. I don't, but I don't know what the reason is, because if people knew him, I mean, he's about as easy a guy to like as you'll ever find.
Yeah.
Even when I screwed up and unknowingly, liked the tweet, I call him. He's like, John, you don't need to call me. I know who you are. I know your heart. That's who the guy is.
John, my wife would have killed me if I was on my phone during church. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. She would have been all over me. She steals my phone for dinner. I mean, for crying out loud.
We're not allowed to use phones at dinner, John.
Let me give you a little context, because I have gotten heat from my parents for that one. It's Christmas Eve Mass, so you got to arrive early to get a seat. So we were there at for a 4 o'clock Mass at 3. And then I'm sitting there and, all right, let's see what's going on in the football world. And that's all I'll say about that. We got other things to worry about. But, I digress.
Oh, we can't wait for Sunday. John, this was a lot of fun. We could talk to you until the rest of the show, man. You're a great talker.
Back,
we'll have you back on if you have the time for us, man. I'm flying down to Dallas. I can't wait to go to Jerry's World to see this playoff game. Niners-Cowboys. Shasky's a big-time Niner fan. This was a lot of fun, man, talking about the 49ers. You guys make the playoffs. So there was a lot of up and downs. But, man, you guys are playing a wild card weekend. It must feel great.
Yeah, we're in the tournament, and that's where you want to be, and we're just looking forward to a great game on Sunday with a lot of the faithful down there. So safe travels to everybody, and go Niners.
Hey, John, safe travels to you as well.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and on behalf of Niner fans, thank you for all these memories these last couple of years. It's been fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, that was 49er general manager John Lynch talking to the morning roast earlier today. Whew, that was extensive. And what do you say we come back on the other side, talk a little bit about it? I took some notes. There was some interesting stuff there. So also 888-957-9570. If you want to react to anything John Lynch said in that interview, let's give us a call and get this show started, because the 49ers and Dallas Cowboys are coming up. 95.7 The Game. We'll be right back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you were scaring me a little bit there, buddy.
Yeah.
I had my Zoom on, and it looked like D was putting sunglasses on, and I made sure to convey that I'd walk if he tried to do the last segment with sunglasses.
I got something planned for after the show.
Yeah, you sure do.
So that's what that was for.
You sure do. Hey, so you just heard the interview with John Lynch. What? Anything hit you?
The fact that they asked about whose decision was it for Jimmy to play, and the fact that the trust aspect was there to where just go out, throw it to trainers, the doc, come back, tell me how you feel, and this is what I love, Steiny. It's your game. That, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm like, man, because we talked about it. You know, it had to be about trust, but Steiny, I believe that was like Lance really never had a chance to start this game if Jimmy was able to go.
Well, I'm with you there, but not only did they go to him, they stuck with him. I mean, look, let me throw this at you because I'm not even sure that we actually even talked about this. You know me, I try to, whatever, I'm not usually huge one way or the other.
Yeah.
But
you're on the fence. Yeah.
I'm watching that game thinking, okay, it's not outlandish to think that Trey Lance may come in for Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because to me, the fumble was a huge play, just how easy it came out of there. That's when I was like, oh, man, he couldn't. And then obviously the interception.
The screen pass that died. Remember that one?
Yeah.
It didn't even get to the guy.
And it's 17-0. And even at that point, sometimes a coach will make a change just I don't know, try to make a change.
No doubt. I get it.
But it doesn't sound like they were going to go to Trey Lance even. Like what would it have taken for them to go to Trey Lance?
Nothing. And they showed us
an injury is what you're saying.
We have proof. Okay, that's different. But the fact that Kyle could refrain from doing that, Steiny, and it wasn't 11 Garoppolos out there. It was just one. It wasn't just his fault. But damn, Steiny, to me, 97% of coaches make the change for the greater good of the team just to say we emptied the clip. But not only did Kyle go Jedi Knight there, he went Jedi Knight, Steiny, on the 4th and 18 and said, you know what, I'm going to punt. We're going to stop them, and if we get the ball back, no timeouts, but he got rewarded. They got rewarded for having that discipline, man. And I'll never forget that, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I mean, what I thought as I was listening to that interview, what was hitting me over the head was it's amazing how much difference a game can make. One game. And this is kind of what I was thinking even before last week. John Lynch gets to come on with Bonte and Shasky. And by the way, they did a terrific job on that interview.
Phenomenal.
This morning on the Morning Roast. And John Lynch can talk about how everything's going great. Everything's going fine. Jimmy's the best. Trey is unbelievable. Trey's improved. You just haven't seen it. Jimmy's given us the best chance. I saw Debo Samuel at the Senior Bowl. We loved him. You know what I mean? If they had lost last week at 9-8,
I don't think he's on the phone.
I
don't think they get that interview, Steiny.
It's unbelievable. And that's when you have to acknowledge those guys, whether it's Shanahan, Lynch, or the Niners, or Garoppolo, they won a big game last week. Big game last week. In dramatic fashion.
Yeah. If I have $1 for every time I give you and my guy JD last Friday, a week ago today, how you guys set the stage of what a win means.
You got to stop saying that.
No, it was Steiny. It was everything, man. And now you're talking about that interview, that great interview that went away. It went the good way. But they lose that game. Everything that they talked about, Steiny, you got a duck. He needs a helmet. Why was Jimmy starting? You saw the ball come out. You didn't make the change. And that's why I keep telling you this, Steiny, and I mean this, and
that's
we're not
why,
in Dallas.
It's also why football's the best.
It
really is.
Sports too. Okay, but I'm telling you, number 4 in Dallas, and I know in your world,
is that Prescott?
He's a made man. That's Prescott's time.
Okay, I live in Oakland. I'm sorry. I don't know everybody else.
It's going to flip if he loses this game, Steiny.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I'm just
and
letting
he'll
you
be
know
back
it's a
next
big
year.
game.
And he'll be back next year to reflip it.
But no, he'll never have this benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? This is it.
And then he may overcome it a year from then, and it'll make it even better when he wins a Super Bowl.
Right.
Because fair weather people gave up on him. They gave up.
You heard Michael, the playmaker, Steiny. He said it too. Oh, this is my mic. That's a big game. Yeah. Yeah.
It is. It's a big game. No
Where
doubt
you watching
about
it at? You know? You by yourself? You in the lab? You going somewhere?
I'm going to be honest. I'm gonna have to start it a little behind.
Oh, that's great. Long as you turn your phone off, so you won't know what's up. Yeah. Where are you going? Soccer?
Yeah. Going to see.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to go
wink,
see.
Wink. Yeah.
I have to see my daughter. She's got a triple header, and it starts at 9 in the morning. So, no. I think what I'll do is I think I'm going to be able to start watching it an hour late.
That's better. You don't get no commercials. You just
maybe an hour
right through that thing.
Maybe an hour 15.
And now I'm going to be watching like Steiny ain't seen this yet. He'll see it in an hour. As it goes through. That's just how my mind.
I could also watch what I can on the phone. And then I'm going to be in my car. I'm going to be in my car for about.
Turn on your boy. Who's your John? Who's your guy? Your music guy.
Oh, Van Morrison.
No, the other
Dylan,
dude.
Bob Dylan.
Dylan, yeah. Turn on some Bob, get you to the crib, and then treat the game like the extravaganza it is, and start from fresh, Donnie. Don't half it. Don't part. You know what I mean? You can do it, but do it right.
I think you're right, but I think you're right. I'm going to try. At certain points, I do depend on other people's consideration. Let's put it that way.
Hey, real quick, Steiny, I had a conversation with the boss. Remember me and Dibs? We had the contest, Know Your Partner, and you don't know this pattern about me, but I'm off every MLK day, and I love me some Martin Luther King. So he hit me up like, "Goo, so Monday, Martin Luther King," just see my I said, "You kidding me? This going to be do or die for me. And if I wasn't in on Monday, if they lost, people would think I was a coward." I'm like, I'm there Monday. I love you, MLK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm in Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Mondays. I mean,
we got to be here. Yeah.
Let's, we haven't done this today. Let's put the rat on the table. Let's see if our new guy has any clue. Let's put the rat on the table. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what? All right. Better late than never. I'll say that. Warriors Chicago, 4:30 today. Warriors Live starts at 3 o'clock in 18 minutes. Yeah, so I got some other stuff written down. We got to make a prediction. Right. Clearly. I want to talk to you about, I'm looking forward to watching the game on Nickelodeon. And
you got to be kidding me.
What? That's where I'm going to tape it. Yeah, why? What?
So you're going SpongeBob? Oh man. I just
why?
That hurt. Why is that even an option one? And guys our age shouldn't be watching that crap. Watch the original, the traditional version.
No,
that shocked me.
No, it does. Hey, it kind of makes it more fun, doesn't it? They throw that slime up there. I kind of like it. Hey, by the way, we got Joe in American Canyon. Apparently has a 49ers rap, and in parentheses, the word clean was typed. So let's go to Joe in American Canyon and just see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. What's up?
Hey, yo, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey. Yep. Love the show. I got a quick rap for the Cowboys game this weekend, and here we go. Yo,
get that
first things first. Niners gonna knock you down like Garrison Hurst. Most of these Cowboys fans are fake, man. The only player they know is Troy Aikman. They short. They need lift. Their team's overrated like Emmitt Smith. You millennials don't even know Tony Dorsett. Your team should just forfeit. Zink ain't the same. Warner's going to bring that pain. We got a reason to be cocky. We from the Bay, R.I.P. Shockey. Jerry Jones once got busy in the Dallas bathroom. You meet your doom soon. All your hopes riding on Jack. But we got some boys that really get the yak. Bosa with the sack. Your team plays in the NFC least, and those are facts. Kittle down the middle. Your fans are fickle, and we'll dismantle that nickel. We just beat the Rams, and now we'll handle CeeDee Lamb. Keep your Amari Cooper. Your team is the real losers. Remember the catch?
This is like Inagata DeVita.
That was just a start to our dynasty, bro. After this game, all Dallas will be known for is that 80s show. This is for Brody and Gore. Check the score. Your fans got no libido. You can't contain Debo. Ask Marino. He know about the Niners. Your stadium will be stunned. We doing this for Jimmy's thumb. You can't handle these bars. We'll be celebrating like T.O., disgracing that star. Go, Niners. Yo.
All right.
So easily impressed.
All right. All right, Joe. All right, Joe.
Everything. Wow.
Joe in the AC.
Libido. Wow. You're libido. Oh, Steiny. Wow.
That was entertaining.
Man. Yeah.
It
could have went a verse shorter, but he was great.
I mean, the lyrics, you should be able to say it. I mean, that's a long song he made. That ain't no pop single.
Yeah.
You
think he had it on paper?
Three verses. What is
it? Top.
3 verses and 2 refrains. Oh, he had it. I think he had it.
Okay.
I think he had it written down. It also feels like
he performed.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you could tell he's getting a little fatigued. So, really appreciate that, Joe. They call it the AC, American Canyon. We'll take another. Well, I got 2 here. I got Ryan in Brentwood. He wants to talk about the 49ers secondary. Let's go to Danny. He just wants to talk about the game. Secondary. Come on.
Danny.
What's poppin'?
Hey, Danny. What's up, man?
All right, man, where do I start? I know my time is limited. Steiny, oh, boy, I've been having a hard time just listening to you on the radio.
Yeah.
This is my first time calling in. But I say, as of late, something's going on in the air. You just a little bit more chill, a little bit more relaxed, and I'm feeling that. Guru, what's up, brother?
You know what? Hold on. Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Can I jump in here? And I'm dead serious, my man. I feel like I've just been a little more agitated or actually just a little more antagonistic sometimes. All right.
So, I appreciate that. So just real quick, I want to say, look, born and raised, like Highland Hospital, East Oakland, and I'm a Niner fan.
East 28th Street, baby.
Wow.
Right here.
I hear you. Oh, I ain't too far from there. But anyway, look, man, just growing up in Oakland and being a Niner fan has been a job in itself. A lot of my folks, we all grew up sort of Niner fans, and then everybody, transformed to the Raider side, man. So I'm single when it comes to repping the Niners in Oakland. So shout out to everybody from Oakland repping the Niners. Now that we got that out the way, by the way, if y'all come to my house, it's all red and gold, literally painted. Anyway, look, I want to say, as far as Jimmy and why he stayed in the game, I know y'all seen the movie Scarface, and there's a part on there that says, you need people like me so you can point your effing finger and say, that's the
Say hello to the bad guy.
I almost feel like Kyle is using that to say, I'm not the one to blame. That guy's the reason why we didn't advance in the off.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
with all that said, go Niners.
Finish up.
Let's go out there and find that Northern Star, baby. Bring it back to the Bay, NorCal. We represent. This is Danny from Oakland. Shout out the game and all my game folks.
All right.
Go.
All right.
Yeah, that almost a wrap. Yeah.
Yeah, say hello to the bad guy.
He said you've been chill? Is that what I'm to understand? Like a different Steiny.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah.
All right, Goo, let's just make a couple predictions. What the hell?
Let's do it. All the game. We got to do all the games.
All right, well, let me make sure the schedule is at hand. Okay.
Raiders,
all right.
Bengals.
All right, yeah, what do we got here? About 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Somebody get, 2:55. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah. We're fine. Spadone isn't in today. He hasn't
Dude,
been
Michael Irvin got me juice. Yeah,
Dude, Spadone hasn't been in all day.
All right. Oh, no, I know. He's here in spirit. Yeah.
Okay. Raiders at Bengals.
I love the Raiders, Steiny, but I just think this is about Burrow. I remember Justin Herbert completing every fourth down under the sun. I think Jamar Chase, they're going to make beautiful music. I'm taking the Bengals to win this game. What is it, 6.5? I think the Bengals by 6.5.
I don't have
It's
the
all
lines
right.
in
Yeah, I
front
got
of me.
Bengals, but I got Bengals.
So I'm just – all right, so it's 6.5. We'll see. I think the Bengals are going to win, but 6.5 to me seems like a big number.
Then you want Raiders.
It's currently been bet down to 5.5, guys.
Okay, so yeah, Evan, jump in here with the numbers if you know them. All right, I would take I'm taking the Raiders. I could see the Raiders getting beat there in a game like 24-20, something like that.
We call that a head-to-head, so we're different on that one. All right, I like that.
Okay, Patriots at Buffalo.
Buffalo minus 4.5, guys.
The last time these two teams played, the same surface, same locale, your boy attempted one pass. There's no way they can win that game this week that way. There's no way Josh Allen falls off to what we thought. We thought he was a made man. I'm going Buffalo, Steiny. I'm rooting for New England. I'm going Buffalo. What do you think?
I think Buffalo is going to win the game, but
if Mac Jones wins a playoff game in his first year, Trey Lance, take that.
Man, that's a tricky one. 4.5, did you say, Evan?
4.5, supposed to be 6 degrees at first kick, 12-mile-per-hour winds.
I'll take the Patriots there. And the reason I'll take the Patriots there is because, 13-10, they lose. That gets me a win. Bottom line.
How cold is 6 degrees?
I
don't want to find out.
It's below freezing. But I'll tell you what. Quietly, it's not as cold as some places in the Midwest at their worst. All right, Sunday's games. Eagles at Buccaneers.
Buccaneers minus 8.5.
This is what Dibs had driving into work. I think it was Monday, Steiny, a blowout. I'm taking the Pats. They're going to mop the floor with the Eagles. Come on.
You know what I think? I'm going to take the Eagles. And the reason why is because
Philly.
No, it's no. That's not not really. The reason is because we've been saying all year. We've been saying all year that the NFC is no great team. Well, if there's no great team, then I don't think there's going to be many quote unquote blowouts.
Wow.
So I'm betting the Eagles are going to cover that 8.5.
Okay,
that's a lot. It's a lot of points. San Francisco. Well, we'll wait.
This is it.
No, we'll wait. We'll wait on that. Steelers at Chiefs.
Chiefs minus 12.5.
Dude. Big Ben said, this reverse devil tongue, we don't have a chance. 12.5 is his last dance. I'm taking the Steelers in the points. And the Chiefs have been frauds up until the last few weeks, Steiny. Something's going on here. Watch Pittsburgh and Tomlin pull a rabbit out their hat.
Notice this is the AFC. I'm actually going to take the Chiefs in this one. I think this could be prophecy fulfilled. Then the Monday night game, Cardinals at Rams.
Rams minus 4.5.
Well, you know where I'm going. I'm going Arizona, and that's a heart bet. That is an absolute. I'm betting with my heart. I want Arizona to win the game outright.
And you know what?
Plain and simple.
The Rams, the carcass it's on the. They're done. They're acting like they're not done. That was twice. What did the Niners run 10 straight times again?
They're not playing. They're not playing the Niners.
Your boy Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray, and Arizona's better on the road.
So you agree with
Monday
me?
Night.
This is the one we agree on.
I'm going Arizona. Yep.
Okay.
This is it.
I mean, the Rams. Yep. All right. So 49ers at Cowboys.
Dallas -3.
Dallas -3. I got my prediction is.
I can't wait.
See, I think Dallas is pretty good offensively.
Okay, they are,
and I think they got. I think they got a couple receivers who could be really a problem, and I do think Prescott's pretty good. I got Dallas winning 27-20.
That's amazing, because I'm nervous, but I'm like, what if everything goes right? I got Dallas 27, Niners 17, and I mean it.
Wait, who do you have?
17. Dallas 27. That was my same number as yours, but the Niners 17. Dallas
Not
winning
a
this
chance.
by 10.
Okay. I thought you were
happy with us, huh?
Well, I don't think you can. Hold on. Yeah, not really. Wait, who are you picking to win?
I'm picking Dallas 27-17. But I think if they lose, Dallas played bad. Duh. But I'm telling you, if they play good, Dallas should win this game by 10, Steiny.
It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun.
I'm nervous now, man. What do I do? I'm watching old games.
Well, watch the Warriors against the Chicago Bulls. Or listen to it on 95.7 The Game. Tip off at 4:30. They may get run
I
again
accepted
tonight.
they lost. Yeah, I accepted it. It's okay. I won't be more upset. I put that in the bucket of last night. They lose tonight, right? No.
All right, Warriors Live. Have a great weekend. Warriors Live next on 95.7 The Game.
49ers GM John Lynch joined the morning roast ahead of Niners-Cowboys.
When we're in the playoff run in 19, and I think first Green Bay.
Warriors.
It's a really good group, and they're unselfish. They like to move the ball, and it's fun to watch.
With new faces.
The Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga. The Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody.
Old friends.
Stripped by Andre. Loose ball. It's out of bounds. Andre Iguodala with a huge defensive play.
And the reigning NBA scoring champion.
Curry takes another three. It's up and good. He's got 62.
Welcome to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Damon and Ratto with you here on 95.7 The Game. Ahead of a huge playoff NFL weekend. We won't pay much attention to that. Welcome to Warriors Live. We got a very interesting basketball game coming up tonight in the middle of a very interesting season for the Golden State Warriors, and they are not just pulling on the same rope right now. I mean, it's just a very odd streak that the Warriors find themselves in an offensive slump that we have to admit it's officially a slump. They're going to be shorthanded once again, and they are playing just 24 hours after getting their butts whipped last night in Milwaukee. Ray heading to Chicago, limping in on a back-to-back. Not exactly what you want to do, but it's what the Warriors have to do tonight. How are you, man? Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, you got to live down the shame of knowing that Grayson Allen put the dagger in your chest in the middle of the second quarter. That's if you get beat by Giannis, fine. But the thing that made a 20-point game, which is still reachable in the NBA, into a 26-point game was Grayson Allen. And he didn't do a whole lot the rest of the night, but those 2 or 3 shots that he took that made that widened that game out just told me they're going to get boat raced. And frankly, the final score flattered them because they got hammered.
Yeah, it was an all-time level butt whooping. I mean, not reflected. You're right, Ray. The level of butt whooping was not reflected in the 118-99 final. The Warriors actually, in a very weird way, almost deserve a compliment after last night's game because after just playing dreadful basketball in the first half, they won the second half. I mean, they were not so crestfallen that they mailed it in. Even though they white flagged it about halfway through that third quarter, Steve Kerr said, all right, enough is enough. I'm pulling anyone that really matters. And that was the right thing to do. But the Warriors give them a little, wink and a smile. Everyone makes a run, blah, 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 blah. They actually cut it to 18 at one point in the second half. That's as close as they would get. They failed to crack 100. For a 4th time in their last 5 games, they've officially now lost 4 of 5 games, including 4 straight on the road. And last night, 77-38 at halftime. A 39-point halftime deficit is the largest for the Golden State Warriors since the franchise moved to California. It was the second largest lead the Milwaukee Bucks have ever had at halftime. I mean, it just... 2 things jumped out at me last night, Ray. Number 1, as bad as things have gotten, nothing was as bad as that first quarter. Like maybe ever in the Steve Kerr era. That was atrocious. That first half was all wrong. Again, Milwaukee led by 39 points at halftime, just 2 points shy of their all-time franchise halftime lead. It was disastrous. The second thing that jumped out at me, maybe it's absence making the heart grow fonder, but Gary Payton II, who is out tonight, and that's not good news, he only got to play 5 minutes last night before his back tightened up. Man, you want to talk about absence making the heart grow fonder. I like Gary Payton II an awful lot. I think he has really morphed into the extra gear that this team needs. And when he was rendered unavailable last night, Ray, I thought that it was a huge reason why things couldn't be held together.
It did tend to suck some of the air out of the room, but there wasn't much air to begin with because even before his back tightened up, you could just sort of sense that either Milwaukee had come for bear or the Warriors were flat. And I don't know what it was, but when you take what is essentially right now their 2 best defenders, which is Green and Payton, out of the lineup, you're done. Because this team lives entirely and completely on its defense right now. And they couldn't defend. I mean, they were down 12 5 minutes into the game, and that was with Peyton in the game. And it just got worse from there. So they came out flat, and they completed to be dead in the second quarter. And, here's the stat of the night. They won the second half by 20 and lost the game by 19.
Yeah. I mean, they get a gold star for effort in a game that was totally lost at halftime. As much as you can be no chance to win an NBA game at halftime, they were living in that land last night. In a league where everybody makes a run and nobody's out of it, especially the Warriors, they have time and time again proved that a monster third quarter could be waiting for you. You just got the sense that it was not going to be waiting for them last night. You had Giannis and Bobby Portis outscoring the Warriors by themselves in the first half. It was really, really bad. I mean, it was even worse than the bad stretch that they're on right now. And Steve Kerr postgame was talking about, we are in a bad spot and we need to find the track once again.
I know we just got our butts kicked, but we're just in a rough patch in our season. It happens to every team every year, pretty much, with very few exceptions, and we're in a little bit of a rut. So when we played a team that was ready and played a great first half, so we're a little out of sorts, and we just gotta get back on track, and we will.
And when you're a little out of sorts and the other team is actually on its giddy up, that's when things can get away from you, and that is what happened last night. Milwaukee is good. Golden State was extra bad, and that'll lead you to getting your butt whipped. Steve Kerr.
We've lost a little confidence as a group. We had a lot of open shots that weren't going, and we were hanging our heads, and then they're making everything. It was just one of those nights. And when you play 82, once in a while, this stuff happens. I've seen it every year that I've been in the league. And it's part of being a competitor is once in a while you get your ass kicked.
And it happened. And if a butt whooping keeps you honest, this is the most honest team in basketball walking into Chicago, Ray. Wiggins last night did nothing to really pull on his end of the rope. He only had 16 points. Kuminga, he might have been the bright spot of the evening. He had 15. Curry held to 12. Klay Thompson, 11 points. They let him play his 20 minutes. I'm surprised that they didn't just pull the plug on him very, very early in that game and say not tonight, and maybe even allow him to play tonight with such a reduced workload. But they are staying the steady track and course, and as you were saying yesterday, Ray, erring on the side of caution with all injuries is the most dependable thing the Warriors are.
And they want Thompson to know that the plan is not going to be changed for any single game.
Right.
I wasn't surprised at all that they kept him to his 20. But you could tell that they were out of sorts from the start. When Steve Kerr got a technical from Brian Forte 5 minutes into the game, he never snaps that early. But when he got angry about the Peyton offensive foul, that wasn't just momentary frustration. I think he looked at that whole start and he just went, I hate my team right now. And he just snapped. And it was a snap that I thought maybe was supposed to get them energized, and that too failed. Because, they held their own for a while, but then the second quarter they got hammered. I mean, as bad as they were in the first, the second quarter, if you look at that, just the numbers, Milwaukee shot 69%. They out-rebounded them 16-9. They forced 5 turnovers. I mean, they
killed them.
They were just everywhere.
Yeah.
And they were doing this largely with their starters. They just came out and just said, you don't have it tonight, and we're going to shove it in your face.
And even though the Warriors did have a little defensive, toothy, fangish delivery to their second half, they played some defense in the second half after playing no defense in the first half. I remember even at one point, Kalena was saying, like, hey, man, you're getting killed inside and out. Like, just pick one and focus on shutting that down and start there. I mean, that's how bad things are going. Like, find one part of the court you are going to defend and just plant your flag in that for the rest of the quarter at the very least, while everything around you is going wrong. And everything that could go wrong did go wrong last night, pretty much. That's the way it was. This is Warriors Live. We are presented by Xfinity Internet. Get the Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium all together. No extra cost, no strings attached. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So the Warriors are all out of whack, coming off a terrible night, and that is probably the wrong conditions, Ray, to step into Chicago, because this is the second game of a back-to-back. It's their third game in 4 nights. No Clay tonight. No Gary Payton II again tonight. No Draymond, and it's been announced that he's not going to be joining them anytime on this road trip. And I did think that Otto Porter Jr., who has not been asked to play back-to-backs, might be out of the equation tonight. Not only is he in the equation, Otto Porter Jr. is in the starting lineup tonight. So a little Chicago revenge game for Otto Porter Jr. They could use it if he can offer it up tonight.
Yeah, they've got to put bodies on the floor. So whatever plans they had for Porter, those went out the window last night when Peyton got hurt. And they're playing against a team that had won 9 in a row, and they've been playing like they are the best team in basketball. But the last 3 games, you can't figure out who they are. I mean, they lost at Dallas by 14. They come back home. They beat the Pistons by 46. And then one night later, at home against Brooklyn, they lose by 26.
I think it's the biggest one-a-game, lose-a-game swing in recent NBA history, if not all NBA history. That's how much they look good one night and then terrible against Brooklyn the next. And we will get deeper into who the Chicago Bulls are, how they tick, what they got waiting for the Warriors tonight. Adam Amin, who is the television play-by-play voice of the Chicago Bulls and our friend through many a football conversation as well, since he does play-by-play on Fox for the NFL. Adam Amin is going to be joining us at 3:30 here on 95.7 The Game on Warriors Live. Look, Steph Curry, explain it away, dismiss it, tell me he's the greatest shooter of all time, and, shooters shoot their way out of slumps all the time, and you'd be right about all of it. But this is officially one of the worst shooting slumps of his career. There is no trying to explain it away or smile it away or pretend that it's not really there. He is 34% from the floor in the month of January. That is 38 for 112 attempts. As a result, the Warriors' offense that revolves around him has totally suffered to the point, Ray, in the last 5 games, the Warriors' offensive rating has dropped to 96.4. That is dead last in the NBA. So it's gone from to I mean, it really has. I mean, there is so much talent. This team is built so well, and we are going to get into the bigger, broader picture here in just a minute. But whatever this is, enough of it. I mean, really, it feels like they will find an answer for this. If they only answered the question, are you going to start knocking down some of your open looks with a yes? They're winning 3 more games here in the first half than they did, and they won a decent amount of games, a real decent amount of games. What they need to be themselves again is to hit open shots like the Golden State Warriors used to. And hitting an open shot feels like about the easiest ask you could make of a basketball team in this is how you course correct. Things have gone so wrong. What do you need to do? Do you need to reinvent the offense? Do you have to get rid of something and install something? Do you have to do something so dramatically different that it's going to change who you are? No. They just need to hit open shots.
Well, they need to stop thinking about whether a shot is open or not. That's the first thing. Normally, when you're a pro and you feel an open shot, you know it right away. They look like they're thinking, should I take this shot or not? Because we haven't been shooting well. And now it's almost team-wide, so that they're not just shooting, they're thinking about shooting. And one is a good idea, the other is a terrible idea. And since they've been thinking about shooting, they have shot incredibly poorly. And yes, it starts with Curry because he's the guy everybody looks at. But it's across the board. Jordan Poole's had a lousy last 20 games. Wiggins has had an ordinary last 20 games, and that's being kind. They haven't shot well as a team across the board, and I think it starts in their eyes looking at Curry struggling and saying, I'll pick you up. And then they start shooting poorly, and they start thinking about, is this a shot I should take? They're a mechanical team right now. And that seems silly to talk about a team that's won 12 of its last 21 after starting 18-2, but that's what it, for this offense, that's what that is. They are not having natural looks. They are not taking natural shots for them because everything is a thinking grind.
They've had an awful lot to think about this year, unquestionably. Probably a little bit too much. Probably a little too much individual thinking because this team is always its collective. It's how does they move together as an amoeba, not how does one guy change the amoeba. And we've been talking about the Steph Curry three-point record, integrating Klay Thompson back into the fold. Look, you know, the pessimist could say, you know, maybe they aren't as exciting as they promised in the first 20 games. Maybe you want to say this is as vulnerable as they're going to be the rest of the way. Like, what is more of the truth of the Golden State Warriors, their first 20 games or their last 20 games? Either way, you're looking at a winning team. I mean, that's the good news. But maybe they are a little bit more vulnerable than we thought earlier in the season, or maybe this just is a daubered down moment that has gone more from just Steph Curry's shooting hand, but to others. I mean, I look at this, you know, trying to find blame. Who can I blame this on? We love blame on Sports Talk Radio. There's a little to go around for everyone. I mean, no one's going to pin anything on Bielitsa until me right now. I mean, he's a guy who's got to pick it up, Ray. You know, you wouldn't think that he would play a big role, but when a team is an ensemble, everybody's got a big role to play. And last night he was 0 for 7 in 15 minutes. He's been held scoreless in 2 of his last 3 games. If you're looking to correct your offensive woes, anyone going scoreless is officially working against you. So he's got to pick it up a little bit. He's only been in double digits 4 times in the last 17 games. I'm not saying Bielitsa needs to play like an all-star, but he's got to be some semblance of serviceable. And in other games, he has been this year. In other games, he's a total no-show. I mean, we want him to be, you know, sexy Euro garbage man. And he needs to start picking up a little bit more trash.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as a descriptor, that's fine. But the more they think about it, not just Bielitsa, but all of them, the more they think about, I got to pick it up, the worse it gets. Because this has now been going on for 6 weeks. You know, this is not how they do this. I mean, they in October and November, they were ridiculous good. They were shooting 46% from the field, 42% from 3. I mean, they were, you know, their true shooting percentage was .639. Since then, it's around like .530. And that's a huge drop off, and that's everybody. And I think it starts, weirdly enough, with them looking at Curry starting to struggle, and then everybody starting to press as a result. And I don't know how you suddenly like reset the odometer and say, hey, just play like it was November. Because another component here is that they played much tougher competition. 9 of their last 10 games have come against teams that are currently in playoff spots. And the first 20 games, everybody was talking about what a soft schedule they had. Now, the schedule is going to even out at some point because it always does. But that might be part of the explanation, too, is that their struggles might be tied to the fact that better teams are guarding them now and better teams are shooting against them. And maybe we fell in love with the overachievement of the first 20, and now we're starting to get that face like we're drinking vinegar over the last 20. But, you know, that's part of it. Pressing's part of it. I mean, their defense last night was fair. They just came out awful last night. That was an awful defensive performance, too. But the defense is the one thing that saves them from being in 7th. You know, because when they prevent teams from scoring, at least when they're shooting poorly, they're in games. They were not in last night's game at any point. I mean, the national anthem was the last good moment they had.
Time to tell you who's cooking, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. In a forgettable game in Milwaukee, at least Jonathan Kuminga got some run, and he put up 15 points in 19 minutes last night. He's going to be given a little bit more of a leash tonight, you would think. So let's see what Kuminga's got coming up once again, and that's Who's Cooking, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today to see a full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. And at the end of this, Ray, our first of 2 live working vignettes here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Get their Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium all together. No extra cost, no strings attached. We've got Adam Amin joining us to get into who are the Chicago Bulls beyond DeMar DeRozan, who is having an MVP caliber level of a year. He has been cooking and hitting game-winning shots night in, night out. Really interesting conversation coming up with our pal Adam Amin. Here's what I got for you. Here's the good news, and here is how we're going to end this little vignette of today's show. There's an entire second half starting tonight. Tonight is game number 42. There's an entire second half. That is an awful lot of time for a group of know-hows to know how to get this right. It really is. They are good at this. They're in a bad patch right now. But take a look at the big picture. Ray, if on opening night I leaned over and I sold you this, at the halfway point in the NBA season, they'd be 30-11. Like, if you had asked for more than that, you would probably be properly accused of being a greedy fan, right? Like 30-11 under the constraints that, hey, Clay has returned and is moving very well, and he's playing like he trusts his body. Wiseman's delayed return was because of a secret second knee surgery, which all things considered is pretty normal and standard and nothing to really work about. His delay is not the result of this, coaching staff doubting him, thinking that he'd be the sand in the machine and not the grease. No matter how things have gotten for you offensively lately, you're a great defensive basketball team. The Warriors have great depth, like real future Hall of Famers, veterans, quality bench guys, and rookies. It all blends together real well. They got real chemistry. Through your 30-11 first half record, not once has the magic sauce even been applied. And the magic sauce of the Golden State Warriors is Steph, Clay, and Dre. They played 0 games together, and they're 30-11. Like, if I offered you that on opening night, Ray, you would have bought it, right?
I'd have been surprised by it, but the thing I would have been more surprised by is I would have figured if they were 30-11, it would have meant that they've been getting better. And instead, they got off to a great start, and now they've leveled off. And they've leveled off for enough games where 30-11 almost seems a little deceptive. I mean, if you just take the number and say, this is what you get at the halfway point, yeah, I think most Warrior fans would be delighted. But the way they've been 30-11, I think makes some people scratch their heads a bit, because you wouldn't expect the Warriors to shoot as poorly as they have. You wouldn't expect their defense to be the best in the league. And you wouldn't expect them to, to go great and then It's the fact that their period has lasted as long as it has that takes a little shine off the 30-11. Because while everybody knew that 18-2 was not sustainable, and that 12-9 would be perfectly okay, it's the way that they're 12-9 that I think makes people wonder.
Well, look at just 4 of their last 5 when they've been terrible. They've lost 4 straight on the road now. That's not normal Warriors basketball. Like, you're talking about unsustainable. Them losing 4 out of every 5 games, that feels as unsustainable, even more unsustainable than any win record 18-2 sample of a 20-game size. I mean, maybe they weren't that bad, maybe they're not this bad, or they weren't that good, but they're certainly not this bad. And there's an awful lot of basketball left to be played. You are right. It has come out a little bit different. Start great, taper off, not what you were expecting, but that could also be a rise in strength of schedule and certainly some dog days upon them, which there have been. We got a very interesting game in Chicago tonight, no doubt about it. The Bulls got an all-star backcourt. A real MVP conversation is being had around DeMar DeRozan, and we are about to have a real conversation with our pal, Bulls play-by-play voice Adam Amin, right around the corner here on Warriors Live. Damon and Ray brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Also sponsored by Safeway. They partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. Damon and Ratto here on Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity on 95.7 The Game.
Tip-off in just about an hour from United Center. Warriors and Bulls tonight here on 95.7 The Game. And Ray and I are very happy to welcome in Adam Amin, the TV play-by-play voice of the Chicago Bulls, along with doing a whole bunch of football games on Fox. We get to talk to him several times throughout the football season, and we're always happy to tap into our friend during basketball season as well. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing well, boys. How are you doing?
Outstanding. Hey, the Chicago Bulls were outstanding during a 9-game winning streak. You got DeMar DeRozan hitting like nightly game winners out there. I know that they've dropped 2 of their last 3, got clobbered by the Nets the other night, but this is still a team that has won 10 of 12, had a 9-game winning streak, and is just firing on all cylinders right now. The pieces that were going to take maybe a year or 2 to fit together have fit pretty well together in the first half of this NBA season.
Yeah, and I think since the last time these two teams saw each other in, mid-November now, a lot has been established. I think, Golden State was off to such a good start. I think they were like 10-1 or something like that when these two teams last met. And you kind of had an idea about the time that it would take for Clay to jump back in, and I know he's not playing tonight, but Clay kind of just fit himself back in, and that's the result and byproduct of a lot of experience, and the Bulls just didn't have that. So in those first 20 to 25 games, there are a lot of teams that are new rosters that are playing together. A lot of teams take 20 games to kind of figure things out. I think the Bulls were still trying to figure things out in mid-November, as good as they had played to start the season. DeRozan was scoring, Levine was scoring, but Vucevic got hit with COVID, and he didn't play in the first meeting. And it's like two teams that are kind of different than when they last saw each other, but I feel like the Bulls are a little bit more established, and I'm not surprised that Golden State is sitting where it's at.
In terms of the Bulls, yes, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, blah-de-blah, but a year ago, they seemed sort of like a confused team that couldn't figure out who it was. What did Billy Donovan do, or what happened that Billy Donovan saw that gave him this much different vision?
I think it was the pieces. It's hard to look at last year's roster, Ray, and go, yeah, this is a winning NBA roster top to bottom. It was hard to do that a year ago, and you guys understand that. The depth that's required to make a deep run in this league is essential. I think back to some of these Golden State playoff runs, and yeah, you have to have your superstars play well. Curry and Thompson and Green have all played well. Andre Iguodala's had great moments in the playoffs. We know about that, but Kevon Looney has had to have big performances, and Quinn Cook had to play a role a few years ago, and Jordan Bell, and your 9th and 10th guys have to play well. And the Bulls just didn't have an 8th or 9th or 10th guy last year where you go, all right, yeah, this is a feasible person for a playoff level, maybe championship. I don't want to go that far with the Bulls just yet, but like a playoff level contender, it's hard to operate in a long season and go into a playoff run with any level of success without depth. And I just don't think this was a roster that was built for anything last year. Last year when you're 9th guy is Ryan Arcidiacono, and no offense to Ryan, who's as hard-nosed of a player as you're going to find in the league, but he's a 13th, 12th, 11th guy on an NBA roster on a decent team. On a great team, he's probably the 14th or 15th guy. So now you look at the 8th, 9th guys, and again, I know this is a Bulls team that's not healthy. Alex Caruso's out. Javonte Green, who's a huge loss defensively, is out. I think, there are players here that, when they're healthy, you feel confident in having the 8th, 9th, 10th guy off the bench contribute, like, let's say, a Kobe White, who's maybe a 7th or 8th guy off the bench, and Alex Caruso is probably your 6th man. Derrick Jones Jr. is a 7th or 8th or 9th guy that can knock down a corner three-point shot. Alfonso McKinney, who you guys know well, is going to have to play a bigger role, and you have some confidence in him playing well as the 8th or 9th guy. Right now, he might be in the starting lineup because of the injuries, but Ray, I think the biggest difference is just the pieces. You cannot operate as a winning team and as a playoff team in this league that wants to make a deep run without having confidence in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th guy in your roster.
Adam Amin speaking some basketball truths here on 95.7 The Game. He is the voice of the Chicago Bulls, and obviously the Warriors When they were at their best earlier on in this year, you could see the depth that they have, but like any NBA team, to be very, very good, you need that ultimate team depth to be very good in the first place. You got to have the right core. And the Warriors obviously have their core. We haven't even seen their big three actually play a single game together. We haven't seen a game out of Steph, Clay, and Dre together yet. It will be happening soon. If you melted DeMar DeRozan, Lonzo Ball, and Zach LaVine all into one Chicago Bull, Adam, you get 65 points, 16 rebounds, and 14 assists per game. Like, you're right. You got to be good on the margins, but you also need a core. And it looks like the Bulls got a little bit of a core with those three.
Yeah, and I think when you're comparing playoff-level teams, second-round teams, let's call them, teams that you feel like can win a playoff series, it's 3 or 4 guys. Every team, it's 3 or 4. And it's not, there's very few exceptions to have the 3 best. You need your 3 best players to consistently play well. And finally, the Bulls have that. And, you can count Vucevic in that mix as well. You can count Lonzo Ball, and then it's obviously LaVine and DeRozan. But you need that. Look at Milwaukee last year. You don't make it without Holiday and Middleton playing the roles that they played. So, Phoenix, you have Booker and Ayton and Paul. Like, every team that wants to make a legitimate run needs to have a certain level of consistency from their top players. And that's the other thing, too. It's one thing to say, hey, we've got 3 excellent players, and I think the Bulls have 3, 4, you could argue 5 excellent players, but the question that's going to face this team come playoff time is, can you be consistent when you need to be? When you're going into, let's say you're down 2-1 in a series and you're playing on the road in Game 4, if this team ends up being a top 4 seed and hosting a playoff series, like, are your guys going to play at the same level of, can you expect DeMar DeRozan to score 25, LaVine to score 25, Vucevic to score 18, and grab 12 rebounds, and Ball to have 8, 9 assists? Can you get that on a consistent basis? And that's going to be the biggest question for this Bulls team come playoff time. That's a question that teams like Golden State, probably the Lakers, I think Phoenix, obviously, with their run last year, they've proven that you can get significant and consistent play from your top 3 or 4 guys.
Is there a sense in Chicago that this can be a special Bulls team, or do games like Wednesday sort of give fans pause, where Brooklyn finally had all 3 of their big guys and boat race the field, and losing to the Heat twice and losing to the Sixers twice? Is there still a little I don't know if we're that good yet feel about this team?
I think you can justify it both ways, because you can look at a game like last night, or on a Wednesday night, national TV game, second night of a back-to-back where there's some adversity in front of you. You don't have your best defensive, probably your two of your 3 best defensive players, Caruso and Green, to help guard Kevin Durant. Can you perform well? And they didn't. They played very flatly in the third quarter coming out of the break. So naturally, that is going to give people pause, especially when that is the national audience's maybe second, third, fourth taste at most for this team. So yeah, there's going to be pause. But then, can you justify it? Yeah, the Bulls are 3-4 against the top 8 in the NBA. The Brooklyn Nets are 1-8. So, can you use that number to say it's going to be okay? I'm not saying that justifies that the Bulls are better than the Nets, even though they won 2 of 3. I don't know if they're better than the Nets. And based on the consistency argument, I would argue that they're not there yet, because you have 3 proven playoff players. As much as Harden's reputation has a lot of baggage to it in the playoffs, do you want to face him in a playoff series? No, you don't. So those are 3 guys that you fear going into a playoff series, even if Irving is only playing part-time. But I think you can use that number to justify, hey, they're still good, they're still capable. So does it give people pause? Yes. But I think there's been enough of a sample size for you to remember, hey, they're still pretty good. Let's see what they do tonight on the next test, because tonight is that next test, even though Thompson's out, Green's out, Payton's out.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago isn't in real position to be worrying about excellence yet. They should be very happy to be the most relevant they've been in the NBA since Derrick Rose became the youngest, NBA MVP. It's been 11 years since the Bulls have been as relevant as they are tonight. Warriors and Bulls, very interesting time to be meeting. They're crossing streams at interesting times in both of their seasons, and this should be a good one tonight. Adam, look, we spent most of our time this year talking a little football with you, and since we got 49ers and Cowboys also coming up this weekend, I just got to ask your handicapping of that game before we let you go. What do you think of the Niners' chances to go in and shock Dallas? Maybe you don't even think it would be a shock if they win that game.
Well, I mean, when you want to compare and contrast the Rams and the Cowboys, because you can compare and contrast those teams and say, well, the Rams came in with one of the best defenses in the league. You have a star at every level, and you can make that argument for Dallas. I think they have a star at just about every level, or at least an impact player at every level, in particular on the back end. But you saw what Debo Samuel did. If Debo Samuel gets loose again, if he can get away from any type of matchup with a Trayvon Diggs on the back end and get away from Jaron Kearse and get him into space the same way that we saw him get into space against Los Angeles, this is a Dallas defense that will give up some points. Their defense did a lot of heavy lifting in the last half of the season when Dak was, he was a little banged up from injury coming back from the calf. He didn't play particularly well. They didn't have a great finish to the year. But, I still feel like their defense had to carry so much weight. And if you take possessions away from them and take opportunities away from Dak to score, I think the Niners have a chance. And that's what's great about the NFL playoffs is I don't think there's a single team other than maybe the number one seed, and even heck, I don't know how confident I feel in Tennessee. There's very few teams that you just go, yep, you're running into the buzzsaw. Maybe Kansas City right now, but other than that, I don't think there's any team that can't beat another in the playoffs right now.
He is the TV voice of the Chicago Bulls, and it sounds an awful lot like a man walking from his car into United Center right now, happening live on the radio. So we will let you go. Adam Amin, thank you very, very much for joining us, man. Appreciate it as always.
No worries, guys. Appreciate you. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you so much. Adam Amin here on Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity Internet. Get their Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium all together. No extra cost, no strings attached. So, Ray, this is going to be a good one tonight. I mean, the Bulls and Warriors are getting on the court at interesting times together in their season. The first game where the Warriors won convincingly behind a 40-point night from Steph Curry, a 119-93 win. It might as well be 2 seasons ago. These are different teams right now than they were on that night.
It's time to find out what's
Hold on. Wait, we didn't. Hold on. Yeah, nothing. That was it. We'll get to what's on tap in just a second. But I love the enthusiasm and knowing that it's coming. That's called anticipation.
Scared the hell out of me.
Sorry, Ray.
I don't know how good it's going to be just because the Warriors are going in with 3 of their 2 hands tied behind their back. But it will be interesting, at least for a while, because the Warriors, it's not that they have something to prove but they have something to change. The Bulls haven't, been, off their feet long enough for them to feel not confident. I mean, they were just coming off a 9-game winning streak, but the Warriors have been sort of fighting themselves for a while now. So it will be interesting to see how long they stay in Chicago's face, because Chicago's a real deal, and I think everybody understands that. So this is one of those games where the Warriors sort of have to play, if not for pride, for regaining that sense of themselves that they had 20 games ago, because you can't come off a game where you were down 39 at halftime and stink the joint out again. That won't play. That will definitely dig a deeper hole in what confidence they still have. So
yeah, that'll linger. You don't want to go into Minnesota trying to win that game 0-3, just getting boxed 2 games in a row. So let's see what they got. I do got this for you. If history matters, which we said it really doesn't in this case, because both teams are a little bit different than the first time they met this year. But in just the last 10 times, the Warriors have won 9 in a row against the Chicago Bulls. The last time the Bulls beat the Warriors was March 2nd, 2017. So it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Let's see if the Warriors just see that Bulls uniform and it brings out the best in them. We've seen the Warriors sputter into Chicago. I know he's not playing tonight, but Klay Thompson was famously shooting horrifically before he set the single-game three-point record at United Center. Steph Curry, again, normally sees Bulls red and has himself a good evening of basketball, so we'll see if that doesn't bear some fruit tonight, just being happy with what they're seeing. By the way, Ray, I know we're doing Warriors Live and we want to stay on topic, but it is the Friday for us where we don't have a full show to talk about the playoffs that are coming up this weekend in the NFL. Much of the win for the 49ers in Los Angeles was then talked about and discussed in how 49er fans took over that stadium. I mean, you got Matthew Stafford's wife complaining about it on podcasts later in the week. You had Sean McVay talking about it later in the week. Like, Niners fans invaded that place. That might happen again in Dallas. And I got to give it up to my wife, Jillian, who brought this up to me, and I hadn't thought about this. Ray, there has been a California exodus, a Texodus, to the state of Texas in just the last 12 to 18 months. There really, truly has been. And knowing that an awful lot of that came from the Bay Area, where everyone here is basically cut from one of two cloths, 49ers or Raiders, and then everyone in the state of California is basically cut from three cloths, with all disrespect, no respect at all due to the Chargers, because they just do not matter throughout the state. But everyone who is a football fan in California, from California, is either like a 49er fan, a Raiders fan, or a Rams fan. So you figure right now, with so many Californians having just recently moved to Texas, there is probably mathematically more 49er fans living in the state of Texas right now than at any other time in recorded human history. It could be an awful lot of red in that stadium come Sunday.
There could be, but I doubt it, and here's why. While your wife is absolutely right that more Californians have gone to Texas in the last 18 to 24 months, I think very few of them have bought Dallas Cowboys season tickets. And I don't think many of those people are selling those tickets for this game. I think they're holding on to them. The big advantage that the 49ers had last week was that Ram fans either didn't have the tickets at all, or they were willing to sell them as quickly as somebody made an offer for them. So in that way, I think the availability will be a lot less. The 49ers may simply have to win a road game on their own, like everybody else ever.
There's an awful lot of that from the 6th seed on in the wild card round. So Ray and I will be back on Monday with a very interesting show. This should be a very interesting NBA game coming up from Chicago tonight. We've got Tim Roy with Network Pregame in just a moment, followed by tip-off tonight, 4:30 here on 95.7 The Game. And we need to tell you what's on tap. Now's the Tap Plastic Open.
It's time to find out what's on tap. Tap Plastics. Presented by Tap Plastics.
So, Ray, what's on tap is one more game on this road trip. It's Minnesota on Sunday. Let's face it, with all the NFL action, maybe, they can hide in plain sight if they don't play well in Minnesota on Sunday, but we will be keeping tabs on it for sure. And then everyone's got to be looking forward to what needs to be a get-right 7-game homestand for the Golden State Warriors. They're going to be returning to the Bay for a much-needed 7-game homer. The 7-game homestand starts with Detroit, so that is easy pickings right there. Then followed by the Pacers, the Rockets, the Jazz, the Mavericks, the Timberwolves, and then Kevin Durant and the Nets as your encore to the 7-game homestand. Then you won't be back on the road until the month is out on January 31st when you do the Texas two-step from Houston to San Antonio, and that'll take them into the month of February. So 2 more games left on this road trip, 1 more after tonight, and then a 7-game much-needed homestand, and that's what's on tap, presented by Tap Plastics, the ultimate destination for do-it-yourself enthusiasts. Ray, you have 1 minute left in your workday. What would you like to tell the people on a Friday afternoon that they need to know?
That they need to know?
Or might want
that
to know.
That they're going to be, okay, that they really need to know there are going to be 3 bad weather games this weekend, and you should enjoy every one of them because bad weather games are great.
It's going to be great weather at the United Center tonight, though. Or it's going to be perfect in there. Perfect conditions.
They really should roll the roof back for this one.
By the way, tonight marks the 801st career game for Steph Curry. So he is going with that tonight, and that is all the time we have, not only for today and this edition of Warriors Live, but for the week. Ray and I look forward to talking to you all on Monday. Thanks very much to Sterling in the studio, to Grandy and Lucas. Really appreciate Adam Amin joining us, and appreciate all of you listening, not just today, but all week long. Thank you very much. Please do remember, sports don't build character, they reveal it.